Section 1 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Black Dog, Part 1. Having pocketed his fare, the freckled rustic took himself and his antediluvian cab back to the village limbo from which they had briefly emerged. Laughlin checked his luggage into the care of the porter, an angular man with one eye who was apparently the only other living being in this remote, minute station, and sat down in the platform shade. July noon had a stark, eye-tiring brightness, and a silence so very deep, when that porter ceased his intolerable clatter, that Laughlin could hear footsteps crunching in the road half a mile away. The train was late. There were no other passengers. Nothing to look at except his trunks, two shiny rails in the grim track, red hollyhocks against white palings on the opposite bank. The holiday in this quiet neighborhood had delighted him, but its crowning experience had been too brief. On the last day but one, the loveliest woman he had ever known had emerged almost as briefly as that cabman. Some men are constantly meeting that woman. Not so the Honorable Gerald Laughlin. But no man turns his back tranquilly on destiny, even if it is but 2 days old, and already some half-dozen miles away. The visit had come to its end, Laughlin had come to his station, the cab had gone back to its lair, but on reflection he could find no other reasons for going away and denying himself the delight of this proffered experience. Time was his own, as much as he could buy of it, and he had an income that enabled him to buy a good deal. Moody and hesitant, he began to fill his pipe when the one-eyed porter again approached him. "Take a pipe of that," said Laughlin, offering him the pouch. "Thank you, sir, but I can't smoke a pipe. A cigarette I take now and again, thank you, sir. Not often, just to keep me from cussing and damning. My wife buys me a packet sometimes. She says I don't swear so much then, but I don't know. I have to knock 'em off soon as they make me feel bad, and then, damn it all, I'll be worse than ever." "Look here," said the other, interrupting him. "I'm not going by this train after all. Something I have forgotten. Now look after my bags, and I'll come along later this afternoon." He turned and left the station as hurriedly as if his business was really of the high importance the porter immediately conceived it to be. The Honourable Gerald, though handsome and honest, was not a fool. A fool is one who becomes distracted between the claims of instinct and common sense. The larger foolishness is the peculiar doom of imaginative people, artists in their kind, while the smaller foolishness is the mark of all those who have nothing but their foolishness to endorse them. Laughlin responded to this impulse unhesitatingly, but without distraction, calmly and directly, as became a well-bred bachelor in the early 30s. He might have written to the young beauty with the queer name, Orianda Crabby, but that course teemed with absurdities and difficulties, for he was modest, his romantic imagination weak, and he had only met her at old Lady Tillington's a couple of days before. Of this mere girl, just 23 or 24, he knew nothing, save that they had been immediately and vividly charming to each other. That was no excuse for presenting himself again to the old invalid of Tillington Park. It would be impossible for him to do so, but there had been one vague moment of their recalled intercourse, a glimmering intimation, which just now seemed to offer a remote possibility of achievement, and so he walked on in the direction of the park. Tillington was some miles off, and the heat was oppressive. At the end of an hour's stroll, he stepped into the Three Pigeons at Denbury and drank a deep drink. It was quiet and deliciously cool in the tap-room there, yes, as silent as that little station had been. Empty the world seemed today, quite empty. He had not passed a human creature. Happily bemused, he took another draught. 18 small panes of glass in that long window, and perhaps as many flies buzzing in the room. He could hear and see a breeze saluting the bright-walled ivy outside and the bushes by a stream. This drowsiness was heaven. It made so clear his recollection of Orianda. It was impossible to particularize, but she was, in her way, her rather uncultured way, just perfection. He had engaged her upon several themes: music, fishing — Laughlin loved fishing — golf, tennis, and books. None of these had particularly stirred her, but she had brains, quite an original turn of mind. There had been neither time nor opportunity to discover anything about her, but there she was, staying there, that was the one thing certain, apparently indefinitely, for she described the park in a witty, detailed way, even to a certain favourite glade which she always visited in the afternoons. When she had told him that, he could swear she was not finessing. No. It was a most engaging simplicity, a frankness that was positively marmoreal. He would certainly write to her, yes, and he began to think of fine phrases to put in a letter, but could there be anything finer now, just at this moment, than to be sitting with her in this empty inn? It was not a fair place, though it was clean, but how she would brighten it! Yes, there were 2 long settles and 2 short ones, 2 tiny tables and 8 spittoons — he had to count them — and somehow he felt her image flitting adorably into this setting, defeating with its native glory all the scrupulous beer-smelling impoverishment. And then, after a while, he would take her, and they would lie in the grass under a deep-bosomed tree and speak of love. How beautiful she would be! But she was not there, and so he left the inn and crossed the road to a church, pleasant and tiny and tidy, white-walled and clean-ceilinged. A sparrow chirped in the porch, flies hummed in the nave, a puppy was barking in the vicarage garden. How trivial, how absurdly solemn everything seemed! The thud of the great pendulum in the tower had the sound of a dead man beating on a bar of spiritless iron. He was tired of the vapid tidiness of these altars with their insignificant tapestries, candlesticks of gilded wood, the bunches of pale flowers oppressed by the rich glow from the windows. He longed for an altar that should be an inspiring symbol of belief, a place of green and solemn walls with a dark velvet shrine sweeping aloft to the peaked roof, unhindered by tarnishing lustre and tedious linen. Holiness was always something richly dim. There was no more holiness here than in the tough hassocks and rush-bottomed chairs. Not here, surely, the apple of Eden flourished. And yet, turning to the lectern, he noted the large prayer-book open at the office of marriage. He idly read over the words of the ceremony, filling in at the gaps the names of Gerald Wilmot Laughlin and Orianda Crabby. What a fool! He closed the book with a slam and left the church. Absurd! You couldn't fall in love with a person as sharply as all that, could you? But why not? Unless fancy was charged with the lightning of gods, it was nothing at all. Tramping away still in the direction of Tillington Park, he came in the afternoon to that glade under a screen of trees spoken of by the girl. It was green and shady, full of scattering birds. He flung himself down in the grass under a deep-bosomed tree. She had spoken delightfully of this delightful spot. When she came, for come she did, the confrontation left him very unsteady as he sprang to his feet. Confound that potation at the Three Pigeons! Enormously hungry, too. But he was amazed, entranced. She was so happy to see him again. They sat down together, but he was still bewildered, and his confusion left him all at 6s and 7s. Fortunately, her own rivulet of casual chatter carried them on until he suddenly asked, "Are you related to the Crabbies of Cotterton? I fancy I know them." No, I think not, no. I'm from the south country near the sea. Nobody at all. My father keeps an inn. An inn? How extraordinary! How very, very extraordinary? Nodding her head in the direction of the hidden mansion, she added, I am her companion. Lady Tillington's? She assented coolly, and was silent while Laughlin ransacked his brains for some delicate reference that would clear him over this cataract. But he felt stupid. That confounded potation at the Three Pigeons. Why, that was where he had thought of her so admirably, too. He asked if she cared for the position, was it pleasant, and so on. Heavens, what an astonishing creature for a domestic, quite positively lovely, a compendium of delightful qualities, this girl, so frank, so simple. Yes, I like it, but home is better. I should love to go back to my home, to father, but I can't, I'm still afraid. I ran away from home 3 years ago to go with my mother. I'm like my mother. She ran away from home, too. Orianda picked up the open parasol which she had dropped, closed it in a thoughtful manner, and laid its crimson folds beside her. There was no other note of colour in her white attire. She was without a hat. Her fair hair had a quenching tinge upon it that made it less bright than gold, but more rare. Her cheeks had the colour of homely flowers, the lily and the pink. Her teeth were as even as the peas in a newly opened pod, as clear as milk. Tell me about all that. May I hear it? I have not seen him or heard from him since, but I love him very much now. Your father? Yes, but he is stern, a simple man, and he is so just. We live at a tiny old inn at the end of a village near the hills, the Black Dog. It is thatched and has tiny rooms. It's painted all over with pink whitewash. Ah, I know. There's a porch under a sycamore tree where people sit, and an old rusty chain hanging on a hook just outside the door. What's that for? I don't know what it's for. Horses, perhaps, but it's always there. I always see that rusty chain. And on the opposite side of the road there are 3 lime trees, and behind them is the yard where my father works. He makes hurdles and ladders. He is the best hurdle-maker in 3 counties. He has won many prizes at the shows. It is splendid to see him working at the willow wood, soft and white. The yard is full of poles and palings, spars and faggots, and long shavings of the thin bark, like seaweed. It smells so nice. In the spring the chaffinches and wrens are singing about him all day long. The wren is lovely. But in the summer, of course, it's the whitethroats come chippering, and yellowhammers. Ah, blackbirds, thrushes, nightingales. Yes, but it's the little birds that seem to love my father's yard. Well, then, but why did you run away? My mother was much younger and different from father. She was handsome and proud, too, and in all sorts of ways superior to him. They got to hate each other. They were so quiet about it, but I could see. Their only common interest was me. They both loved me very much. 3 years ago she ran away from him. Quite suddenly, you know. There was nothing at all leading up to such a thing. But I could not understand my father. Not then. He took it all so calmly. He did not mention even her name to me for a long time, and I feared to intrude, you see. I did not understand. I was only 20. When I did ask about her, he told me not to bother him, forbade me to write to her. I didn't know where she was, but he knew. And at last I found out, too. And you defied him, I suppose? No, I deceived him. He gave me money for some purpose, to pay a debt, and I stole it. I left him a letter and ran away to my mother. I loved her. Oh, well, that was only to be expected, said Laughlin. It was all quite right. She was living with another man. I didn't know. I was a fool. Good Lord, that was a shock for you, Laughlin said. What did you do? No, I was not shocked. She was so happy. I lived with them for a year. Extraordinary. And then she died. Your mother died? Yes, so you see I could not stop with my... I could not stay where I was, and I couldn't go back to my father. I see, no. But you want to go back to your father now? I'm afraid. I love him, but I'm afraid. I don't blame my mother. I feel she was right, quite right. It was such happiness, and yet I feel, too, that father was deeply wronged. I can't understand that. It sounds foolish. I should so love to go home again. This other kind of life doesn't seem to eclipse me. Things have been extraordinary kind. I don't feel out of my setting, but still it doesn't satisfy. It is polite and soft like silk. Perhaps it isn't barbarous enough, and I want to live somehow. Well, I have not found what I wanted to find. What did you want to find? I shan't know until I have found it. I do want to go home now, but I am full of strange feelings about it. I feel as if I was bearing the mark of something that can't be hidden or disguised, of what my mother did. As if I were all a burning recollection for him that he couldn't fail to see. He is good, a just man. He is the best hurdle-maker in 3 counties. While listening to this daughter of a man who made ladders, the Honourable Gerald had been swiftly thinking of an intriguing phrase that leaped into his mind. Social plesiomorphism, that was it. Caste was humbug, no doubt, but even if it was conscious humbug, it was there, really there, like the patterned frost upon a window-pane, beautiful, though a little incoherent, and conditioned only by the size and number of your windows. 18 windows in that pub. But what did it amount to, after all? It was stuck upon your clear, polished outline for every eye to see, but within was something surprising as the sight of a badger in church, until you got used to the indubitable relation of such badgers to such churches. Fine turpitude! My dear girl, he burst out, your mother and you were right, absolutely. I am sure life is enhanced not by amassing conventions, but by destroying them, and your feeling for your father is right, too, rightest of all. Tell me, may I take you back to him? The girl's eyes dwelt upon his with some intensity. Your courage is kind, she said, but he doesn't know you, nor you him. And to that she added, you don't even know me. I have known you for 10,000 years. Come home to him with me. We will go back together. Yes, you can explain. Tell him— the Honourable Gerald had got the bit between his teeth now. Tell him I'm your sweetheart, will you? Will you? 10,000? Yes, I know, but it's strange to think you have only seen me just once before. Does that matter? Everything grows from that one small moment into a world of boundless admiration. I don't want, said Orianda, reopening her crimson parasol, to grow into a world of any kind. No, of course you don't. But I mean the emotion is irresistible, the desire of the moth for the star, that sort of thing, you know, and I immolate myself, the happy victim of your attractions. All that has been said before. Orianda adjusted her parasol as a screen for her raillery. I swear, said he, I have not said it before, never to a living soul. Fountains of amusement beamed in her brilliant eyes. She was exquisite. He was no longer in doubt about the colour of her eyes, though he could not describe them, and the precise shade of her hair was— well, it was extraordinarily beautiful. I mean, it's been said to me. Oh, damnation, of course it's been said to you. Oh, and isn't that my complete justification? But you agree, do you not? Tell me if it's possible. Say you agree, and let me take you back to your father. I think I would like you to, the jolly girl said slowly. Part 2. On an August morning a few weeks later they travelled down together to see her father, In the interim, Orianda had resigned her appointment, and several times Gerald had met her secretly in the purlieus of Tillington Park. The girl's cool, casual nature fascinated him not less than her appearance. Admiration certainly outdistanced his happiness, although that also increased. But the bliss had its shadow, for the outcome of their friendship seemed mysteriously to depend on the outcome of the proposed return to her father's home, devotion to that project forming the first principle, as it were, of their intercourse. Orianda had not dangled before him the prospect of any serener relationship. She took his caresses as naturally and undemonstratively as a pet bird takes a piece of sugar. But he had begun to be aware of a certain force behind all her charming naivete, the beauty that exhaled the freshness, the apparent fragility of a drop of dew had none the less a savour of tyranny, which he vowed should never, least of all by him, be pressed to vulgar exercise. When the train reached its destination, Orianda confided calmly that she had preferred not to write to her father. Really, she did not know for certain whether he was alive or even living on at the old home she so loved. And there was a journey of 3 miles or more which Orianda proposed to walk. So they walked. The road lay across an expanse of marshy country and approached the wooded uplands of her home only by numerous eccentric divagations made necessary by culverts that drained the marsh. The day was bright. The sky, so vast an arch over this flat land, was a very oven for heat. There were cracks in the earth. The grass was like stubble. At the mid-journey they crossed a river by its wooden bridge, upon which a boy sat fishing with stick and string. Near the water was a long white hut with a flag. A few tethered boats floated upon the stream. Gerald gave a shilling to a travelling woman who carried a burden on her back and shuffled slowly upon the harsh road, sighing, looking neither to right nor left. She did not look into the sky. Her gaze was fastened upon her dolorous feet. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Her shift, if she had such a garment, must have clung to her old body like a shrimping net. In an hour they had reached the uplands, and soon, at the top of a sylvan slope where there was shade and cooling air, Gerald saw a sign hung upon a sycamore tree. "The Black Dog," by Nathaniel Crabbe. The inn was small, pleasant, with pink wash and brown paint, and faced across the road a large yard encircled by hedges, trees, and a gate. The travellers stood peeping into the enclosure, which was stocked with new ladders, hurdles, and poles of various sizes. Amid them stood a tall, burly man at a block, trimming with an axe the butt of a willow rod. He was about 50, clad in rough country clothes, a white shirt and a soft straw hat. He had mild, simple features, coloured like his arms and neck, almost to the hue of a bay horse. "Hello!" called the girl. The man with the axe looked round at her unrecognizingly. Orianda hurried through the gateway. "Father!" she cried. "I did not know. I was not rightly sure of you," said the man, dropping the axe. "Such a lady you've grown." As he kissed his daughter, his heavy, discoloured hands rested upon her shoulders. Her gloved ones lay against his breast. Orianda took out her purse. "Here is the money I stole, father." She dropped some coins, one by one, into his palm. He counted them over, and saying simply, "Thank you, my dear," put them into his pocket. "I'm dashed," thought Laughlin, who had followed the girl. "It's exactly how she would take it. No explanation, no apology. They do not know what reproach means. Have they no code at all?" She went on chatting with her father, and seemed to have forgotten her companion. "You mean you want to come back?" exclaimed her father eagerly. "Come back here? That would be grand, that would. But look, tell me what I'm to do. You see, this is how it is." He spat upon the ground, picked up his axe, rested one foot upon the axe block and one arm upon his knee. Orianda sat down upon a pile of the logs. "This is how it is. be you married?"
"Come and sit here, Gerald," called the girl. As he came forward, Orianda rose and said, "This is my very dear friend, father, Gerald Laughlin. He has been so kind. It is he who has given me the courage to come back. I wanted to for so long. Oh, a long time, father, a long time. And yet Gerald had to drag me here in the end."
"What was you afraid of, my girl?" asked the big man.
"Myself."
The two visitors sat upon the logs.
"Shall I tell you about mother?" asked the girl.
Crabby hesitated, looked at the ground. "Oh, yes, you might," he said.
"She died, did you know?"
The man looked up at the trees with their myriads of unmoving leaves. Each leaf seemed to be listening. "She died?" he said softly. "No, I did not know she died."
2 years ago,"
continued the girl warily, as if probing his mood. 2 years. He repeated it without emotion. "No, I did not know she died. 'Tis a bad job." He was quite still. His mind seemed to be turning over his own secret memories, but what he bent forward and suddenly said was, "Don't say anything about it in there." He nodded toward the inn.
"No."
Orianda opened her crimson parasol. "You see," he went on, resting one foot on the axe block and addressing himself more particularly to Gerald, this is how it is. When I was left alone, I could not get along here, not by myself, that's for certain. There's the house, and the bar, and the yard. I'd to get help, a young woman from Brighton. I met her at Brighton." He rubbed the blade of the axe reflectively across his palm. "And she manages house for me now, you see." He let the axe fall again and stood upright. "Her name's Lizzie."
"Oh, quite so. You could do no other,"
Gerald exclaimed cheerfully, turning to the girl. But Orianda said softly,
"What a family we are. He means he's living with her. And so you don't want your undutiful daughter after all, father?"
Her gaiety was a little tremulous. "No, no," he retorted quickly. "You must come back. You must come back, if so be you can. There's nothing I'd like better, nothing on this mortal earth. My God, if something don't soon happen, I don't know what will happen." Once more he stooped for the axe. "That's right, Orianda. Yes, yes, but you've no call to mention to her that—" He glared uneasily at the inn doorway. That about your mother." Orianda stared up at him, though he would not meet her gaze.
"You mean she doesn't know?" she asked. "You mean she would want you to marry her if she did know?"
"Yes, that's about how it is with us." Laughlin was amazed at the girl's divination. It seemed miraculous. What a subtle mind she had! Extraordinary! And how casually she took the old rascal's— well, what could you call it? Effrontery, shame, misdemeanor, helplessness. But was not her mother like it too? He had grasped nothing at all of the situation yet, save that Nathaniel Crabby appeared to be netted in the toils of this housekeeper, this Lizzie from Brighton. Dear Orianda was dished now, poor girl. She could not conceivably return to such a menage. Orianda was saying,
"Then I may stay, father, mayn't I? For good, with you?"
Her father's eyes left no doubt of his pleasure.
"Can we give Gerald a bedroom for a few days, or do we ask Lizzie?"
"Ah, better ask her," said the shameless man. "You want to make a stay here, sir?" "If it won't incommode you," replied Laughlin. "Oh, make no doubt about that, to be sure. No, I make no doubt about that."
"Have you still got my old bedroom?"
asked Orianda, for the amount of dubiety in his air was in prodigious antagonism to his expressed confidence.
"Oh, yes, it may happen," he replied slowly. "Then Gerald can have the spare room. It's all wainscot and painted dark blue. It's a shrimp of a room, but there's a preserved albatross in a glass case as big as a van."
"I'll make no doubt about that," chimed in her father, straightening himself and scratching his chin uneasily. "You must talk to Lizzie."
"Splendid,"
said Gerald to Orianda.
"I've never seen an albatross." "Well, ask Lizzie," said she, "at once."
Laughlin was experiencing not a little inward distress at this turn in the affair, but it was he who had brought Orianda to her home, and he would have to go through with the horrid business.
Is she difficult, father?
No, she's not difficult. Not difficult, so to say you must make allowance. The girl was implacable. Her directness almost froze the blood of the Honourable Laughlin.
Are you fond of her? How long has she been here?
Oh, a goodish while. Yes, let me see. No, she's not difficult, if that's what you mean. 3 years, perhaps.
Well, but that's long enough.
Long enough for what? Wondered Laughlin.
Yes, it is longish. If you really want to get rid of her, you should tell her.
Tell her what?
You know what to tell her.
But her father looked bewildered and professed his ignorance.
Take me in to her,
said Orianda, and they all walked across to the Black Dog. There was no one within. Father and daughter went into the garden, while Gerald stayed behind in a small parlour. Through the window that looked upon a grass plot he could see a woman sitting in a deck chair under a tree. Her face was turned away so that he saw only a curve of pink cheek and a thin mound of fair hair tossed and untidy. Lizzie's large red fingers were slipping a sprig of watercress into a mouth that was hidden round the corner of the curve. With her other hand she was caressing a large brown hen that sat on her lap. Her black skirt wrapped her limbs tightly, a round hip and a thigh being rigidly outlined, while the blouse of figured cotton also seemed strained upon her buxom breast, for it was torn and split in places. She had strong white arms and holes in her stockings. When she turned to confront the others, it was easy to see that she was a foolish, untidy, but still a rather pleasant woman of about 30.
"How do you do, Lizzie?"
cried Orianda, offering a cordial hand. The hen fluttered away as, smiling a little wanly, the woman rose.
"How is it, Thaniel?"
she asked. Laughlin heard no more, for some men came noisily into the bar, and Crabby hurried back to serve them. End of Section 1. Recorded by Thomas Rose. Section 2 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Black Dog, Part 3. In the afternoon, Orianda drove Gerald in the gig back to the station to fetch the baggage.
"Well, what success, Orianda?"
he asked as they jogged along.
"It would be perfect but for Lizzie. That was rather a blow. But I should have foreseen her. Lizzies are inevitable. And she is difficult. She weeps. But, oh, I am glad to be home again, Gerald. I feel I shall not leave it, ever." "Yes, Orianda," he protested. "Leave it for me. I'll give your nostalgia a little time to fade. I think it was a man named Pater said, 'All life is a wandering to find home.' You don't want to omit the wandering." "Not if I have found my home again." "A home with Lizzie? No, not with Lizzie." She flicked the horse with the whip. "I shall be too much for Lizzie. Lizzie will resume her wandering. She's as stupid as a wax widow in a show. Nathaniel is tired of Lizzie, and Lizzie of Nathaniel, the two wretches. But I wish she did not weep."
Gerald had not observed any signs of tearfulness in Lizzie at the midday dinner. On the contrary, she seemed a rather jolly creature. Not that she had spoken much beyond, "Yes, Thaniel," "No, Thaniel," or Gerald, or Orianda, as the case had been. Her use of his Christian name, which had swept him at once into the bosom of the family, shocked him rather pleasantly, but he did not know what had taken place between the two women. Perhaps Lizzie had already perceived and tacitly accepted her displacement. He was wakened next morning by unusual sounds. Chatter of magpies in the front trees and the ching of hammers on a bulk of iron at the smithy. Below his window a brown terrier stood on its barrel, barking at a goose. Such common, simple things had power to please him, and for a few days everything at the Black Dog seemed planned on this scale of novel enjoyment. The old inn itself, the log-yard, harvesting, the chatter of the evening topers, even the village Sunday delighted him with its parade of Phyllis and Corydon, although it is true Phyllis wore a pink frock, stockings of faint blue, and walked like a man, while Corydon had a bowler hat and walked like a bear. He helped Tanil with axe, hammer, and plane, but best of all was to serve mugs of beer nightly in the bar, and to drop the coins into the drawer of money. The rest of the time he spent with Orianda, whom he wooed happily enough, though without establishing any marked progress. They roamed in fields and in copses, lounged in lanes, looking at things and idling deliciously, at last returning home to be fed by Lizzie, whose case somehow hung in the air, faintly deflecting the perfect stream of felicity. In their favourite glade, a rivulet was joined by a number of springs bubbling from a pool of sand and rock. Below it, the enlarged stream was dammed into a small lake once used for turning a mill, but now, since the mill was dismantled, covered with arrowheads and lily leaves, surrounded by inclining trees, bushes of rich green growth, terraces of willow herb, whose fairy-like pink steeples Orianda called codlins and cream, and catmint with knobs of agreeable odour. A giant hornbeam tree had fallen and lay half buried in the lake. This and the black poplars, whose vacillating leaves underscored the solemn clamour of the outfall, gave to it the very serenity of desolation. Here they caught sight of the two woodpeckers bathing in the springs, a cock and his hen, who had flown away yaffling, leaving a pretty mottled feather tinged with green floating there. It was endless pleasure to watch each spring bubble upwards from a pouch of sand that spread smoke-like in the water, turning each cone into a midget Vesuvius. A wasp crawled laboriously along a flat rock lying in the pool. It moved weakly, as if marooned like a mariner upon some unknown isle. It could find no way of escape. Only this isle was no bigger than a dish in an ocean as small as a cartwheel. The wasp seemed to have forgotten that it had wings. It creepingly examined every inch of the rock until it came to a patch of dried dung. Proceeding still as wearily, it paused upon a dead leaf, until a breeze blew leaf and insect into the water. The wasp was overwhelmed by the rush from the bubbles, but at last it emerged, clutching the woodpecker's floating feather, and dragged itself into safety as a swimmer heaves himself into a boat. In a moment it preened its wings, flew back to the rock, and played at Crusoe again. Orianda picked the feather from the pool. "What a fool that wasp is," declared Gerald. "I wonder what it is doing." Orianda, placing the feather in his hat, told him it was probably wandering to find home. One day, brightest of all days, they went to picnic in the marshes, a strange place to choose, all rank with the musty smell of cattle and populous with grasshoppers that burrowed below you, and millions, quadrillions of flies that buzzed above. But Orianda loved it. The vast area of coarse pasture harboured not a single farmhouse, only a shed here and there marking a particular field, for 1,000 shallow brooks flowed like veins from all directions into the arterial river, moving through its silent leagues. Small frills of willow curving on the river brink, and elsewhere a temple of lofty elms offered the only refuge from sun or storm. Store cattle roamed unchecked from field to field, and in the shade of gaunt, rascally bushes sheep were nestling. Green reeds and willow herb followed the watercourses with endless efflorescence, beautiful indeed. In the late afternoon they had come to a spot where they could see their village 3 or 4 miles away, but between them lay the inexorable barrier of the river without a bridge. There was a bridge miles away to the right. They had crossed it earlier in the day, and there was another bridge on the left, but that was also miles distant. "Now what are we to do?" asked Orianda. She wore a white muslin frock, a country frock, and a large straw hat with poppies, a country hat. They approached a column of trees. In the soft, smooth wind, the foliage of the willows was tossed into delicate greys. Orianda said they looked like codshi heads on spindly necks. She would like to shy at them, but she was tired.
"I know what we could do."
Orianda glanced around at the landscape, trees and bushes. The river was narrow, though deep, not more than 40 feet across, and had high banks.
"You can swim, Gerald?"
Yes, Gerald could swim rather well.
"Then let's swim it, Gerald, and carry our own clothes over."
"Can you swim, Orianda?"
Yes, Orianda could swim rather well.
"All right, then," he said. "I'll go down here a little way."
"Oh, don't go far. I don't want you to go far away, Gerald."
And she added softly,
"My dear."
"No, I won't go far," he said, and sat down behind a bush 100 yards away. Here he undressed, flung his shoes one after the other across the river, and swimming on his back, carried his clothes over in 2 journeys. As he sat drying in the sunlight, he heard a shout from Orianda. He peeped out and saw her sporting in the stream quite close below him. She swam with a graceful overarm stroke that tossed a spray of drops behind her and launched her body as easily as a fish's. Her hair was bound in a handkerchief. She waved a hand at him.
"You've done it! Bravo! What courage! Wait for me, lovely."
She turned away like an eel, and at every 2 or 3 strokes she spat into the air a gay little fountain of water. How extraordinary she was! Gerald wished he had not hurried. By and by he slipped into the water again and swam upstream. He could not see her.
"Have you finished?"
he cried.
"I have finished, yes."
Her voice was close above his head. She was lying in the grass, her face propped between her palms, smiling down at him. He could see bare arms and shoulders. "Got your clothes across?"
"Of course."
"All dry?" She nodded.
"How many journeys?" "I made 2.
"2," said Orianda briefly. "You're all right, then." He wafted a kiss, swam back, and dressed slowly. Then, as she did not appear, he wandered along to her, humming a discreet and very audible hum as he went. When he came upon her, she still lay upon the grass, most scantily clothed.
"I beg your pardon,"
he said hastily, and full of surprise and modesty walked away. The unembarrassed girl called after him,
"Drying my hair?"
"All right." He did not turn round.
"No hurry."
But what sensations assailed him! They aroused in his decent, gentlemanly mind not exactly a tumult, but a flux of emotions, impressions, and qualms, doubtful emotions, incredible impressions, and torturing qualms. That alluring picture of Orianda, her errant father, the abandoned Lizzie. Had the water perhaps heated his mind, though it had cooled his body? He felt he would have to urge her, drag her if need be, from this black dog. The setting was fair enough, and she was fair, but lovely as she was, not even she could escape the brush of its vulgarity, its plebeian pressure. And if all this has, or seems to have, nothing or little enough to do with the drying of Orianda's hair, it is because the Honourable Gerald was accustomed to walk from grossness with an averted mind.
"Orianda,"
said he, when she rejoined him,
"when are you going to give it up? You cannot stay here
with Lizzie, can you?"
"Why not?"
she asked sharply, tossing back her hair.
"I stayed with my mother, you know. That was different from this. I don't know how, but it must have been."
She took his arm.
"Yes, it was. Lizzie I hate, and poor stupid father loves her as much as he loves his axe or his handsaw. I hate her meekness, too. She has taken the heart out of everything. I must get her away."
"I see your need, Orianda, but what can you do?"
"I shall lie to her. Lie like a libertine, and I shall tell her that my mother is coming home at once. No Lizzie could face that."
He was silent. Poor Lizzie did not know that there was now no Mrs. Crabbie.
"You don't like my trick, do you?"
Orianda shook his arm caressingly. "It hasn't any particular grandeur about it, you know."
Pooh! You shouldn't waste grandeur on clearing up a mess. This is a very dirty Eden." "No, all's fair, I suppose. But it isn't war, you dear, if that's what you mean. I'm only doing for them what they are naturally loth to do for themselves."
She pronounced the word loth as if it rhymed with moth.
"Lizzie," he said. "I'm sure about Lizzie. I'll swear there is still some fondness in her funny little heart. It isn't love, though. She's just sentimental in her puffy kind of way. My dear Honourable, you don't know what love is."
He hated her to use his title, for there was then always a breath of scorn in her tone. Just at odd times she seemed to be not vulgar, that was unthinkable. She seemed to display a contempt for good breeding. He asked with a stiff smile, "What is love?" "For me," said Orianda, fumbling for a definition, "for me it is a compound of anticipation and gratitude. When either of these two ingredients is absent, love is dead." Gerald shook his head, laughing. "That sounds like a malignant bolus that I shouldn't like to take. I feel that love is just self-sacrifice. Apart from the taste of the thing or the price of the thing, why and for what this anticipation, this gratitude? For the moment of passion, of course. Honour thy moments of passion and keep them holy. But, oh, Gerald Laughlin," she added mockingly, "this you cannot understand, for you are not a lover. You are not, no, you are not even a good swimmer." Her mockery was adorable, but baffling. "I do not understand you," he said. Now, why in the whole world of images should she refer to his swimming? He was a good swimmer. He was silent for a long time, and then again he began to speak of marriage, urging her to give up her project and leave Lizzie in her simple peace. Then, not for the first time, she burst into a strange, perverse intensity that may have been love, but might have been rage that was toned like scorn, and yet must have been a jest.
"Lovely Gerald, you must never marry, Gerald. You are too good for marriage. All the best women are already married. Yes, they are. To all the worst men."
There was an infinite slow caress in her tone, but she went on rapidly.
"So I shall never marry you. How should I marry a kind man, a good man? I am a barbarian, and want a barbarian lover to crush and scarify me. But you are so tender, and I am so crude. When your soft eyes look on me, they look on a volcano."
"I have never known anything half as lovely," he broke in. Her sudden emotion, though controlled, was unconcealed, and she turned away from him.
"My love is a gentleman, but with him I should feel like a wild bee in a canary cage."
"What are you saying?" cried Gerald, putting his arms around her.
"Orianda!" "Oh, yes, we do love, in a mezzo-tinted kind of way. You could do anything with me short of making me marry you. Anything, Gerald."
She repeated it tenderly.
"Anything. But short of marrying me, I could make you do nothing."
She turned from him again for a moment or two. Then she took his arm as they walked on. She shook it and said chaffingly,
"And what a timid swimmer my Gerald is."
But he was dead silent. That flux of sensations in his mind had taken another twist, fiery and exquisite. Like rich clouds, they shaped themselves in the sky of his mind, fancy's bright towers with shining pinnacles. Lizzie welcomed them home. Had they enjoyed themselves? Yes, the day had been fine, and so they had enjoyed themselves. Well, that was right. But throughout the evening Orianda hid herself from him, so he wandered, almost distracted, about the village until in a garth he saw some men struggling with a cow. Ropes were twisted around its horns and legs. It was flung to the earth. No countryman ever speaks to an animal without blaspheming it, although if he be engaged in some solitary work and inspired to music, he invariably sings a hymn in a voice that seems to have some vague association with wood pulp. So they all blasphemed and shouted. One man with sore eyes, dressed in a coat of blue fustian and brown cord trousers, hung to the end of a rope at an angle of 45 degrees. His posture suggested that he was trying to pull the head off the cow. Two other men had taken turns of other rope around some stout posts, and one stood by with a handsaw.
"What are you going to do?" asked Gerald.
"Its horns be bent, ye see," said the man with the saw. "They be going into its head. 'Twill blind or madden the beast." So they blasphemed the cow and sawed off its crumpled horns. When Gerald went back to the inn, Oriander was still absent. He sat down, but he could not rest. He could never rest now until he had won her promise. That lovely image in the river spat fountains of scornful fire at him.
"Do not leave me, Gerald," she had said.
He would never leave her. He would never leave her, but the men talking in the inn scattered his flying, fiery thoughts. They discoursed with a vacuity whose very endlessness was transcendent. Good God, was there ever a living person more magnificently inane than old Totel, the registrar? He would have inspired a stork to protest. Of course, a man of his age should not have worn a cap, a small one especially. Totel himself was small, and it made him look rumpled. He was bandy. His intellect was bandy, too. "Yes," Mr. Totel was saying, "it's very interesting to see interesting things, no matter if it's man, woman, or an object. The most interesting man as I ever met in my life I met on my honeymoon, years ago. He made a lifelong study of railways. That man knew him from Alpha to what is it?" "Abednego," said someone. "Yes, the trunk lines, the fares, the routes, the junctions of anywheres in England or Scotland or Ireland or Wales. London, too, the underground. I tested him. Every station in correct order from South Kensington to King's Cross. A strange thing. Nothing to do with railways in himself. It was just his hobby. Was a Baptist minister, really, but still a most interesting man." Laughlin could stand it no longer. He hurried away into the garden. He could not find her. Into the kitchen. She was not there. He sat down, excited and impatient, but he must wait for her. He wanted to know at once. How divinely she could swim. What was it he wanted to know? He tried to read a book there, a ragged, dusty volume about the polar regions. He learned that when a baby whale is born, it weighs at least a ton. How horrible! He rushed out into the fields, full of extravagant melancholy and stupid distraction. That, all that, was to be her life here. This was your rustic beauty. Idiots and railways, boors who could choke an ox or chop off its horns, maddening doubts, foul-smelling rooms, darkness, indecency. She held him at arm's length still, but she was dove-like, and he was grappled to her soul with hoops of steel. Yes, indeed. But soon this extravagance was allayed. Dim loneliness came imperceivably into the fields, and he turned back. The birds piped oddly. Some wind was caressing the higher foliage, turning it all one way, the way home. Telegraph poles ahead looked like half-used pencils. The small cross on the steeple glittered with a sharp and shapely permanence. When he came to the inn, Oriander was gone to bed. Part 4. The next morning an air of uneasy bustle crept into the house after breakfast, much going in and out and up and down in restrained perturbation. Oriander asked him if he could drive the horse and trap to the station. Yes, he thought he could drive it. "Lizzie is departing," she said. "There are her boxes and things. It is very good of you, Gerald, if you will be so kind. It is a quiet horse." Lizzie, then, had been subdued. She was faintly affable during the meal, but thereafter she had been silent. Gerald could not look at her until the last dreadful moment had come, and her things were in the trap. "Good-bye, Tanil," she said to the innkeeper, and kissed him. "Good-bye, Oriander," and she kissed Oriander, and then climbed into the trap beside Gerald, who said click, click, and away went the nag. Lizzie did not speak during the drive. Perhaps she was in tears. Gerald would have liked to comfort her, but the nag was unusually spirited and clacked so freshly along that he did not dare turn to the sorrowing woman. They trotted down from the uplands and into the windy road over the marshes. The church spire in the town ahead seemed to change its position with every turn of that twisting route. It would have a background now of high, sour-hued down, now of dark woodland, anon of nothing but sky and cloud. In a few miles further there would be the sea. Hereabouts there were no trees, few houses. The world was vast and bright, the sky vast and blue. What was prettiest of all was a windmill turning its fans steadily in the draught from the sea. When they crossed the river, its slaty, slow-going flow was broken into blue waves. At the station, Lizzie dismounted without a word, and Gerald hitched the nag to a tree. A porter took the luggage and labelled it while Gerald and Lizzie walked about the platform. A calf with a sack over its loins, tied by the neck to a pillar, was bellowing deeply. Lizzie let it suck at her fingers for a while, but at last she resumed her walk and talked with her companion.
"She's a fine young thing, clever, his daughter. I'd do anything for her, but for him I've nothing to say. What can I say? What could I do? I gave up a great deal for that man, Mr. Laughlin. I'd better not call you Gerald any more now. A great deal. I knew he'd had trouble with his wicked wife, and now to take her back after so many years, it's beyond me. I know how he hates her. I gave up everything for him. I gave him what he can't give back to me, and he hates her, you know."
"No, I did not know. I don't know anything of this affair."
"No, of course you would not know anything of this affair," said Lizzie with a sigh. "I don't want to see him again. I'm a fool, but I've got my pride, and that's something to the good. It's almost satisfactory, ain't it?"
As the train was signalled, she left him and went into the booking office. He marched up and down, her sad case affecting him with sorrow. The poor wretch! She had given up so much, and could yet smile at her trouble. He himself had never surrendered to anything in life. That was what life demanded of you, surrender. For reward it gave you love, this swarthy, skin-deep love that exacted remorseless penalties. What German philosopher was it who said, "Woman pays the debt of life not by what she does, but by what she suffers"? The train rushed in. Gerald busied himself with the luggage, saw that it was loaded, but did not see its owner. He walked rapidly along the carriages, but he could not find her. Well, she was sick of them all, probably hiding from him, poor woman. The train moved off, and he turned away. But the station-yard outside was startlingly empty. Horse and trap were gone. The tree was still there, but with a man leaning against it, a dirty man with a dirty pipe and a dirty smell. Had he seen a horse and trap? A brown mare?
"Yes."
"Trap with yellow wheels?"
"That's it."
"Oh, a young woman drove away in that."
"A young woman?"
2 minutes ago." And he described Lizzie. "Out yon," said the dirty man, pointing with his dirty pipe to the marshes. Gerald ran until he saw away off on the level winding road the trap bowling along at a great pace. Lizzie was lashing the cob. "The damned cat!" He puffed large puffs of exasperation and felt almost sick with rage, but there was nothing now to be done except walk back to the black dog, which he began to do. Rage gave place to anxiety, fear of some unthinkable disaster, some tragic horror at the inn. "What a clumsy fool! All my fault! My own stupidity!" he groaned as he crossed the bridge at the half-distance. He halted there. "It's dreadful, dreadful!" A tremor in his blood, the shame of his foolishness, the fear of catastrophe, all urged him to turn back to the station and hasten away from these miserable complications. But he did not do so, for across the marshes at the foot of the uplands he saw the horse and trap coming back furiously towards him. Oriander was driving it.
"What has happened?"
she cried, jumping from the trap.
"Oh, what fear I was in! What's happened?"
She put her arms around him tenderly. "And I was in great fear," he said with a laugh of relief. "What has happened?"
"The horse came home. Just trotted up to the door and stood still, covered with sweat and foam, you see. The trap was empty. We couldn't understand anything, unless you had been flung out and were bleeding on the road somewhere. I turned the thing back and came on at once."
She was without a hat. She had been anxious, and touched him fondly.
"Tell me what's the scare."
He told her all.
"But Lizzie was not in the trap,"
Oriander declared excitedly.
"She has not come back. What does it mean? What does she want to do? Let us find her. Jump up, Gerald."
Away they drove again, but nobody had seen anything of Lizzie. She had gone, vanished, dissolved, and in that strong, warm air her soul might indeed have been blown to paradise. But they did not know how or why. Nobody knew. A vague search was carried on in the afternoon. Guarded though fruitless enquiries were made, and at last it seemed clear, tolerably clear, that Lizzie had conquered her mad impulse or intention or whatever it was, and walked quietly away across the fields to a station in another direction. Part 5. For a day or two longer time resumed its sweet, slow delightfulness, though its clarity was diminished and some of its enjoyment dimmed. A village woman came to assist in the mornings, but Oriander was now seldom able to leave the inn. She had come home to a burden, a happy, pleasing burden that could not often be laid aside, and therefore a somewhat lonely Laughlin walked the high and low of the country by day, and only in the evenings sat in the parlour with Oriander. Hope, too, was slipping from his heart, as even the joy was slipping from his days, for the spirit of vanished Lizzie, defrauded and indicting, hung in the air of the inn, an implacable obsession, a triumphant foreboding that was proved a prophecy when some boys fishing in the mill dam hooked dead Lizzie from the pool under the hornbeam tree. Then it was that Laughlin's soul discovered to him a mass of feelings, fine sympathy, futile sentiment, a passion for righteousness, morbid regrets, from which a tragic bias was born. After the dread ordeal of the inquest, which gave a passive verdict of found drowned, it was not possible for him to stem this disloyal tendency of his mind. It laid that drowned figure accusatively at the feet of his beloved girl, and no argument or sophistry could disperse the venal savour that clung to the house of the black dog. "To analyze or assess a person's failings or deficiencies," he declared to himself, "is useless, not because such blemishes are immovable, but because they affect the mass of beholders in divers ways. Different minds perceive utterly variant figures in the same being. To Brown, Robinson is a hero, to Jones a snob, to Smith a fool. Who then is right? You are lucky if you can put your miserable self in relation at an angle where your own deficiencies are submerged or minimized, and wise if you can maintain your vision of that interesting angle." But embedded in Laughlin's modest intellect there was a stratum of probity that was rock to these sprays of the casuist, and although Oriander grew more alluring than ever, he packed his bag, and on a morning she herself drove him in the gig to the station. Upon that miserable departure it was fitting that rain should fall. The station platform was piled with bushel baskets and empty oil barrels. It rained with a quiet remorselessness. Neither spoke a word. No one spoke, no sound was uttered but the faint flicking of the raindrops. Her kiss to him was long and sweet, her good-bye almost voiceless. "You will write," she whispered. "Yes, I will write." But he does not do so. In London he is not forgotten, but he cannot endure the thought of that countryside. To be far from the maddening crowd is to be mad indeed. It is only after some trance of recollection, when his fond experience is all delicately and renewingly there, that he wavers. But time and time again he relinquishes or postpones his return, and sometimes he thinks he really will write a letter to his friend who lives in the country. But he does not do so. End of Section 2. Recording by Thomas Rose.
Section 3 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. Alas, poor Bollington. I walked out of the hotel just as I was and left her there. I never went back again. I don't think I intended anything quite so final, so dastardly. I had not intended it. I had not thought of doing so, but that is how it happened. I lost her, lost my wife purposely. It was heartless, it was shabby, for she was a nice woman, a charming woman, a good deal younger than I was, a splendid woman. In fact, she was very beautiful, and yet I ran away from her. How can you explain that, Turner? Poor Bollington looked at Turner, who looked at his glass of whiskey, and that looked irresistible. He drank some. Bollington sipped a little from his glass of milk. I often found myself regarding Bollington as a little old man. Most of the club members did so too, but he was not that at all. He was still on the sunny side of 50, but so unassertive, no presence to speak of, no height, not enough hair to mention. If he had had it, it would surely have been yellow. So mild and modest, he cut no figure at all, just a man in glasses that seemed rather big for him. Turner was different, though he was just as bald. He had stature and bulk. His very pince-nez seemed twice the size of Bollington's spectacles. They have not met each other for 10 years. "Well, yes," Turner said, "but that was a serious thing to do." "Wasn't it?" said the other, and I had no idea of the enormity of the offense, not at the time. She might have been dead, poor girl, and her executors advertising for me. She had money, you know. Her people had been licensed victuallers, quite wealthy. Scandalous. Bollington brooded upon his sin until Turner sighed. "Ah, well, my dear chap." "But you have no idea," protested Bollington, "how entirely she engrossed me. She was 25 and I was 40 when we married. She was entrancing. She had always lived in a stinking hole in Balham, and it seemed amazing how strictly some of those people kept their children. Licensed victuallers, did I tell you? Well, I was 40 and she was 25. We lived for a year dodging about from one hotel to another all over the British Isles. She was a perfect little nomad. Are you married, Turner? No, Turner was not married. He never had been. Oh, but you should be, cried little Bollington. It's an extraordinary experience. The real business of the world is marriage. Marriage. I was deliriously happy, and she was learning French and Swedish. That's where we were going later. She was an enchanting little thing, fair with blue eyes. Phoebe, her name was. Turner thoughtfully brushed his hand across his generous baldness, then folded his arms. You really should, repeated Bollington. You ought to, really. But I remember we went from Killarney to Belfast, and there's something dreadful happened. I don't know. It had been growing on her, I suppose, but she took a dislike to me there. Had strange fancies. Thought I was unfaithful to her. You see, she was popular wherever we went. A lively little woman. In fact, she wasn't merely a woman, she was a little magnet. Men congregated and clung to her like so many tacks and nails and pins. I didn't object at all. On the contrary. Enjoy yourself, Phoebe, I said. I didn't expect you to always hang around an old fogey like me. Fogey was the very word I used. I didn't mean it, of course, but that was the line I took. For she was so charming until she began to get so bad-tempered. And believe me, that made her angry, furious. No, not the fogey, but the idea that I did not object to her philandering. It was fatal. It gave color to her suspicions of me. Turner, I was as innocent as any lamb. Tremendous color. And she had such a sharp tongue. If you ventured to differ from her, and you couldn't help differing sometimes, she'd positively bludgeon you, and you couldn't help being bludgeoned. And she had a passion for putting me right, and I always seemed to be so very wrong, always. She would not be satisfied until she had proved it, and it was so monstrous to be made feel that because you were rather different from other people, you were an impertinent fool. Yes, I seemed at last to gain only the pangs and none of the prizes of marriage. Now there was a lady we met in Belfast to whom I paid some attention. Good Lord, crowed Turner. No, but listen, pleaded Bollington. It was a very innocent friendship. Nothing was further from my mind, and she was very much like my wife. Very much. It was noticeable. Everybody spoke of it. I mean the resemblance. Mrs. McCarthy, a delightful woman, and Phoebe simply loathed her. I confess that my wife's innuendos were so mean and persistent that at last I hadn't the strength to deny them. In fact, at times I wish they were true. Love is idolatry, if you like, but it cannot be complete immolation. There's no such bird as the phoenix, is there, Turner? What? No such bird as the phoenix. No, there is no such bird, I believe. And sometimes I had to ask myself quite seriously if I really hadn't been up to some infidelity. Nonsense, of course, but I assure you that was the effect it was having upon me. I had doubts of myself, frenzied doubts, and it came to a head between Phoebe and me in our room one day. We quarreled, oh dear, how we quarreled. She said I was sly, two-faced, unfaithful, I was a scoundrel, and so on. Awfully untrue, all of it. She accused me of dreadful things with Mrs. McCarthy, and she screamed out, I hope you will treat her better than you have treated me. Now what should you mean by that, Turner? Bollington eyed his friend as if he expected an oracular answer, but just as Turner was about to respond, Bollington continued. Well, I never found out. I never knew. For what followed was too terrible. I shall go out, I said. It will be better, I think. Just that, nothing more. I put on my hat and I put my hand on the knob of the door when she said most violently, Go with your McCarthys. I never want to see your filthy face again. Extraordinary, you know, Turner. Well, I went out, and I will not deny I was in a rage, terrific. It was raining, but I didn't care, and I walked about in it. Then I took shelter in a bookseller's doorway opposite a shop that sold tennis rackets and tobacco, and another one that displayed carnations and peaches on wads of colored wool. The rain came so fast that the streets seemed to empty, and the passers-by were horridly silent under their umbrellas, and their footsteps splashed so dully. And I tell you I was very sad, Turner, there. I debated whether to rush across the road and buy a lot of carnations and peaches and take them to Phoebe. But I did not do so, Turner. I never went back. Never. Why, Bollington, you were a positive ruffian, Bollington. Oh, scandalous, rejoined the ruffian. Well, out with it. What about Mrs. McCarthy? Mrs. McCarthy? But, Turner, I never saw her again. Never. I forgot her. Yes, I went prowling on until I found myself at the docks, and there it suddenly became dark. I don't know, there was no evening, no twilight. The day stopped for a moment, and it did not recover. There were hundreds of bullocks slithering and panting and steaming in the road. Thousands. Lamps were hung up in the harbor. Crabs and trolleys rattled round the bullocks. The rain fell dismally, and everybody hurried. I went into the dock and saw them load the steamer. It was called SS Frolic. And really, Turner, the things they put into the belly of that steamer were rather funny. Tons and tons of monstrous big chain, the links as big as soup plates, and 2 or 3 Pantechnicon vans. Yes, I was anything but frolicsome, I assure you. I was full of misery and trepidation, and the deuce knows what. I did not know what I wanted to do, or what I was going to do. But I found myself buying a ticket to go to Liverpool on that steamer, and in short, I embarked. How wretched I was, but how determined. Everything on board was depressing and dirty, and when at last we moved off, the foam slewed away in filthy bubbles as if that dirty steamer had been sick and was running away from it. I got to Liverpool in the early morn, but I did not stay there. It is such a clamoring place, all trams and trolleys and tea shops. I sat in the station for an hour, the most miserable man alive, the most miserable ever born. I wanted some rest, some peace, some repose, but they never ceased shunting an endless train of goods trucks, banging and screeching until I almost screamed at the very porters. Criff was the name on some of the trucks, I remember. Criff. And everything seemed to be going criff, criff, criff. I haven't discovered to this day what criff signifies, whether it's a station or a company or a manufacturer, but it was criff, I remember. Well, I rushed to London and put my affairs in order. A day or two later, I went to Southampton and boarded another steamer and put to sea. Or rather, we were ignominiously lugged out of the dock by a little rat of a tug that seemed all funnel and hooter. I was off to America, and there I stopped for over 3 years. Turner sighed. A waiter brought him another glass of spirit. I can't help thinking, Bollington, that it was all very fiery and touchy. Of course, I don't know. But really, it was a bit steep, very squeamish of you. What did your wife say? I never communicated with her. I never heard from her. I just dropped out. My filthy face, you know, she did not want to see it again. Oh, come, Bollington, and what did Mrs. McCarthy say? Mrs. McCarthy? I never saw or heard of her again. I told you that. Yes, you told me. So you slung off to America. I was intensely miserable there for a long while. Of course, I loved Phoebe enormously. I felt the separation. Oh, it is impossible to describe. But what was worst of all was the meanness of my behavior. There was nothing heroic about it. I soon saw clearly that it was a shabby trick, disgusting. I had bolted and left her to the mercy of, well, whatever there was. It made such an awful barrier. You've no idea of my compunction. I couldn't make overtures. Let us forgive and forget. I was a mean rascal. I was filthy. That was the barrier, myself. I was too bad. I thought I should recover and enjoy life again. I began to think of Phoebe as a cat, a little cat. I went everywhere and did everything. But America is a big country. I couldn't get into contact. I was lonely, very lonely. And although 2 years went by, I longed for Phoebe. Everything I did I wanted to do with Phoebe by my side. And then my cousin, my only relative in the world, he lived in England, he died. I scarcely ever saw him, but still he was my kin. And he died. You've no comprehension, Turner, of the truly awful sensation such a bereavement brings. Not a soul in the world now would have the remotest interest in my welfare. Oh, I tell you, Turner, it was tragic, tragic, when my cousin died. It made my isolation complete. I was alone, a man who had made a dreadful mess of life. What with sorrow and remorse, I felt that I should soon die, not of disease, but of disgust. You are a great ninny, ejaculated his friends. Why the devil didn't you hurry back? Claim your wife. Bygones be bygones. Why, bless my conscience, what a ninny. What a great ninny. Yes, Turner, it is as you say. But though consciousness is a good servant, it is a very bad master. It overruled me. It shamed me, and I hung on to America for still another year. I tell you, my situation was unbearable. I was tied to my misery. I was a tethered dog, a duck without water, even dirty water. And I hadn't any faith in myself or in my case. I knew I was wrong, had always been wrong. Phoebe had taught me that. I hadn't any faith. I wish I had had. Faith can move mountains, so they say, though I've never heard of it actually being done. No, not in historical times, declared Turner. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, time is nothing. It's nothing. It comes and off it goes. Has it ever occurred to you, Bollington, that in 5,000 years or so there will be nobody in the world speaking the English language? Our very existence will be even speculated upon, as if we were the anthropophagi? Oh, good Lord, yes. And another whiskey. You know, Bollington, you were a perfect fool. You behaved like one of those half-baked civil service hounds who lunch in a dairy on a cup of tea and a cream horn. You wanted some beef, some ginger. You came back. You must have come back because there you are now. Yes, Turner, I came back after nearly 4 years. Everything was different. How strange. I could not find Phoebe. It is weird how people can disappear. I made inquiries, but it was like looking for a lost umbrella. Fruitless after so long. Well, what about Mrs. McCarthy? Mr. Bollington said, slowly and with the utmost precision, I did not see Mrs. McCarthy again. Oh, of course. You did not see her again. Not ever. Not ever. I feared Phoebe had gone abroad, too, but at last I found her in London. No, roared Turner. Why the devil couldn't you say so and done with it? I've been sweating with sympathy for you. Oh, I say, Bollington. My dear Turner, listen. Do you know, she was delighted to see me. She even kissed me straight off, and we went out to dine and had the very deuce of a spread, and were having the very deuce of a good time. She was lovelier than ever, and I could see all her old affection for me was returning. She was so, well, I can't tell you. Turner, but she had no animosity whatsoever, no grievance. She would certainly have taken me back that very night. Oh dear, dear. And then I was anxious to throw myself at her feet. But you couldn't do that in a public cafe. I could only touch her hands, beautiful as they lay on the white linen cloth. I kept asking, do you forgive me? And she would reply, I have nothing to forgive, dear, nothing. How wonderful that sounded to my truly penitent soul. I wanted to die. But you don't ask me where I've been, she cried gaily, or what I've been doing, you careless old Peter. I've been to France, and Sweden too. I was delighted to hear that. It was so very plucky. When did you go? I asked. When I left you, she said. You mean when I went away? Did you go away? Of course, you must have. Poor Peter, what a sad time he has had. I was a little bewildered, but I was delighted. In fact, Turner, I was hopelessly infatuated again. I wanted to wring out all the dregs of my detestable villainy and be absolved. All I began with was, were you not very glad to be rid of me? Well, she said, my great fear at first was that you would find me again and make it up. I didn't want that then. At least, I thought I didn't. That's exactly what I felt, I exclaimed. But how could I find you? Well, Phoebe said, you might have found out and followed me. But I promise never to run away again, Peter dear. Never. Turner, my reeling intelligence swerved like a shot bird. Do you mean, Phoebe, that you ran away from me? Yes, didn't I? She answered. But I ran away from you. I walked out of the hotel on that dreadful afternoon we quarreled so, and I never went back. I went to America. I was in America for nearly 4 years. Do you mean you ran away from me? She cried. Yes, I said. Didn't I? But that is exactly what I did. I mean, I ran away from you. I walked out of the hotel directly you had gone. I never went back. And I've been abroad thinking how tremendously I had served you out, and wondering what you thought of it all and where you were. I could only say, good God, Phoebe, I've had the most awful 4 years of remorse and sorrow. All vain, mistaken, useless, thrown away. And she said, and I've had 4 years, living in a fool's paradise after all. How dared you run away? It's disgusting. And Turner, in a moment she was at me again in her old dreadful way. And the last words I had from her, now I never want to see your face again. Never. This is the end. And that's how things are now, Turner. It's rather sad, isn't it? Sad? Why, you chump, when was it you saw her? Oh, a long time ago. It must be nearly 3 years now. 3 years? But you'll see her again. Phew. No, 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 Turner. God bless me. No, 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 said the little old man. End of section 3. Recorded by Matt Tantillo.
Section 4 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Ballet Girl. On the last night of Hilary term, Simpkins left his father's shop a quarter before the closing hour in order to deliver personally a letter to John Evans Antrobus, Esquire of St. Saviour's College. Simpkins was a clerk to his father, and the letter he carried was inscribed on its envelope as important, and a further direction, wait answer, was doubly underlined. Acting as he was told to act by his father, than whom he was incapable of recognizing any bigger authority either in this world, or if such a slight, shrinking fellow could ever project his comprehension so far, in the next, he passed the porter's lodge under the archway of St. Saviour's, and crossing the first quadrangle, entered a small hall that bore the names of J. Evans Antrobus and half a dozen others, neatly painted on the wall. He climbed 2 flights of wooden stairs, and knocking over a door whose lintel was marked 5, Evans Antrobus, was invited to come in. He entered a study and confronted 3 hilarious young men, all clothed immaculately in evening dress, a costume he himself privily admired, much as a derelict might envy the harp of an angel. The noisiest young gentleman, the tall one with the monocle, was his quarry. He handed the letter to him. Mr. Evans Antrobus then read the letter, which invited him to pay instanter a 4-year-old debt of some 9 or 10 pounds, which he had inexplicably but consistently overlooked. And there was a half-hidden but unpleasant alternative suggested should Mr. Evans Antrobus fail to comply with this not unreasonable request. Mr. Evans Antrobus said, "Damn." In point of fact, he enlarged the scope of his vocabulary far beyond the limits of that modest expletive, while his 2 friends, being invited to read the missive, also exclaimed in terms that were not at all subsidiary. "My compliments to Messrs. Bagshot and Buffle," exclaimed the tall young man with the monocle angrily. "I shall certainly call round and see them in the morning. Good evening." Little Simpkins explained that Bagshot and Buffle were not in need of compliments, their business being to sell boots and to receive payment for them. 2 of the jolly young gentlemen proposed to throw him down the stairs, and were only persuaded not to by the 3rd jolly young gentleman, who much preferred to throw him out of the window. Whereupon Simpkins politely hinted that he would be compelled to interview the college dean and await developments in his chambers. Simpkins made it quite clear that, whatever happened, he was going to wait somewhere until he got the money. The 3 jolly young gentlemen then told little Simpkins exactly what they thought of him. Exactly. Admitting no shade of denunciation, fine or emphatic. They told him where he ought to be at that very moment, where he would quickly be unless he took himself off. In short, they told him a lot of prophetic things, which, as is the way of prophecy, invited a climax of catastrophic horror. "What is your name? Who the devil are you?" "My name is Simpkins." Then the 3 jolly young gentlemen took counsel together in whispers, and at last Mr. Evans Antrobus said, "Well, if you insist upon waiting, Mr. Simpkins, I must get the money for you. I can borrow it, I suppose. Boys from Faz, can I?" Again they consulted in whispers, after which 2 of the young gents said they ought to be going, and so they went. "Wait here for me," said Mr. Evans Antrobus. "I shall not be 5 minutes." But Mr. Simpkins was so firmly opposed to this course that the other relented. "Damn you, come along with me, then. I must go and see Faz." So off they went to some rooms higher up the same flight of stairs, beyond a door that was marked F.A. Zealander. When they entered, Faz sat moping in front of the fire. He was wrapped as deeply as an Eskimo in some plaid traveling rugs girt with pink rope of a dressing gown that lay across his knees. The fire was good, but the hearth was full of ashes. The end of the fender was ornamented with the strange little iron face of a man whose eyes were shut, but whose knobby cheeks fondly glowed. Faz's eyes were not shut, they were covered by dim glasses, and his cheeks had no more glow than a sponge. "Hello, Faz, you better today?" "No, dearie, I'm not conscious of any improvement. This influenza's a thug. I'm being deprived of my vitality as completely as a fried rasher." "Oh, by the by," said his friend, "you don't know each other. Mr. Simpkins, Mr. Zealander." The former bowed awkwardly and unexpectedly shook Mr. Zealander's hot, limp hand. At that moment a man hurried in, exclaiming, "Mr. Evans Antrobus, sir. The dean wants to see you in his rooms at once, sir." "That is just awkward," said the gentleman blandly. "Excuse me for a moment or 2, Faz." He hurried out, leaving Simpkins confronting Mr. Zealander in some confusion. Faz poked his flaming coal. "This fire, did you ever see such a morbid conflagration?" "Rather nice, I thought. replied Simpkins affably. "Quite cool tonight. Outside, rather." The host peered at him through those dim glasses. There's a foggy humidity about everything, like the inside of a cream tart. "But sit down," said Faz, with the geniality of a man who was about to be hung, and was rather glad that he was no longer to be exposed to the fraudulent excess of life, "and tell me a bawdy story." Simpkins sank into an armchair and was silent. "Perhaps you don't care for bawdy stories," continued Faz. I do. I love vulgarity. There's such a niche in life for vulgarity. If ever I possess a house of my own, I will, upon my soul, one augustly vulgar room, divinely vulgar, upholstered in sallow pigskin. Do tell me something. You haven't got a spanner on you, I suppose? There's something the matter with my bed. Once it was full of goose feathers, but now I sleep, as it were, on the bulge of a barrel. I must do something to it with a spanner. I hate spanners. Such dreadful, democratic tools. They terrify me. They gape at you as if they want to bite you. Spanners are made of iron, and this is a funny world, for it is full of things like spanners. Simpkins timidly rose up through the waves of this discourse and asked if he could do anything. He was mystified, amused, and impressed by this person. He didn't often meet people like that. He didn't often meet anybody. He rather liked him. On each side of the invalid there were tables and bottles of medicine. "I'm just going to take my temperature," said Faz. "Do you have a cigarette, dearie? Or a cigar? Can you see the matches? Yes, now do you mind surrounding me with my medicines? They give such a hopeful air to the occasion. There's a file of sodium solicitate tabloids. I must take 6 of them in a minute or 2. Then there are the quinine capsules, the formalin. Yes, those lozenges I suck. Have one? They're so comforting, and that depressing laxative. Surround me with them. Oh, glorious benignant, isn't it? Now I shall take my temperature. I shall be as stolid as the Sphinx for 3 minutes. So do tell me that story. Where is my thermometer? Oh!" He popped the thermometer into his mouth, but pulled it out again. "Did you know, L.G., he's a blithe little fellow. Oh, very blithe. He was in Jacobson's rooms the other day. Jacobson's a bit of an art connoisseur, you know, and draws and paints, and Jacobson drew attention to the portrait of a lady that was hanging on the wall." "Oh, dear," said L.G., "what a hag. Where did you get that thing? Just like that. Such a perfect fool, L.G. "It's my mother," says Jacobson. "Oh, of course," explained L.G. "I didn't mean that. Of course, my dear fellow. I referred to the horrible treatment, entirely to the horrible treatment. It is a wretched daub." "I did it myself," said Jacobson. "You don't know L.G.? Oh, he is very blithe. What were you going to tell me? I'm just going to take my temperature. Yesterday it was 90-odd point something. I do hope it is different now. I can't bear those points. They seem so equivocal." Faz sat with the tube of thermometer projecting from his mouth. At the end of the test, he regarded it very earnestly before returning it disconsolately to the table. Then he addressed his visitor with considerable gloom. "Pardon me, I did not catch your name." "Simpkins." "Simpkins," repeated Faz, with a dubious drawl. "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't like Simpkins. It sounds so minuscular. What are you taking?" "I won't take anything, sir, thank you," replied Simpkins. "I mean, what schools are you taking?" "Oh, no school at all." Faz was mystified. "What college are you?" "I'm not at a college," confessed the other. "I came to see Mr. Evans-Antropus with a note. I'm waiting for an answer." "Where do you come from?" "From Bagshot and Buffles." After a silence he added, "Bespoke boots?" "Hump, you are very young to make bespoke boots, aren't you, Simpkins, surely? Are you an agnostic? Have a cigar. You must. You've been very good, and I'm so interested in your career. But tell me now what it exactly is that you are sitting in my room for." Simpkins told him all he could. "It's interesting, most fascinating," declared Faz, "but it is a little beyond me all the same. I am afraid, Simpkins, that you have been deposited with me as if I were a bank, and you were something not negotiable, as you really are, I fear. But you mustn't tell the Dean about Evans-Antropus. No, you mustn't. It's never done. Tell me, why do you make bespoke boots? It's an unusual taste to display. Wouldn't you rather come to college, for instance, and study, anthropology? Nothing at all about boots and anthropology?" "No," said Simpkins. He shuffled in his chair and felt uneasy. I'd be out of my depth. Faz glared at him, and Simpkins repeated, out of my depth, that would be sure. This is very shameful, commented the other, but it's interesting, most fascinating. You brazenly maintain that you would rather study boots than books and brains. A cobbler must stick to his last, replied Simpkins, recalling a phrase of his father's. Bravo, cried Faz, but not an everlasting last. And I don't know anything about all this. There's nothing about it I'd want to know. It wouldn't be any good to me. It's no use mixing things. And there's a lot to be learnt about boots. You'd be surprised. You gotta keep yourself to yourself, and not get out of your depth. Take a steady line and stick to it, and not get out of your depth. But, dearie, you don't sleep with a life belt girt about your loins, do you? I'm not out of my depth. I shouldn't be, even if I started to make boots. Oh, wouldn't you? Shouted Simpkins. I should find it rather a shallow occupation. Mere business is the very devil of a business. Business should be a funny sort of life. Life's a funny business. You looked after your business, and it will look after you. But what in the world are we in the world at all for, Simpkins? Isn't it surely to do just the things we most intensely want to do? And you do boots and boots and boots. Don't you ever get out and about? Theatres, girls, sport, or do you insist on boot, the whole boot, and nothing but the boot? No, none of them, replied Simpkins. Don't care for theatres. I've never been. Don't care for girls. I like a quiet life. I keep myself to myself. It's safer. Don't get out of your depth, then. I do go and have a look at the football match sometimes, but it's only because we make the boots for some of your crack players, and you want to know what you're making them for. Work doesn't trouble me. Nothing troubles me, and I got money in the bank. Damn, Simpkins, you have a terrible conviction about you. If I listen to you much longer, I shall bind myself apprentice to you. I feel sure that you make nice, soft, watertight, everlasting boots, and then we should rise in the profession together. Discourse, Simpkins, you enchant mine ears, both of them. What I say is, concluded Simpkins, you can't understand everything. I shouldn't want to. I am all right as it is. Of course you are. You're simply too true. This is a place flowing with afternoon tea, tutors, and claptrap. It's a city in which everything is set upon a bill. You're simply too true. If we are not out of our depth, we are in up to our ears. I am. It's most fascinating. Soon afterwards, Simpkins left him. Descending the stairs to the rooms of Evans Antrobus, he switched on the light. It was very quiet and snug in those rooms, with the soft, elegant couch, the reading lamp with the delicious violet shade, the decanter with whiskey, the box of chocolate biscuits, and the gramophone. He sat down by the fire, waiting and waiting. Simpkins waited so long that he got used to the room. He even stole a sip of whiskey and some of the chocolate biscuits. Then, to show his independence, his contempt of Mr. Antrobus and his trickery, he took still more of the whiskey, a drink he had never tasted before. He really took quite a lot. He heaped coal upon the fire and stalked about the room with his hands in his pockets, or examined the books, most of which are about something called jurisprudence, and such like. Simpkins liked books. He began reading. That the Pleuronectidae are admirably adapted by their flattened and asymmetrical structure for their habits of life is manifest from several species, such as soles and flounders, etc., being extremely common. He did not care much for science. He opened another. It is difficult indeed to imagine that anything can oscillate so rapidly as to strike the retina of the eye 831,479,000,000,000 in 1 second, as must be the case with violet light according to this hypothesis. Simpkins looked at the light and blinked his eyes. That had a violent shade. He really did not care for science, and he had an inclination to put the book down as his head seemed to be swaying, but he continued to turn the pages. Snowdon is the highest mountain in England or Wales. Snowdon is not so high as Ben Nevis. Therefore the highest mountain in England or Wales is not so high as Ben Nevis. Oh, my head, mumbled Simpkins. Water must be either warm or not warm, but it does not follow that it must be warm or cold. Simpkins felt giddy. He dropped the book and tottered to the couch. Immediately the room spun round, and something in his head began to hum, to roar like the aeroplane a long way up in the sky. He felt that he ought to get out of the room, quickly, and get some water. Either not or cold warm. He didn't mind which. He clapped on his hat, and, slipping into his overcoat, he reached a door. It opened into a bedroom, very bare indeed compared with this other room, but Simpkins rolled in. The door slammed behind him, and in the darkness he fell upon a bed, with queer sensations that seemed to be dividing and subtracting in him. When he awoke later, it seemed much later, he felt quite well again. He had forgotten where he was. It was a strange place he was in, utterly dark, but there was a great noise sounding quite close to him. A gramophone, people shouting with choruses and dancing about in the adjoining room. He could hear a lady's voice, too. Then he remembered that he ought not to be in that room at all. It was criminal. He might be taken for a burglar or something. He slid from the bed, groped in the darkness until he found his hat, unbuttoned his coat, for he was fearfully hot, and stood in the bedroom door trembling in the darkness, waiting and listening to that tremendous row. He had been a fool to come in there. How was he to get out? How the deuce was he to get out? The gramophone stopped. He could hear the voices more plainly. He grew silently panic-stricken. It was awful. They'd be coming in to him, perhaps, and find him sneaking there like a thief. He must get out. He must get out. Yes, but how? The singing began again. The men kept calling out, "Lulu, Lulu," and a lady's gay voice would reply to a Charlie or a George, and so on, when all at once there came a peremptory knock at the outer door. The noise within stopped immediately. Deep silence. Simpkins could hear whispering. The people in there were startled. He could almost feel them staring at each other with uneasiness. The lady laughed out, startlingly shrill. "Shh, shh," the others cried. The door knocking began again, emphatic, terrible. Simpkins' already quaking heart began to beat ecstatically. Why, oh why, didn't they open that door? Open it, open it! There was shuffling in the room, and when the knocking was repeated for the third time, the outer door was apparently unlocked. "Faz! Oh, Faz, you brute!" cried the relieved voices in the room. "You fool, Faz! Come in, damn you, and shut the door." "Good gracious!" exclaimed the apparently deliberating Faz. "What is that?" "Hullo, Rob Roy!" cried the lady. "It's me." "Charmed to meet you, madam. How interesting, most fascinating. Yes, I am quite charmed, but I wish somebody would kindly give me the loose end of it all. I'm suffering, as you see, dearies, and I don't understand all this. I'm quite out of my depth. The noise you've been making is just crushing me." Several voices began to explain at once. "We captured her, Faz, yes. Rape of the Sabines. What, from the vaudeville? Had a rag, glorious. Corralled all the attendants and scene shifters. Rushed the stage, we did. We did. Everybody chased somebody, and we chased Lulu. We did, we did." "Oh, shut up, everybody," cried out Faz. "Yes, listen," cried the voice of Evan Xantrobus. "This is how it happened. They chased the 8 Sisters Victoria off the stage, and we spied dear little Lulu. She was one of those 8 Victorias, bolting down a passage to the stage entrance. She fled into the street just as she was. Isn't she a duck? There was a taxi standing there, and Lulu, wise woman, jumped in, and we jumped in too. We did, we did. 'Wherefore?' says taxi-man. 'Saviour's College,' say we, and here you are, Lulu. What do you think of her?" "Charming, utterly charming," replied Faz. "The details are most clarifying. But how did you manage to usher her into the college?" "My overcoat on," explained one voice. "And my hat," cried another. "And we dazzled the porter," said a third. There were lots of other jolly things to explain. Lulu had not resisted at all. She had enjoyed it. It was a lark. "Oh, beautiful, most fascinating," agreed Faz. "But how you propose to get her out of the college, I have no more notion than Satan has of sanctity. It's rather late, isn't it?" Simpkins, in his dark room, could hear someone rushing up the stairs with flying leaps that ceased at the outer door. Then a breathless voice hissed out, "You fellows, scat, scat! Police are in the lodge, with the proctors and that taxi-man." In a moment, Evan Xantrobus began to groan. "Oh, my God, what can we do with her? We must get her out at once. Over the wall, eh? And at once, quick! Johnstone, quick, go and find a rope. Quick, a rope." And Faz said, "It does begin to look a little foolish. Oh, I am feeling so damn bad. But you can't blame a fool for anything it does, can you? But I am bad. I'm going to bed instantly. I feel quite out of my depth here. Oh, that young friend of yours, that Simpkins. Charming young person. Very blithe he was, dear Evan Xantrobus." Everybody now seemed to rush away from the room, except the girl Lulu and Evan Xantrobus. He was evidently very agitated and in a bad humor. He clumped about the room, exclaiming, "Oh, damnation, do hurry up, somebody. What am I going to do with her? Boozy little pig, do hurry up." Who's a pig? I want to go out of here, shrilled Lulu, and apparently she made for the door. You can't go like that, he cried. You can't, you mustn't. Don't be a fool, Lulu. Lulu, now, isn't it a fearful mess? I'm not going to stop here with you, ugly thing. I don't like it. I'm going now. Let go. But you can't go, I tell you, in these things, not like that. Let me think, can't you? Why don't you let me think, you little fool? Put something on you, my overcoat. Cover yourself up. I shall be ruined, damn you. Why the devil did you come here, you? And who brought me here, Mr. Antibus? Oh, yes, I know you. I shall have something to say to the vicar, or whoever it is you're afraid of, baby face. Let me go. I don't want to be left here alone with you, she yelled. Simpkins heard an awful scuffle. He could wait no longer. He flung open the door, rushed into the room, and caught up a siphon, the first handy weapon. They saw him at once, and stood apart, amazed. Fine game, said the trembling Simpkins to the man, with all the sternness at his command. As nobody spoke, he repeated, quite contemptuously, Fine game. Lulu was breathing hard, with her hands resting upon her bosom. Her appearance was so startling to the boy that he nearly dropped the siphon. He continued to face her, hugging it with both hands against his body. She was clad in pink tights. They were of silk. They glistened in the sharper light from under the violet shade. A soft white tarlatan skirt that spread around her like a carnation, and a rose-colored bodice. She was dainty, with a little round head, and a little round face like a briar rose. But he guessed she was strong, though her beauty had apparently all the fragility of a flower. Her hair, of dull dark gold, hung in loose tidiness without pin or braid, the locks cut short to her neck, where they curved in to brush the white skin. A deep straight fringe of it was combed upon the childish brow. Grey were her surprised eyes, and wide the pouting lips. Her lovely naked arms, oh, he could scarcely bear to look at them. She stood now, with one hand upon her hip, and the other lying against her cheek, staring at Simpkins. Then she danced delightfully up to him, and took the siphon away. Look here, said Evans Antrobus to Lulu. He had recovered his nerve, and did not express any astonishment at Simpkins' sudden appearance. He is just your size. You dress up in his clothes, quick. Then it's simple. No, said the girl. And no for me, said Simpkins, fiercely, almost. Just then the door was thrust partly open, and a rope was flung into the room. The bringer of it darted away downstairs again. Hi, here, called Evans Antrobus, rushing to the door. But nobody stayed for him. Nobody answered him. He came back and picked up the rope. Put on that coat, he commanded Lulu, and that hat. Now, look here, not a word, not a giggle even, or we're done, and I might just as well screw your blessed neck. Would you? Snorted Simpkins, with not a little animosity. Yes, would you? Chimed Lulu, but nevertheless she obeyed and followed him down the stairs. Then she turned and beckoned. Simpkins followed too. They crossed a dark quadrangle and passed down a passage that was utter darkness, through another quad, another passage, and halted in a gloomy yard behind the chapel, where Evans Antrobus struck a match, and where empty boxes, bottles, and other rubbish had accumulated under a wall about 10 feet high. You first, and quiet, quiet, growled Evans Antrobus to Simpkins. No one spoke again. Night was thickly dark, the stars were dim, the air moist and chill. Simpkins, assisted by the other man, clambered over rickety boxes and straddled the high, thick wall. The rope was hung over, too, and when the big man had jumped to earth again, dragging his weight against it, Simpkins slid down on the other side. He was now in a narrow street, with a dim lamp at one end that cast no gleam to the spot where he had descended. There were dark, high-browed buildings looming high around him. He stood holding the end of the rope and looking up at the stars. Very faint they were. The wall was much higher on this side, looked like a mountain, and he thought of Ben Nevis again. This is out of your depth, if you like, out of your depth entirely. It was all wrong somehow, or at any rate, it was not all right. It couldn't be right. Never again would he mess about with a lot of lunatics. He hadn't done any good. He hadn't even got the money. He had forgotten it. He had not got anything at all except a headache. The rope tightened. Lulu was astride the wall, quarreling with the man on the other side. Keep your rotten coat. She slipped it off and flung it down the wall. And your rotten hat, too, spider face. She flung that down from the wall and spat into the darkness. Turning to the other side, she whispered, I'm coming, and scrambled down, sliding into Simpkins' arms. And somehow he stood holding her so, embracing her quite tightly. She was all softness and perfume. He could not let her go. She had scarcely anything on. He would not let her go. It was marvelous and beautiful to him, The glimmer of her white face was mysterious and tender in the darkness. She put her arms around his neck. "Oh, I rather love you," she said. End of Section 4. Ballet Girl. Section 4 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Ballet Girl. On the last night of Hilary term, Simpkins left his father's shop a quarter before the closing hour in order to deliver personally a letter to John Evans Antrobus, Esquire of St. Saviour's College. Simpkins was a clerk to his father, and the letter he carried was inscribed on its envelope as "important," and a further direction, "wait answer," was doubly underlined. Acting as he was told to act by his father, than whom he was incapable of recognizing any bigger authority either in this world, or if such a slight, shrinking fellow could ever project his comprehension so far, in the next, he passed the porter's lodge under the archway of St. Saviour's, and crossing the first quadrangle, entered a small hall that bore the names of J. Evans Antrobus and half a dozen others, neatly painted on the wall. He climbed 2 flights of wooden stairs, and knocking over a door whose lintel was marked 5, Evans Antrobus, was invited to come in. He entered a study and confronted 3 hilarious young men, all clothed immaculately in evening dress, a costume he himself privily admired, much as a derelict might envy the harp of an angel. The noisiest young gentleman, the tall one with the monocle, was his quarry. He handed the letter to him. Mr. Evans Antrobus then read the letter, which invited him to pay instanter a 4-year-old debt of some 9 or 10 pounds, which he had inexplicably but consistently overlooked. And there was a half-hidden but unpleasant alternative suggested should Mr. Evans Antrobus fail to comply with this not unreasonable request. Mr. Evans Antrobus said, "Damn!" In point of fact, he enlarged the scope of his vocabulary far beyond the limits of that modest expletive, while his 2 friends, being invited to read the missive, also exclaimed in terms that were not at all subsidiary. "My compliments to Messrs. Bagshot and Buffle," exclaimed the tall young man with the monocle angrily. "I shall certainly call round and see them in the morning. Good evening." Little Simpkins explained that Bagshot and Buffle were not in need of compliments, their business being to sell boots and to receive payment for them. 2 of the jolly young gentlemen proposed to throw him down the stairs, and were only persuaded not to by the 3rd jolly young gentleman, who much preferred to throw him out of the window. Whereupon Simpkins politely hinted that he would be compelled to interview the college dean and await developments in his chambers. Simpkins made it quite clear that, whatever happened, he was going to wait somewhere until he got the money. The 3 jolly young gentlemen then told little Simpkins exactly what they thought of him. Exactly, omitting no shade of denunciation, fine or emphatic. They told him where he ought to be at that very moment, where he would quickly be unless he took himself off. In short, they told him a lot of prophetic things, which, as is the way of prophecy, invited a climax of catastrophic horror. "What is your name? Who the devil are you?" "My name is Simpkins." Then the 3 jolly young gentlemen took counsel together in whispers, and at last Mr. Evans Antrobus said, "Well, if you insist upon waiting, Mr. Simpkins, I must get the money for you. I can borrow it, I suppose. Boys from Faz, can I?" Again they consulted in whispers, after which 2 of the young gents said they ought to be going, and so they went. "Wait here for me," said Mr. Evans Antrobus. "I shall not be 5 minutes." But Mr. Simpkins was so firmly opposed to this course that the other relented. "Damn you, come along with me, then. I must go and see Faz." So off they went, to some rooms higher up the same flight of stairs, beyond a door that was marked F.A. Zealander. When they entered, Faz sat moping in front of the fire. He was wrapped as deeply as an Eskimo in some plaid traveling rugs girt with pink rope of a dressing gown that lay across his knees. The fire was good, but the hearth was full of ashes. The end of the fender was ornamented with the strange little iron face of a man whose eyes were shut, but whose knobby cheeks fondly glowed. Faz's eyes were not shut, they were covered by dim glasses, and his cheeks had no more glow than a sponge. "Hello, Faz. You better today?" "No, dearie. I'm not conscious of any improvement. This influenza's a thug. I'm being deprived of my vitality as completely as a fried rasher." "Oh, by the by," said his friend, "you don't know each other. Mr. Simpkins, Mr. Zealander." The former bowed awkwardly and unexpectedly shook Mr. Zealander's hot, limp hand. At that moment a man hurried in, exclaiming, "Mr. Evans Antrobus, sir. The dean wants to see you in his rooms at once, sir." "That is just awkward," said the gentleman blandly. "Excuse me for a moment or two, Faz." He hurried out, leaving Simpkins confronting Mr. Zealander in some confusion. Faz poked his flaming coal. "This fire, did you ever see such a morbid conflagration?" "Rather nice, I thought," replied Simpkins affably. "Quite cool tonight. Outside, rather." The host peered at him through those dim glasses. "There's a foggy humidity about everything, like the inside of a cream tart." "But sit down," said Faz, with the geniality of a man who was about to be hung, and was rather glad that he was no longer to be exposed to the fraudulent excess of life, "and tell me a bawdy story." Simpkins sank into an armchair and was silent. "Perhaps you don't care for bawdy stories," continued Faz. I do. I love vulgarity. There's such a niche in life for vulgarity. If ever I possess a house of my own, I will, upon my soul, one augustly vulgar room, divinely vulgar, upholstered in sallow pigskin. Do tell me something. You haven't got a spanner on you, I suppose? There's something the matter with my bed. Once it was full of goose feathers, but now I sleep, as it were, on the bulge of a barrel. I must do something to it with a spanner. I hate spanners. Such dreadful, democratic tools. They terrify me. They gape at you as if they want to bite you. Spanners are made of iron, and this is a funny world, for it is full of things like spanners. Simpkins timidly rose up through the waves of this discourse and asked if he could do anything. He was mystified, amused, and impressed by this person. He didn't often meet people like that. He didn't often meet anybody. He rather liked him. On each side of the invalid there were tables and bottles of medicine. "I'm just going to take my temperature," said Faz. "Do you have a cigarette, dearie? Or a cigar? Can you see the matches? Yes, now do you mind surrounding me with my medicines? They give such a hopeful air to the occasion. There's a file of sodium solicitate tabloids. I must take 6 of them in a minute or two. Then there are the quinine capsules, the formalin. Yes, those lozenges I suck. Have one? They're so comforting, and that depressing laxative. Surround me with them. Oh, glorious benignant, isn't it? Now I shall take my temperature. I shall be as stolid as the Sphinx for 3 minutes. So do tell me that story. Where is my thermometer? Oh!" He popped the thermometer into his mouth, but pulled it out again. "Did you know, L.G., he's a blithe little fellow. Oh, very blithe. He was in Jacobson's rooms the other day. Jacobson's a bit of an art connoisseur, you know, and draws and paints, and Jacobson drew attention to the portrait of a lady that was hanging on the wall." "Oh, dear," said L.G., "what a hag. Where did you get that thing?" Just like that. "Such a perfect fool, L.G. "It's my mother," says Jacobson. "Oh, of course," explained L.G. "I didn't mean that, of course, my dear fellow. I referred to the horrible treatment, entirely to the horrible treatment. It is a wretched daub." "I did it myself," said Jacobson. "You don't know L.G.? Oh, he is very blithe. What were you going to tell me? I'm just going to take my temperature. Yesterday it was 90-odd point something. I do hope it is different now. I can't bear those points. They seem so equivocal." Faz sat with the tube of thermometer projecting from his mouth. At the end of the test he regarded it very earnestly before returning it disconsolately to the table. Then he addressed his visitor with considerable gloom. "Pardon me, I did not catch your name." "Simpkins." "Simpkins," repeated Faz, with a dubious drawl. "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't like Simpkins. It sounds so minuscular. What are you taking?" "I won't take anything, sir, thank you," replied Simpkins. "I mean, what schools are you taking?" "Oh, no school at all." Faz was mystified. "What college are you?" "I'm not at a college," confessed the other. "I came to see Mr. Evans Antrobus with a note. I'm waiting for an answer." "Where do you come from?" "From Bagshot and Buffles." After a silence he added, "Bespoke boots?" "Hump, you are very young to make bespoke boots, aren't you, Simpkins, surely? Are you an agnostic?" Have a cigar. You must. You've been very good, and I'm so interested in your career. But tell me now what it exactly is that you are sitting in my room for." Simpkins told him all he could. "It's interesting, most fascinating," declared Faz, "but it is a little beyond me all the same. I am afraid, Simpkins, that you have been deposited with me as if I were a bank, and you were something not negotiable, as you really are, I fear. But you mustn't tell the Dean about Evans Antrobus. No, you mustn't. It's never done. Tell me, why do you make bespoke boots? It's an unusual taste to display. Wouldn't you rather come to college, for instance, and study, anthropology? Nothing at all about boots and anthropology?" "No," said Simpkins. He shuffled in his chair and felt uneasy. "I'd be out of my depth." Faz glared at him, and Simpkins repeated, "Out of my depth, that would be sure." "This is very shameful," commented the other, "but it's interesting, most fascinating. You brazenly maintain that you would rather study boots than books and brains." "A cobbler must stick to his last," replied Simpkins, recalling a phrase of his father's. "Bravo!" cried Faz, "but not an everlasting last. And I don't know anything about all this. There's nothing about it I'd want to know. It wouldn't be any good to me. It's no use mixing things. And there's a lot to be learnt about boots. You'd be surprised. You gotta keep yourself to yourself, and not get out of your depth. Take a steady line and stick to it, and not get out of your depth." "But, dearie, you don't sleep with a lifebelt girt about your loins, do you? I'm not out of my depth. I shouldn't be, even if I started to make boots." "Oh, wouldn't you?" shouted Simpkins. "I should find it rather a shallow occupation. Mere business is the very devil of a business. Business should be a funny sort of life. Life's a funny business. You looked after your business, and it will look after you." "But what in the world are we in the world at all for, Simpkins? Isn't it surely to do just the things we most intensely want to do? And you do boots and boots and boots. Don't you ever get out and about? Theatres, girls, sport, or do you insist on boot, the whole boot, and nothing but the boot?" "No, none of them," replied Simpkins. "Don't care for theatres. I've never been. Don't care for girls. I like a quiet life. I keep myself to myself. It's safer. Don't get out of your depth, then. I do go and have a look at the football match sometimes, but it's only because we make the boots for some of your crack players, and you want to know what you're making them for. Work doesn't trouble me. Nothing troubles me, and I got money in the bank." "Damn, Simpkins, you have a terrible conviction about you. If I listen to you much longer, I shall bind myself apprentice to you. I feel sure that you make nice, soft, watertight, everlasting boots, and then we should rise in the profession together. Discourse, Simpkins, you enchant mine ears, both of them." "What I say is," concluded Simpkins, "you can't understand everything. I shouldn't want to. I'm all right as it is." "Of course you are. You're simply too true. This is a place flowing with afternoon tea, tutors, and claptrap. It's a city in which everything is set upon a bill. You're simply too true. If we are not out of our depth, we are in up to our ears. I am. It's most fascinating." Soon afterwards Simpkins left him. Descending the stairs to the rooms of Evans Antrobus, he switched on the light. It was very quiet and snug in those rooms, with the soft, elegant couch, the reading lamp with the delicious violet shade, the decanter with whiskey, the box of chocolate biscuits, and the gramophone. He sat down by the fire, waiting and waiting. Simpkins waited so long that he got used to the room. He even stole a sip of whiskey and some of the chocolate biscuits. Then, to show his independence, his contempt of Mr. Antrobus and his trickery, he took still more of the whiskey, a drink he had never tasted before. He really took quite a lot. He heaped coal upon the fire and stalked about the room with his hands in his pockets, or examined the books, most of which are about something called jurisprudence, and such like. Simpkins liked books. He began reading. That the Pleuronectidae are admirably adapted by their flattened and asymmetrical structure for their habits of life is manifest from several species, such as soles and flounders, etc., being extremely common. He did not care much for science. He opened another. It is difficult indeed to imagine that anything can oscillate so rapidly as to strike the retina of the eye 831,479,000,000,000 in 1 second, as must be the case with violet light according to this hypothesis. Simpkins looked at the light and blinked his eyes. That had a violent shade. He really did not care for science, and he had an inclination to put the book down, as his head seemed to be swaying, but he continued to turn the pages. Snowdon is the highest mountain in England or Wales. Snowdon is not so high as Ben Nevis. Therefore the highest mountain in England or Wales is not so high as Ben Nevis. Oh, my head, mumbled Simpkins. Water must be either warm or not warm, but it does not follow that it must be warm or cold. Simpkins felt giddy. He dropped the book and tottered to the couch. Immediately the room spun round, and something in his head began to hum, to roar like the aeroplane a long way up in the sky. He felt that he ought to get out of the room, quickly, and get some water. Either not or cold warm. He didn't mind which. He clapped on his hat, and, slipping into his overcoat, he reached a door. It opened into a bedroom. Very bare, indeed, compared with this other room, but Simpkins rolled in. The door slammed behind him, and in the darkness he fell upon a bed, with queer sensations that seemed to be dividing and subtracting in him. When he awoke later, it seemed much later, he felt quite well again. He had forgotten where he was. It was a strange place he was in, utterly dark, but there was a great noise sounding quite close to him. A gramophone, people shouting with choruses and dancing about in the adjoining room. He could hear a lady's voice, too. Then he remembered that he ought not to be in that room at all. It was criminal. He might be taken for a burglar or something. He slid from the bed, groped in the darkness until he found his hat, unbuttoned his coat, for he was fearfully hot, and stood in the bedroom door, trembling in the darkness, waiting and listening to that tremendous row. He had been a fool to come in there. How was he to get out? How the deuce was he to get out? The gramophone stopped. He could hear the voices more plainly. He grew silently panic-stricken. It was awful. They'd be coming in to him, perhaps, and find him sneaking there like a thief. He must get out. He must get out. Yes, but how? The singing began again. The men kept calling out, "Lulu, Lulu," and a lady's gay voice would reply to a Charlie or a George, and so on, when all at once there came a peremptory knock at the outer door. The noise within stopped immediately. Deep silence. Simpkins could hear whispering. The people in there were startled. He could almost feel them staring at each other with uneasiness. The lady laughed out, startlingly shrill. "Shh, shh," the others cried. The door knocking began again, emphatic, terrible. Simpkins' already quaking heart began to beat ecstatically. Why, oh why, didn't they open that door? Open it, open it! There was shuffling in the room, and when the knocking was repeated for the third time, the outer door was apparently unlocked. "Faz! Oh, Faz, you brute!" cried the relieved voices in the room. "You fool, Faz! Come in, damn you, and shut the door." "Good gracious!" exclaimed the apparently deliberating Faz. "What is that?" "Hullo, Rob Roy!" cried the lady. "It's me." "Charmed to meet you, madam. How interesting, most fascinating. Yes, I am quite charmed, but I wish somebody would kindly give me the loose end of it all. I'm suffering, as you see, dearies, and I don't understand all this. I'm quite out of my depth. The noise you've been making is just crushing me." Several voices began to explain at once. "We captured her, Faz, yes. Rape of the Sabines. What, from the vaudeville? Had a rag, glorious. Corralled all the attendants and scene-shifters. Rushed the stage, we did. We did. Everybody chased somebody, and we chased Lulu. We did, we did." "Oh, shut up, everybody," cried out Faz. "Yes, listen," cried the voice of Evan Xanthropus. "This is how it happened. They chased the 8 Sisters Victoria off the stage, and we spied dear little Lulu. She was one of those 8 Victorias, bolting down a passage to the stage entrance. She fled into the street just as she was. Isn't she a duck? There was a taxi standing there, and Lulu, wise woman, jumped in, and we jumped in too. We did, we did. 'Wherefore?' says taxi-man. 'Saviour's College,' say we, and here you are, Lulu. What do you think of her?" "Charming, utterly charming," replied Faz. "The details are most clarifying. But how did you manage to usher her into the college?" "My overcoat on," explained one voice. "And my hat," cried another. "And we dazzled the porter," said a third. There were lots of other jolly things to explain. Lulu had not resisted at all. She had enjoyed it. It was a lark. "Oh, beautiful, most fascinating," agreed Faz. "But how you propose to get her out of the college, I have no more notion than Satan has of sanctity. It's rather late, isn't it?" Simpkins, in his dark room, could hear someone rushing up the stairs with flying leaps that ceased at the outer door. Then a breathless voice hissed out, "You fellows, scat, scat! Police are in the lodge, with the proctors and that taxi man." In a moment, Evan Xanthropus began to groan. "Oh, my God, what can we do with her? We must get her out at once. Over the wall, eh? And at once, quick. Johnstone, quick, go and find a rope. Quick, a rope. And Faz said, It does begin to look a little foolish. Oh, I'm feeling so damn bad. But you can't blame a fool for anything it does, can you? But I am bad. I'm going to bed instantly. I feel quite out of my depth here. Oh, that young friend of yours, that Simpkins. Charming young person. Very blithe he was, dear Evans Antrobus. Everybody now seemed to rush away from the room, except the girl Lulu and Evans Antrobus. He was evidently very agitated and in a bad humor. He clumped about the room, exclaiming, Oh, damnation, do hurry up, somebody. What am I going to do with her, boozy little pig? Do hurry up. Who's a pig? I want to go out of here, shrilled Lulu, and apparently she made for the door. You can't go like that, he cried. You can't, you mustn't. Don't be a fool, Lulu. Lulu, now, isn't it a fearful mess? I'm not going to stop here with you, ugly thing. I don't like it. I'm going now. Let go. But you can't go, I tell you. In these things, not like that. Let me think, can't you? Why don't you let me think, you little fool? Put something on you, my overcoat. Cover yourself up. I shall be ruined, damn you. Why the devil did you come here, you? And who brought me here, Mr. Antibus? Oh, yes, I know you. I shall have something to say to the vicar, or whoever it is you're afraid of, baby-face. Let me go. I don't want to be left here alone with you, she yelled. Simpkins heard an awful scuffle. He could wait no longer. He flung open the door, rushed into the room, and caught up a siphon, the first handy weapon. They saw him at once, and stood apart, amazed. Fine game, said the trembling Simpkins to the man, with all the sternness at his command. As nobody spoke, he repeated, quite contemptuously, Fine game. Lulu was breathing hard, with her hands resting upon her bosom. Her appearance was so startling to the boy that he nearly dropped the siphon. He continued to face her, hugging it with both hands against his body. She was clad in pink tights. They were of silk. They glistened in the sharper light from under the violet shade. A soft white tarlatan skirt that spread around her like a carnation, and a rose-colored bodice. She was dainty, with a little round head and a little round face like a briar rose. But he guessed she was strong, though her beauty had apparently all the fragility of a flower. Her hair, of dull dark gold, hung in loose tidiness without pin or braid, the locks cut short to her neck, where they curved in to brush the white skin. A deep straight fringe of it was combed upon the childish brow. Grey were her surprised eyes, and wide the pouting lips. Her lovely naked arms, oh, he could scarcely bear to look at them. She stood now, with one hand upon her hip and the other lying against her cheek, staring at Simpkins. Then she danced delightfully up to him and took the siphon away. Look here, said Evans Antrobus to Lulu. He had recovered his nerve, and did not express any astonishment at Simpkins' sudden appearance. He is just your size. You dress up in his clothes, quick. Then it's simple. No, said the girl. And no for me, said Simpkins, fiercely, almost. Just then the door was thrust partly open, and a rope was flung into the room. The bringer of it darted away downstairs again. Hi, here, called Evans Antrobus, rushing to the door. But nobody stayed for him. Nobody answered him. He came back and picked up the rope. Put on that coat, he commanded Lulu, and that hat. Now, look here, not a word, not a giggle even, or we're done, and I might just as well screw your blessed neck. Would you? Snorted Simpkins, with not a little animosity. Yes, would you? Chimed Lulu, but nevertheless she obeyed and followed him down the stairs. Then she turned and beckoned. Simpkins followed too. They crossed a dark quadrangle and passed down a passage that was utter darkness, through another quad, another passage, and halted in a gloomy yard behind the chapel, where Evans Antrobus struck a match, and where empty boxes, bottles, and other rubbish had accumulated under a wall about 10 feet high. You first, and quiet, quiet, growled Evans Antrobus to Simpkins. No one spoke again. Night was thickly dark, the stars were dim, the air moist and chill. Simpkins, assisted by the other man, clambered over rickety boxes and straddled the high, thick wall. The rope was hung over, too, and when the big man had jumped to earth again, dragging his weight against it, Simpkins slid down on the other side. He was now in a narrow street, with a dim lamp at one end that cast no gleam to the spot where he had descended. There were dark, high-browed buildings looming high around him. He stood holding the end of the rope and looking up at the stars. Very faint they were. The wall was much higher on this side, looked like a mountain, and he thought of Ben Nevis again. This is out of your depth, if you like, out of your depth entirely. It was all wrong, somehow, or at any rate, it was not all right. It couldn't be right. Never again would he mess about with a lot of lunatics. He hadn't done any good. He hadn't even got the money. He had forgotten it. He had not got anything at all except a headache. The rope tightened. Lulu was astride the wall, quarreling with the man on the other side. "Keep your rotten coat." She slipped it off and flung it down the wall. "And your rotten hat, too, spider-face." She flung that down from the wall and spat into the darkness. Turning to the other side, she whispered, "I'm coming," and scrambled down, sliding into Simpkin's arms. And somehow he stood holding her so, embracing her quite tightly. She was all softness and perfume. He could not let her go. She had scarcely anything on. He would not let her go. It was marvelous and beautiful to him. The glimmer of her white face was mysterious and tender in the darkness. She put her arms around his neck. "Oh, I rather love you," she said. End of Section 4. Ballet Girl.
Section 6 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Tiger. The tiger was coming at last, the almost fabulous beast, the subject of so much conjecture for so many months, was at the docks 20 miles away. Yak Peterson had gone to fetch it, and Barnaby Wolf's menagerie was about to complete its unrivaled collection by the addition of a full-grown Indian tiger of indescribable ferocity, newly trapped in the forest and now for the first time exhibited, and so on and so on. All of which, as it happened, was true. On the previous day, Peterson the Dane and some helpers had taken a brand-new 4-horse exhibition wagon, painted and carved with extremely legendary tigers lapped in blood. Even the bars were gilded, to convey the unmatchable beast to its new masters. The show had had to wait a long time for a tiger, but it got a beauty at last, a terror indeed by all accounts, though it is not to be imagined that everything recorded of it by Barnaby Wolf was truth, and nothing but truth. Showmen do not work in that way. Yak Peterson was the tamer and menagerie manager, a tall, blond, angular man of about 35, of dissolute and savage blood himself, with the very ample kind of mustache that bald men often develop. Yes, bald, intemperate, lewd, and an interminable smoker of Cuban cigarettes, which seems constantly to threaten a conflagration in that mustache. Marie the Cossack hated him, but Yak loved her with a fierce, deep passion. Nobody knew why she was called Marie the Cossack. She came from Canning Town, everybody knew that, and her proper name was Fascoda, Mrs. Fascoda, wife of Jimmy Fascoda, who was the architect and carpenter and builder of the show. Jimmy was not much to look at, so little in fact that you couldn't help wondering what it was Marie had seen in him when she could have had the King of Poland, as you might say, almost for the asking. But still Jimmy was the boss ganger of the show, and even that young gentleman in frock coat and silk hat who paraded the platform entrance to the arena and rhodomontaded you into it, often against your will, by the seductive recital of the 7 ghastly wonders of the world, all certainly to be seen inside, waiting to be seen, must be seen, roll up. Even he was subject to the commands of Jimmy Fascoda when the time came to dismantle and pack up the show, although the transfer of his activities involved him temporarily in a horrid change, of attire and language. Marie was not a lady, but she was not for Peterson anyway. She swore like a factory foreman, or a young soldier, and when she got tipsy she was full of freedoms. By the power of God she was beautiful, and by the same gracious power she was virtuous. Her husband knew it. He knew all about Master Peterson's passion too, and it did not even interest him. Marie did feats in the lion cages, whipping poor decrepit beasts, desiccated by captivity, through a hoop or over a stick of wood and other kindergarten disportings. But there you are. People must live, and Marie lived that way. Peterson was always wooing her. Sometimes he was gracious and kind, but at other times, when his failure wearied him, he would be cruel and sardonic, with a suggestive tongue whose vice would have scourged her were it not that Marie was impervious or too deeply inured to mind it. She always grinned at him and fobbed him off with pleasantries, whether he was amorous or acrid. "God almighty," he would groan, "she is not good for me, this Marie. What can I do for her? She is burning me alive, and the Skagerrak could not quench me, not all of it. The devil! What can I do with this? Some day I shall smash her across the eyes. Yes, across the eyes." So you see, the man really loved her. When Peterson returned from the docks, the car with its captive was dragged to a vacant place in the arena, and the wooden front panel was let down from the bars. The marvelous tiger was revealed. It sprung into a crouching attitude as the light surprised the appalling beauty of its smooth, fox-colored coat, its ebony stripes, and snowy pads and belly. The Dane, who was slightly drunk, uttered a yell and struck the bars of the cage with his whip. The tiger did not blench, but all the malice and ferocity in the world seemed to congregate in its eyes and impress with a pride and ruthless grandeur the colossal brutality of its face. It did not move its body, but its tail gradually stiffened out behind it as stealthily as fire moves in the forest undergrowth, and the hair along its ridge of its back rose in fearful spikes. There was the slightest possible distension of the lips, and it fixed its marvelous, baleful gaze upon Peterson. The show people were hushed in the silence, and even Peterson was startled. He showered a few howls and curses at the tiger, who never ceased to fix him with eyes that had something of contempt in them, and something of a horrible presage. Peterson was thrusting a sharp spike through the bars when a figure stepped from the crowd. It was an old Negro, a hunchback with a white beard, dressed in a red fez cap, long tunic of buff cotton, and blue trousers. He laid both his hands on the spike and shook his head deprecatingly, smiling all the while. He said nothing, but there was nothing he could say. He was dumb. "Let him alone, Yak. Let the tiger alone, Yak," cried Barnaby Wolf. "What is this feller?" Peterson, with some reluctance, turned from the cage and said, "He is come with the animal." "So?" said Barnaby. "Well, he can go. We do not want any black feller." "He cannot speak. No tongue. It's gone," Yak replied. "No tongue? What? Have they cut him out?" "I should think it," said the tamer. "There was 2 of them, a white keeper, but that man fell off the ship one night, and they do not see him any more. This chap he feed it and look after it. No information of him, dumb you see, and a foreigner, don't understand. He have no letters, no money, no name, nowheres to go. Dumb you see, he has nothing but a float. The captain said to take him away with us, give a job to him, he is a proposition." "What has he got, you say?" "Float." Peterson imitated with his fingers and lips the actions of a flute player. "Oh, ja, a float. Well, we do not know flutes now. We feeds our own tigers, don't we, Yak?" And Mr. Wolf, oily but hearty, and well he might be so, for he was beautifully rotund, hair like satin, extravagantly clothed, and rich with jewelry, surveyed first with a contemplative grin, and then compassionately, the figure of the old Negro, who stood unsmiling with his hands crossed humbly before him. Mr. Wolf was usually perspiring, and usually being addressed by perspiring workmen, upon whom he bellowed orders and such anathemas as reduced each recipient to the importance of a potato, and gave him the aspect of a consumptive sheep. But today, Mr. Wolf was affable and calm. He took a cigar from his mouth and poured a flood of rich gray air from his lips. "Oh, ja, look after him a day, or a couple of days." At that, one of the boys began to lead the hunchback away as if he were a horse. "Come on, Pompon," he cried, and thenceforward the unknown Negro was called by that name. Throughout the day, the tiger was the sensation of the show, and the record of its ferocity attached to the cage received thrilling confirmation whenever Peterson appeared before the bars. The sublime concentration of hatred was so intense that children screamed, women shuddered, and even men held their breath in awe. At the end of the day, the beasts were fed. Great hacks of bloody flesh were forked into the bottoms of the cages, the hungry victims pouncing and snarling in ecstasy. But no sooner were they served than the front panel of each cage was swung up, and the inmate in the seclusion of his den slaked his appetite and slept. When the public had departed, the lights were put out, and the doors of the arena closed. Outside in the darkness, only its great rounded oblong shape could be discerned, built high of painted wood, roofed with striped canvas, and adorned with flags. Beyond this matchbox coliseum was a row of caravans, tents, naphtha flares, and buckets of fire on which suppers were cooking. Groups of the show people sat or lounged about, talking, cackling with laughter, and even singing. No one observed the figure of Pompon as he passed silently on the grass. The outcast, doubly chained to his solitariness by the misfortune of dumbness and strange nationality, was hungry. He had not tasted food that day. He could not understand it any more than he could understand the speech of these people. In the end caravan, nearest the arena, he heard a woman quietly singing. He drew a shining metal flute from his breast, but stood silently until the singer ceased. Then he repeated the tune very accurately and sweetly on his flute. Marie the Cossack came to the door in her green silk tights and high black boots with gilded fringes. Her black velvet doublet had plenty of gilded buttons upon it. She was a big, finely molded woman. Her dark and splendid features were burned healthily by the sun. In each of her ears 2 gold discs tinkled and gleamed as she moved. Pompon opened his mouth very widely and supplicatingly. He put his hand upon his stomach and rolled his eyes so dreadfully that Mrs. Foscotta sent her little daughter Sophie down to him with a basin of soup and potatoes. Sophie was partly undressed, in bare feet and red petticoat. She stood gnawing the bone of a chicken and grinning at the black man as he swallowed and dribbled as best he could without a spoon. She cried out, "He's going to eat the bloody basin and all, Mum." Her mother cheerfully ordered her to give him those fragments then. The child did so, pausing now and again to laugh at the satisfied roll of the old man's eyes. Later on, Jimmy Foscotta found him a couple of sacks, and Pompon slept under them beneath their caravan. The last thing the old man saw was Peterson, carrying a naphtha fire, unlocking a small door leading into the arena, and closing it with a slam after he had entered. Soon, the light went out. 2. After a week, the show shifted, and Pompon accompanied it. Mrs. Kavanagh, who looked after the birds, was, a little fortunately for him, kicked in the stomach by a mule and had to be left at an infirmary. Pompon, who seemed to understand birds, took charge of the parakeets, lovebirds, and other highly colorful fowl, including the quetzal, with green mossy head, pink breast, and flowing tails, and the primrose-breasted toucans with bills like a butcher's cleaver. The show was always moving on and moving on. Putting it up and taking it down was a more entertaining affair than the exhibition itself. With Jimmy Foscotta in charge and the young man of the frock coat in an ecstasy of labor, half-clothed, husky men swarmed up the rigged frameworks, dismantling poles, planks, floors, ropes, roofs, staging, tearing at bolts and bars, walking at dizzying altitudes on narrow boards, swearing at their mates, staggering under vast burdens, sweating till they looked like seals, packing and disposing incredibly of it all, furling the flags, rolling up the filthy awnings, then right-o for a market town 20 miles away. In the autumn, the show would be due at a great gala town in the north, the supreme opportunity of the year, and by that time Mr. Wolf expected to have a startling headline about a new tiger act and the intrepid tamer. But somehow Peterson could make no progress at all with this. Week after week went by, and the longer he left the initial entry into the cage of the tiger, notwithstanding the comforting support of firearms and hot irons, the more remote appeared the possibility of its capitulation. The tiger's hatred did not manifest itself in roars and gnashing of teeth, but by its rigid, implacable pose and a slight flexion of its protruded claws. It seemed as if endowed with an imagination of bloodlust, Peterson being the deepest conceivable excitation of this. Week after week went by, and the show people became aware that Peterson, their Peterson, The unrivaled, the dauntless tamer, had met his match. They were proud of the beast. Some said it was Yak's bald crown that the tiger disliked, but Marie swore it was his mustache, a really remarkable piece of hirsute furniture that he would not have parted with for a pound of gold, so he said. But whatever it was, crown, mustache, or their whole conglomerate Peterson, the tiger remarkably loathed it and displayed its loathing, while the unfortunate tamer had no more success with it than he had ever had with Marie the Cossack, though there was at least a good humor in her treatment of him, which was horribly absent from the attitude of the beast. For a long time Peterson blamed the hunchback for it all. He tried to elicit from him by gesticulations in front of the cage the secret of the creature's enmity, but the barriers to their intercourse were too great to be overcome, and to all Peterson's illustrative frenzies, Pompoon would only shake his sad head and roll his great eyes until the Dane would cuff him away with a curse of disgust and turn to find the eyes of the tiger, the dusky, smooth-skinned tiger with bitter bars of ebony, fixed upon him with tenfold malignity. How he longed in his raging impotence to transfix the thing with a sharp spear through the cage's gilded bars, or to bore a hole into its vitals with a red-hot iron. All the traditional treatment in such cases, combined first with starvation and then with rich feeding, proved unavailing. Peterson always had the front flap of the cage left down at night so that he might, as he thought, establish some kind of working arrangement between them by the force of propinquity. He tried to sleep on a bench just outside the cage, but the horror of the beast so penetrated him that he had to turn his back upon it. Even then the intense enmity pierced the back of his brain and forced him to seek a bench elsewhere out of the range of the tiger's vision. Meanwhile, the derision of Marie was not concealed. It was even blatant, and to the old contest of love between herself and the Dane was now added a new contest of personal courage. For it had come to be assumed, in some undeclarable fashion, that if Yak Peterson could not tame that tiger, then Marie the Cossack would. As this situation crystallized daily, the passion of Peterson changed to jealousy and hatred. He began to regard the smiling Marie in much the same way as the tiger regarded him. The hell devil! May some lightning scorch her like a toasted fish! But in a short while this mood was displaced by one of anxiety. He became even abject. Then, strangely enough, Marie's feelings underwent some modification. She was proud of the chance to subdue and defeat him, but it might be at a great price, too great a price for her. Addressing herself in turn to the dim understanding of Pompoon, she had come to perceive that he believed the tiger to be not merely quite untamable, but full of mysterious dangers. She could not triumph over the Dane unless she ran the risk he feared to run. The risk was colossal then, and with the realization of this some pity for Yak began to exercise itself in her. After all, were they not in the same boat? But the more she sympathized, the more she jeered. The thing had to be done somehow. Meanwhile, Barnaby Wolfe wants that headline for the big autumn show, and a failure will mean a nasty interview with that gentleman. It may end by Barnaby kicking Yak Peterson out of his wild beast show. Not that Mr. Wolfe is so gross as to suggest that. He senses the difficulty, although his manager, in his pride, will not confess to any. Mr. Wolfe declares that his tiger is a new tiger. Yak must watch out for him, be careful. He talks as if it were just a question of giving the cage a coat of whitewash. He never hints at contingencies, but still, there is his new untamed tiger, and there is Mr. Yak Peterson, his wild beast tamer, at present. 3. One day the menagerie did not open. It had finished an engagement, and Jimmy Fiscotta had gone off to another town to arrange the new pitch. The showfolk made holiday about the camp, or flocked into the town for marketing or carousals. Mrs. Fiscotta was alone in her caravan, clothed in her jauntiest attire. She was preparing to go into the town when Peterson suddenly came silently in and sat down. "Marie," he said after a few moments, "I give up that tiger. To me he has given a spell. It is like a mesmerize." He dropped his hands upon his knees in complete humiliation. Marie did not speak, so he asked, "What you think?" She shrugged her shoulders and put her brown arms akimbo. She was a grand figure so, in a cloak of black satin and a huge hat trimmed with crimson feathers. "If you can't trust him," she said, "who can?" "It is myself I am not to trust. Shameful! But that tiger will do me, yes, so I will not conquer him. It's bad, very, very bad, is it not so? Shameful! But I will not do it," he declared excitedly. "What's Barnaby say?" "I do not care. Mr. Wolf can think what he can think. Damn Wolf! But for what I do think of my own self, bah!" He paused for a moment, dejected beyond speech. "Yes, miserable it is, in my own heart, very shameful, Marie. And what you think of me, yes, that too." There was a note in his voice that almost confounded her. Why, the man was going to cry! In a moment she was all melting compassion and bravado. "You leave the devil to me, Yak. What's come over you, man? God love us, I'll tiger him." But the Dane had gone as far as he could go. He could admit his defeat, but he could not welcome her all too readily implication of it. "Na, you are good for him, Marie, but you beware. He is not a tiger. He is beyond everything foul. He has got a foul heart and 1,000 demons in it. I would not bear to see you touch him. No, I would not bear it. Wait till I come back this afternoon. You wait," cried Marie, lifting her clenched fist. "So help me, I'll tiger him. You'll see." Peterson suddenly awoke to her amazing attraction. He seized her in his arms. Na, Marie, God above, I will not have it." "Oh, shut up," she commanded impatiently, and pushing him from her, she sprang down the steps and proceeded to the town alone. She did not return in the afternoon. She did not return in the evening. She was not there when the camp closed up for the night. Sophie, alone, was quite unconcerned. Pompoon sat outside the caravan while the flame of the last lamp was perishing weakly above his head. He now wore a coat of shag-colored velvet. He was old and looked very wise, often shaking his head, not wearily, but as if in doubt. The flute lay glittering upon his knees, and he was wiping his lips with a green silk handkerchief when barefoot Sophie in her red petticoat crept behind him, unhooked the lamp, and left him in darkness. Then he departed to an old tent the Viscotas had found for him. When the mother returned, the camp was asleep in its darkness, and she was very drunk. Yak Peterson had got to her. He carried her into the arena and bolted and barred the door. 4. Marie Viscota awoke the next morning in broad daylight. Through chinks and rents in the caravan roof of the arena, the brightness was beautiful to behold. She could hear a few early risers bawling outside, while all around her the caged beasts and birds were squeaking, whistling, growling, and snarling. She was lying beside the Dane on a great bundle of straw. He was already awake when she became aware of him, watching her with amused eyes. "Yak Peterson, was I drunk?" Marie asked dazedly in low, husky tones, sitting up. "What's this, Yak Peterson? Was I drunk? Have I been here all night?" He lay with his hands behind his head, smiling in the dissolute ugliness of his abrupt yellow skull, so incongruously bald, his mustache so profuse, his nostrils and ears teeming with hairs. "Can't you speak?" cried the wretched woman. "What game do you call this? Where's my Sophie? And my Jimmy? Is he back?" Again he did not answer. He stretched out a hand to caress her. Unguarded as he was, Marie smashed down both her fists, full upon his face. He lunged back blindly at her, and they both struggled to their feet, his fingers clawing in her thick strands of hair as she struck at him in a frenzy. Down rolled the mass, and he seized it. It was her weakness, and she screamed. Marie was a rare woman, a match for most men, but the capture of her hair gave her utterly into his powerful hands. Uttering a torrent of filthy oaths, Peterson pulled the yelling one backwards to him, and grasping her neck with both hands, gave a murderous wrench and flung her to the ground. As she fell, Marie's hands clutched a small cage of fortune-telling birds. She hurled this at the man, but it missed him. The cage burst against the pillar, and the birds scattered in the air. "Marie, Marie!" shouted Yak. "Listen, listen!" Remorsefully, he flung himself before the raging woman who swept at him with an axe, her hair streaming, her eyes blazing with the fire of 1,000 angers. "Drunk was I!" she screamed at him. "That's how you got me, Yak Peterson! Drunk was I!" He warded the blow with his arm, but the shock and pain of it was so great that his own rage burst out again, and leaping at the woman, he struck her a horrible blow across the eye. She sunk to her knees and huddled there without a sound, holding her hands to her bleeding face, her loose hair covering it like a net. At the pitiful sight, the Dane's grief conquered him again, and bending over her imploringly, he said, "Marie, my love, Marie, listen. It is not true. Swear me to God, good woman. It is not true. It is not possible. Swear to me, God." He raged distractedly. "Swear to me, God." Suddenly he stopped and gasped. They were in front of the tiger's cage, and Peterson was as if transfixed by that fearful gaze. The beast stood with hatred concentrated in every bristling hair upon its hide, and in its eyes a malignity that was almost incandescent. Still as stone, Marie observed this, and began to creep away from the Dane, stealthily. On a sudden, with incredible agility, she sprang up the steps of the tiger's cage, tore the pin from the catch, flung open the door, and, yelling in madness, leapt in. As she did so, the cage emptied. In one moment she saw Peterson groveling on his knees, stupid, and the next... All the hidden beasts, stirred by instinctive knowledge of the tragedy, roared and raged. Marie's eyes and mind were opened to its horror. She plugged her fingers into her ears, screamed, but her voice was a mere wafer of sound in that pandemonium. She heard vast crashes of someone smashing in the small door of the arena, and then swooned upon the floor of the cage. The bolts were torn from their sockets at last, the slip door swung back, and in the opening appeared Pompoon, alone, old Pompoon, with a flaming lamp and an iron spear. As he stepped forward into the gloom, he saw the tiger, dragging something in its mouth, leap back into his cage. End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Libya 518. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. Mordecai and Cocking. 2 men sat one afternoon beside a spinney of beeches near the top of a wild bear down. Old shepherd Mordecai was admonishing a younger countryman, Eustace Cocking, now out of work, who held beside him in leash a brindled whippet dog, sharp-featured and lean, its neck clipped in a broad leather collar. The day was radiant, the very air had bloom. Bright day is never so bright as upon these lonely downs, and the grim face of storm never so tragic elsewhere. From the beaches, other downs ranged in every direction, nothing but downs and beautiful abandoned masses. In a valley below the men, 1,000 sheep were grazing. They looked no more than a handful of white beech randomly scattered. "The thing's forbidden, Eustace. It always has and always will be. I say, and thereby 'tis wrong." "Well, if ever I do's anything wrong, I allus feel glad of it next morning." "'Tis against law, Eustace, and to be against law is the downfall of mankind. What I mean to say, I'm a national man." "The law, phoo! That's made by them as don't care for my needs and don't understand my rights. Is it fair to let them control your mind as haven't got a grip of their own? I worked for yon farmer a matter of 14 years, hard, I tell you. I let my back sweat." The dog at his side was restless. He cuffed it impatiently. "And twice a week my wife she had to go to farmhouse. Twice a week. Doing up their washing and their muck. Lie down." he interjected sternly to the querulous dog. 2 days in every 7. Then the missus says to my wife, I shall want you to come 4 days a week in future, Mrs. Cocking. The house is too much of a burden for me. My wife says, I can't come no oftener, ma'am. I'd not have time to look after my own place, my husband, and the 6 children, ma'am. Then Mrs. flew into a passion. Oh, so you won't come, eh? I'd come if I could, ma'am, my wife says, and gladly, but it ain't possible, you see. Oh, very well, says the missus. And that was the end of that. But come Saturday, when the boss pays me, Cocking, he says, I shan't want you no more arter next week. No explanation, mind you, and I never asked for none. I knowed what 'twas for, but I don't give a damn. What meanness, Mordecai? Of course I don't give a damn whether I goes or whether I stops. You know my meaning. I'd much rather stop. My home's where I be known. But I don't give a damn. 'Tain't the job I mind so much as to let him have that power to spite me so at a moment after 14 years because of his wife's temper. 'Tis not decent. 'Tis undegrading a man. There was no comment from the shepherd. Eustace continued, If that's your law, Mordecai, I don't want it. I ignores it. And that you can't do, retorted the old man. God Almighty can look after the law. If he be willing to take the disgrace of it, Mordecai Stavely, let him. The men were silent for a long time, until the younger cheerfully asked, How be poor old Harry Mixon? Just alive. Eustace leaned back, munching a strig of grass reflectively and looking at the sky. Don't seem no sign of rain, however. No. The old man who said no hung his melancholy head and pondered. He surveyed his boots, which were of harsh, hard leather with deep soles. He then said, We ought to thank God we had such mild weather at the back end of the year. If you remember, it came a beautiful autumn and a softish winter. Things are growing now. I've seen oats as high as my knee. The clovers lodged in places. It will be all good if we escape the east winds, hot days, and frosty nights. The downs, huge and bare, stretched in every direction, green and gray, gentle and steep, their vast confusion enlightened by a small hanger of beech or pine, a pond, or more often a derelict barn. For among the downs there are barns and garners ever empty, gone into disuse and abandoned. They are built of flint and red brick, with a roof of tiles. The rafters often bear an 18th century date. Elsewhere in this emptiness, even a bush will have a name, and an old stone becomes a track mark. Upon the soft tufts and among the triumphant firs live a few despised birds, chats and finches, and that blithe screamer the lark. But above all, like veins upon the down's broad breast, you may perceive the runway of the hare. Why can't a man live like a hare? Broke out the younger man. I'd not mind being shot at a time and again. It lives a free life, anyway. Not like a working man with a devil on 2 legs always cracking him on. Because, said Mordecai, a hare is a vegetarian creature, what's called a ruminant, chewing the cud and dividing not the hoof. And, he added significantly, there be dogs. It takes amazin' good dog to catch ever a hare on its own ground. Most hares could chase any dog ever born, believe you me, if they'd like to try at that. There be traps and wires. Well, we've no call to rejoice, with the trap set for a man and the wires a choking him. At that moment 2 mating hares were roaming together on the upland, just below the men. The doe, a small fawn creature, crouched coyly before the other, a large nut-brown hare with dark ears. Soon she darted away, sweeping before him in a great circle or twisting and turning as easily as a snake. She seemed to fly the faster, but when his muscular pride was aroused, he swooped up to her shoulder and, as if in loving derision, leaped over her from side to side as she ran. She stopped as sharply as a shot upon its target and faced him, quizzing him gently with her nose. As they sat thus, the dark-eared one perceived not far off a squatting figure. It was another hare, a tawny buck, eyeing their dalliance. The doe commenced to munch the herbage. The nut-brown one hobbled off to confront this wretched, rash, intruding fool. When they met, both rose upon their haunches, clawing and scraping and patting at each other with as little vigor as mild children put into their quarrels, a rigmarole of slapping hands. But, notwithstanding the delicacy of the treatment, the interloper, a meek enough fellow, succumbed, and the conqueror loped back to his nibbling mistress. Yet, whenever they rested their wooing flights, the tawny interloper was still to be seen nearby. Hapless mourning seemed to involve his hunched figure. He had the aspect of a deferential, groveling man. But the lover saw only his provocative, envious eye. He swept down upon him. Standing up again, he slammed and basted him with puny velvet blows until he had salved his indignation, satisfied his connubial pride, or perhaps merely some strange fading instinct. For it seemed but a mock combat, a ritual to which they conformed. Away the happy hare would prance to his mate, but as often as he came round near that shameless spy, he would pounce upon him and beat him to the full, like a Turk or like a Russian. But though he could beat him and disgrace him, he could neither daunt nor injure him. The vanquished miscreant would remain watching their wooing with the eye of envy, or perhaps of scorn, and hoping for a miracle to happen. And a miracle did happen. Cocking, unseen, near the beeches released his dog. The doe shot away over the curve of the hill and was gone. She did not merely gallop, she seemed to pass into ideal flight, the shadow of wind itself. Her fawn body, with half-cocked ears and unperceivable convulsion of the leaping haunches, soared across the land with the steady swiftness of a gull. The interloping hare, in a blast of speed, followed hard upon her traces. But Cocking's hound had found at last the hare of its dreams, a nut-brown, dark-eared, devil-guided, eluding creature that fled over the turf of the hill as lightly as a cloud. The long leaping dog swept in its track with a stare of passion, following in great curves the flying thing that grew into one great throb of fear, all in the grand sunlight on the grand bit of a hill. The lark stayed its little flood of joy and screamed with notes of pity at the protracted flight, and bloodless indeed were they who could view it unmoved, nor feel how sweet a thing is death if you be hound, how fell a thing it is if you be hare. Too long, O delaying death, for this little heart of wax, and too long, O delaying victory, for that pursuer with the mouth of flame. Suddenly the hound faltered, staggered a pace or two, then sunk to the grass, its lips dribbling blood. When Cocking reached him, the dog was dead. He picked the body up. "It's against me, like everything else," he muttered. But a voice was calling, "Oi! Oi!" He turned to confront a figure rapidly and menacingly approaching. "I shall want you, Eustace Cocking," cried the gamekeeper, "to come and give an account o' yourself." End of section 7. Recording by Libya 518.
Section 8 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Man from Kilsheelan. If you knew the man from Kilsheelan, it was no use saying you did not believe in fairies and secret powers. Believe it or no, but believe it you should. There he was. It is true he was in an asylum for the insane, but he was a man with age upon him, so he didn't mind. And besides, better men than himself have been in such places, or they ought to be, and if there is justice in the world, they will be. A cousin of mine, he said to old Tom Toole one night, he's come from America, a rich person. He lay in the bed next to him, but Tom Toole didn't answer, so he went on again. In a ship, he said. I hear you, answered Tom Toole. I see his mother with her bosom open once, and it's stuffed with diamonds, bags full. Tom Toole kept quiet. If, said the man from Kilsheelan, if I had the trusty comrade, I'd make a break from this and go see him. Was he asking you to do that? How could he, and all in he in a ship? Was he writing fine letters to you then? How could he, under the Lord? Would he give them to a savage bird or a herring to bring to me so? How did he let on to you? He did not let on, said the man from Kilsheelan. Tom Toole lay long silent in the darkness. He had a mistrust of the man, knowing him to have a forgetful mind. Everything slipped through it like rain through the nest of a pigeon. But at last he asked him, Where is he now? He'll be at Ballet Girl. You to know that, and you with no word from him. Oh, I know it, I know. And if I'd a trusty comrade, I'd walk out of this, and to him I would go. Bags of diamonds. Then he went to sleep sudden, but the next night he was at Tom Toole again. If I'd a trusty comrade, said he, and all that and a lot more. It is not convenient to me now, said Tom Toole, but tomorrow night I might go with you. The next night was a wild night and a dark night, and he would not go to make a break from the asylum. He said, 50 miles of journey, and I with no heart for great walking feats. It is not convenient, but tomorrow I might go with you. The night after that he said, I wished we'd be your diamonds and all. Why would he go from the place that is snug and warm into a world that is like a wall for cold dark, and but the thread of a coat to divide you from its mighty clasp? And only one thing blacker under the heaven of God, and that's the road you walk on. And only one thing more shy than your heart, and that's your 2 feet worn to a tissue tramping in dung and ditches. If I'd a trusty comrade, said the man from Kilsheelan, I'd go seek my rich cousin. Stars gaping at you a few spans away, and the things that have life in them, but cannot see or speak, begin to breathe and bend. If ever your hair stood up on it, it is then it would be, though you'd no more than would thatch a thimble. God help you. Bags of gold he has, continued the man, and his pockets stuffed with tobacco. Tobacco? There are large pockets and well stuffed. Do you say now? And the gold, large bags and rich bags. Well, I might do it tomorrow. And the next day, Tom Toole and the man from Kilsheelan broke from the asylum and crossed the mountains and went on. For 4 little nights and 4 long days they were walking. Slow it was, for they were oldish men, and lost they were. But the journey was kind, and the weather was good weather. On the 4th day Tom Toole said to him, The dear knows what way you be taking me. Blind it seems, and dazed I am. I could do with a skillet of good soup to steady me, and to soothe me. Hard it is, and hungry it is, sighed the man. Starved after my for a taste of nourishment. A blind man's dog would pity me. If I see a cat, I'll eat it. I could bite the nose off a duck. They did not converse any more for a time. Not until Tom Toole asked him what was the name of his grand cousin. And then the man from Kilsheelan was in a bedazement, and he was confused. I declare on me soul, I forgot his little name. Wait now while I think of it. Was it McKierney then? No, not it at all. Kavanagh? The Groggans? Or the Duffys? Wait while I think of it now. Tom Toole waited. He waited and all until he thought he would burst. What's astray with you? Was it Phelan, or O'Hara, or Clancy, or Peter Mew? No, not it at all. The Murphys, the Sweeneys, the Moores. Devil a one, wait while I think of it now. And the man from Kilsheelan sat holding his face as if it hurt him. And his comrade kept saying to him, Do ye then? Common, McGrath. And driving him distracted with his oh this and oh that, his McHees and McShees. Well, he could not think of it. But when they walked on, they had not far to go, for they came over a twist of the hills, and there was the ocean, and the neat little town of Ballygubbon in a bay of it below, with the wreck of a ship lying sunk near the strand. There was a sharp cliff at either horn of the bay, and between them some bullocks straying on the beach. Truth is a fortune, cried the man from Kilsheelan. This is it. They went down the hill to the strand near the wreck, and just on the wing of the town they saw a paddock full of hemp stretched drying, and a house near it, and a man weaving a rope. He had a great cast of hemp around his loins and a green apron. He walked backwards to the sea, and a young girl stood turning a little wheel as he went away from her. God save you, said Tom Toole to her. For who are you weaving this rope? For none but God and the hangman, said she. Turning the wheel she was, and the man going away from it backwards, and the dead wreck in the rocky bay. A fine sweet girl, of good dispose, and no ways drifty. Long life to you then, young woman, says he. But that's a strong word, and a sour word. The Lord spare us all. At that the rope walker let a shout to her to stop the wheel. Then he cut the rope at the end and tied it to a black post. After that he came throwing off his green apron and said he was hungry. Dennis Abick, cried the girl, come and I'll get you food. And the two of them went away into the house. Brother and sister they are, said the man from Kilsheelan. A good appetite to them. Very neat she is, and clean she is, and a good and sweet and tidy she is, said Tom Toole. They stood in the yard watching some white fowls parading and feeding and conversing in the grass. Scratch, peck, peck, ruffle, quarrel, scratch, peck, peck, cock-a-doodle-doo. What we do now, Tom Toole? My belly has a scroop and a screech in it. I could eat the full of Isnagainy Lake and grape for more, or the hill of Bon and not get I enough. Beyond them was the paddock with the hemp drying across it, long heavy strands, and two big stacks of it beside, dark and sodden, like seaweed. The girl came to the door and called, Will ye take a bite? Then they said they would, and that she should eat with spoons of gold in the heaven of God and Mary. You're welcome, she said, but no more she said, for while they ate she was sad and silent. The young man Dennis let on that their father, one Horan, was away on his journeys peddling a load of ropes. A long journey. Days had he been gone, and he might be back today, or tomorrow, or the day after. A great stew of hemp you have, said the man from Kilsheelan. The young man cast down his eyes, and the young girl cried out, "'Tis foul hemp, God preserve us all." "Do you tell me of that now?" he asked, but she would not, and her brother said, "I will tell you. It is a great misfortune, Mr. Man. 'Tis from the wreck in the bay beyond, a good stout ship, but burst on the rocks one dark terror of a night, and all the poor sailors tipped in the sea. But the tide was low, and they got ashore, 10 strong sailor men, with a bird in a cage that was dead drowned." "The dear rest its soul," said Tom Toole. "There was no rest in the ocean for a week. The bay was full of storms, and the vessel burst, and the big bale split, and the hemp was scattered and torn and tangled on the rocks, or it did drift. But at last it soothed, and we gathered it and brought it to the field here. We brought it, and my father did buy it of the salvage man for a price. A Mexican valuer he was, but the deal was very bad, and it lies there, going rotten it is. The rain wears it, and the sun is astray, and the wind is gone." "That's a great misfortune. What is on it?" said the man from Kilsheelan. "It is a great misfortune, Mr. Man. Laid out it is, turned it is, hackled it is, but faith it will not dry or sweeten, never a hank of it worth a pig's eye." "'Tis the devil and all his injury," said Kilsheelan. The young girl, her name was Kristin, sat grieving. One of her beautiful long hands rested on her knee, and she kept beating it with the other. Then she began to speak. "The captain of that ship lodged in this house with us while the hemp was recovered and sold. A fine handsome sport he was, but fond of the drink, and very friendly with the Mexican man. Very hearty they were, A great greasy man with his hands covered with rings that you'd not believe. Covered! My father had been gone travelling a week or a few days when a dark raging gale came off the bay one night till the hemp was lifted all over the field. He would have lifted a bullock, said Dennis. Great lumps of it, like trees. And we sat waiting the captain, but he didn't come home and we went sleeping. But in the morning the Mexican man was found dead murdered on the strand below, struck in the skull and the 2 hands of him gone. 'Twas not long when they came to this house and said he was last seen with the captain, drunk quarrelling. And where was he? I said to them that he hadn't come home at all and was away from it. We'll take a peep at his bed, they said, and I brought them there, and my heart gave a strong twist in me when I seed the captain stretched on it, snoring to the world and his face and hands smeared with the blood. So he was brought away and searched, and in his pocket they found one of the poor Mexican's hands, just one, but none of the riches. Everything to be so black against him, and the assizes just coming on in Cork. So they took him there before the judge, and he judged him and said it's to hang he was. And if they asked the captain how he did it, he said he did not do it at all. But there was a bit of iron pipe beside the body, said Dennis. And if they asked him where was the other hand, the one with the rings and the mighty jewels on them, and his budget of riches, he said he knew nothing of that, nor how the one hand got into his pocket. Placed there it was by some schemer. It was all he could say, for the drink was on him and nothing he knew. You to be so drunk, they said. How did you get home to your bed and nothing heard? I don't know, says he. God's sakes, the poor lamb, a gallant strong sailor he was. His mind was a blank, he said. 'Tis blank, said the judge. If it's as blank as the head of himself with a gap like that in it, God rest him. He could have put a pound of cheese in it, said Dennis. And Peter Cockering cried like a loony man, for his courage was gone like a stream of water. To hang him, the judge said, and to hang him well, was their intention. It was a pity, the judge said, to rob a man because he was foreign, and destroy him for riches and the drink on him. And Peter Cockering swore he was innocent of this crime. Put a clean shirt on me back, says he, for it's to heaven I'm going. And, said Dennis, the peeler at the door said amen. That was a week ago, said Kristin, and in another he'll be stretched, a handsome sporting sailor boy. What did you say was the name of him? Gasped the man from Kilsheelan. Peter Cockering, the poor lamb. Be God, he cried out as if he was joking. 'Tis me grand cousin from America. True it was, and the grief on him so great that Dennis was after giving the 2 of them a lodge till the execution was over. Rest here, me dad's away, said he, and he knowing nothing of the murder or the robbery, or this hanging that's coming, nothing. Ah, what will we tell him and all? 'Tis a black story on this house. The blessings of God and Mary on you, said Tom Toole. Maybe we could do a hand's turn for you. Me comrade's a great wonder with the miracles. Maybe he could do a stroke would free an innocent man. Is it joking you are? Asked Kristin sternly. God deliver him, how would I joke on a man going to his doom and destruction? The next day the young girl gave them jobs to do, but the man from Kilsheelan was destroyed with trouble, and he shook like water when a pan of it is struck. What is on you? Said Tom Toole. Vexed and waxy I am, says he, in regard of the great journeys we took, and sorta a help at the end of it. Why couldn't he do his bloody murder after we had done with him? Maybe he didn't do it at all. What are you saying now, Tom Toole? Wouldn't anyone do it? A nice, easy, innocent crime. The cranky gossoon to get himself stretched on the head of it. 'Tis the drink destroyed him. Sure's there's no more justice in the world than you'd find in the craw of a sick pullet. Vexed and waxy I am for me careless cousin. Do it. Who wouldn't do it? He went up to the rope that Dennis and Kristin were weaving together, and he put his fingers on it. Is that the rope, says he, that'll hang my grand cousin? No, said Dennis. It is not. His rope came through the post office yesterday. For the prison master it was, a long new rope, saints preserve us, and Jimmy Fallon the postman getting roaring drunk showing it to the scores of creatures would give him a drink for the sight of it. Just coiled it was, and no way hidden, with a label on it, OHMS. The wind's rising you, said Kristin. Take a couple of forks now and turn the hemp in the field. Maybe 'twill scour the Satan out of it. Stormy it does be, and the bay is darkened in broad noon, said Tom Toole. Why wouldn't the whole world be dark and a man to be hung, said she. They went to the hemp, so knotted and stinking, and began raking it and raking it. The wind was roaring from the bay, the hulk twitching and tottering. The gulls came off the wave, and Kristine's clothes stretched out from her like the wings of a bird. The hemp heaved upon the paddock like a great beast bursting a snare that was on it, and a strong blast drove a heap of it upon the man from Kilsheelan, twisting and binding him in its clasp till he thought he would not escape from it, and he went falling and yelping. Tom Toole unwound him, and sat him in the lieu of the stack till he got his strength again, and then he began to moan of his misfortune. Said Tom Toole, Isn't it as hard to cure it as a wart on the back of a hedgehog? But he wouldn't stint it. 'Tis large and splendid talk I get from you, Tom Toole, but divil a deed of strength. Vexed and waxy I am. Why couldn't he do his murder after we'd done with him? What a cranky cousin, what a foolish creature, what a silly man, the devil take him. Let you be aisy, the other said. To heaven he is going. And what's the gain of it, if he to go with his neck stretched? Indeed, I did know a man went to heaven once, began Tom Toole, but he did not care for it. That's queer, said the man, for there couldn't be anything you'd not want, indeed to glory. Well, he came back to Ireland on the head of it. I forget what was his name. Was it Corcoran, or Toole, or Horan? No, none of those names. He led on it was a lonely place, not fit for living people or dead people, he said. Nothing but trees and streams and beasts and birds. What beasts and birds? Rabbits and badgers, elephant, the dromedary, all those ancient races, eagles and hawks and cuckoos and magpies. He wandered in a thick forest for nights and days, like a flea in a great beard, and the beasts and the birds setting traps and hooks and dangers for the poor feller. The worst villains of all was the sheep. The sheep? What could a sheep do then? Asked Kilsheelan. I don't know the right of it, but you'd not believe me if I told you it all. If you went for a little swim, you was not seen again. I never heard the like of that in Roscommon. Not another holy soul was in it but himself, and if he was taken with the thirst, he would dip his hands in a stream that flowed with rich wine and put it to his lips. But if he did, it turned to air at once and twisted up in a blue cloud. But grand wine to look at, he said. If he took oranges from a tree, he could not bite them. They were chiny oranges, hard as plate. But beautiful oranges to look at they were. To pick a flower, it burst on you like a gun. What was too cold to touch, and what was too warm to swallow. You must throw it up or die. Faith, it's no reason for a Christian soul, Tom Toole. Where is it at all? High it may be, low it may be. It may be here, it may be there. What could the like of a sheep do? A sheep? A devouring, savage creature it is there. The most hard to come at, the most difficult to conquer. With the teeth of a lion and a tiger, the strength of a bear and a half, the deceit of 2 foxes, the run of a deer, Is it heaven you call it? I'd not look twice at a place the like of that. No, you would not, no. Ah, but wait now, said Kilsheelan. Wait till the day of judgment. Well, I will not wait then, said Tom Toole sternly. When the sinners of the world are called to their judgment, scatter they will all over the face of the earth, running like hares till they come to the sea, and there they will perish. Ah, the love of God on the world. They went raking and raking, till they came to a great stiff hump of it that rolled over, and they could see sticking from the end of it 2 boots. Oh, what is it, in the name of God? Sorra no, but I'd not like to look, said Tom Toole, and they called the girl to come see what it was. A dead man, said Kristin, in a thin voice with great tremble coming on her, and she white as a tooth. Unwind him now. They began to unwind him like a tailor with a bale of tweed, and at last they came to a man black in the face. Strangled he was. The girl let a great cry out of her. Queen of heaven, 'tis my dad. Choked he is, the long strands have choked him, my good pleasant dad. And she went with a run to the house crying. What has he there in his hand? Asked Kilsheelan. 'Tis a chopper, says he. Do you see what is on it, Tom Toole? Sure I see, and you see what is on it. Blood is on it, and murder is on it. Go fetch a peeler. I'll wait while you bring him. When his friend was gone for the police, Tom Toole took a little squint around him and slid his hand into the dead man's pocket. But if he did, he was nearly struck mad from his senses, for he pulled out a loose dead hand that had been chopped off as neat as the foot of a pig. He looked at the dead man's arms, and there was a hand to each. So he looked at the hand again. The fingers were covered with the rings of gold and diamonds. Covered! Glory be to God, said Tom Toole, and he put his hand in another pocket and fetched a budget full of papers and banknotes. Glory be to God, he said again, and put the hand and the budget back in the pockets, and turned his back, and said prayers until the peelers came and took them all off to the court. It was not long, 2 days or 3, until an inquiry was held. Grand it was, and its judgment was good, and the bigwig asked, Where is the man that found the body? There are 2 of them, says the peeler. Swear 'em, says he, and Kilsheelan stepped up to a great murdering joker of a clerk, who gave him a book in his hand and roared at him, I swear by Almighty God. Yes, said Kilsheelan. Swear it, says the clerk. Indeed I do. You must repeat it, says the clerk. I will, sir. Well, repeat it then, says he. And what will I repeat? So he told him again, and he repeated it. And then the clerk goes on, that the evidence I give, yes, says Kilsheelan. Say those words, if you please. The words, oh, give me the head of them again. So he told him again, and he repeated it. Then the clerk goes on, shall be the truth. It will, says Kilsheelan. And nothing but the truth. Yes, be God indeed. Say nothing but the truth, roared the clerk. No, says Kilsheelan. Say nothing. All right, says Kilsheelan. Can't you say nothing but the truth? Yes, he says. Well, say it. I will so, says he. The scrapings of sense on it all. So they swore them both, and their evidence they gave. Very good, his lordship said. A most important and opportune discovery in the nick of time by the tracing of God. There is a reward of £50 offered for the finding of this property and jewels. £50 you will get in due course. They said they were obliged to him, though sorrow one of them knew what he meant by a due course, nor where it was. Then a lawyer man guided the rights of the whole case. He was the cunningest man ever lived in the city of Cork. No one could match him, and he made it straight and he made it clear. Old Horan must have returned from his journey unbeknown on the night of the gale when the deed was done. Perhaps he had made a poor profit in his toil, for there was little of his own coin found on his body. He saw the 2 drunks staggering along the bay. He clove in the head of the one with a bit of pipe. He hit the other a good whack to still or stiffen him. He got an axe from the yard. He shore off the Mexican's 2 hands, for the rings were grown tight and wouldn't be drawn from his fat fingers. Perhaps he dragged the captain home to his bed. You couldn't be sure of that. But put the hand in the captain's pocket he did, and went to the paddock to bury the treasure. But a blast of wind whipped and wove some of the hemp strand around his limbs, binding him sudden. He was all huffled and hoggled, and went mad with fear, struggling, the hemp rolling him and binding him till he was strangled or smothered. And that is what happened to him, believe it or no. But believe it you should. It was the tracing of God on him for his dark crime. Within a week of it, Peter Corcoran was away out of the gaol, a stout walking man again, free and ballygubbing. But on the day of his release, he did not go near the rope-walker's house. The Horans were there waiting, and the 2 old silly men, but he did not go next or near them. The next day, Kilsheelan said to her, Strange it is my cousin not to seek you, and he a sneezer for gallantry. 'Tis no wonder at all, replied Kristin, and he with his picture in all the papers. But he had a right to have come now, and you carrying him in his black misfortune, said Tom Toole. Well, he will not come then, said Kristin in her soft voice, in regard of the red murder on the soul of my dad. And why should he put a mark on his family, and he the captain of a ship? In the afternoon, Tom Toole and the other went walking to try if they should see him, and they did see him at a hotel, but he was hurrying from it. He had a frieze coat on him and a bag in his hand. Well, who are you at all? Asked Peter Corcoran. You are my cousin from America, said Kilsheelan. Is that so? And I never heard it, says Peter. What's your name? The man from Kilsheelan hung down his old head and couldn't answer him, but Tom Toole said, Thrifty he is, sir. He forgets his little name. A stray, is he? My mother said I've cousins in Roscommon. Do you know 'em, the Twingenings? Twingening! Oh, and Twingening it is, roared Churchyard. 'Tis my name, 'tis my name, 'tis my name. And he danced about, squawking like a parrot in a frenzy. If it's Owen Twingening you are, I'll bring you to my mother in Manhattan. The captain grabbed up his bag. Haste now, come along out of it. I'm going from the cunning town this minute. Bad sleep to it forever in a month. There's a cart waiting to catch me the boat train to Queenstown. Will you go? Now? Holy God contrive it, said Kilsheelan. His voice was wheezy as an old goat, and he made to go off with him. Good day to you, Tom Toole. You'll get all the reward and endure a rich life from this out. Fortune on it all, a fortune on it all. And the two of them were gone in a twink. Tom Toole went back to the Horns then. Night was beginning to dusk and to darken. As he went up the rope walk, Kristin came to him from her potato gardens and gave him signs, he to be quiet and follow her down to the Strand. So he followed her down to the Strand and told her all that happened, till she was vexed and full of tender words for the old fool. Aren't you the spirit of misfortune? It would daunt a saint, so it would, and scrape a tear from silky Satan's eye. Those two deluders, they've but the drainings of half a heart between 'em, and he not willing to lift the feather of a thought on me. I'd not forget him till there's 10 days in a week, and every one of them lucky. But isn't Peter Corcoran the nice name for a captain, man? The very pattern. She gave him a little bundle into his hand. There's a loaf and a cut of meat. You'd best be starting from here. Yes, he said, and stood looking stupid, for his mind was in a dream. The rock at one horn of the bay had a red glow on it like the shawl on the neck of a lady, but the other was black now. A man was dragging a turf boat up the beach. Listen you, said Kristin. There's 2 upstart men in the house now, seeking you in the other. There's trouble and damage on the head of it. From the asylum they are, to the police they have been, to put an embargo on the reward, and sorra a sixpence ill receive of the 50 pounds of it. To the expense of the asylum it must go, they say. The treachery! Devil and all, the blood sweating on every coin of it will rot the palm of a nigger. Do you hear me at all? She gave him a little shaking, for he was standing stupid, gazing at the bay which was dying into grave darkness except for the wash of its broken waves. Do you hear me at all? It's quit now you should, my little old man, or they'll be taking you. Ah, yes, sir, I hear you, Kristin. Thank you kindly. Just looking and listening I was. I'll be stirring from it now, and I'll get on and I'll go. Just looking and listening I was. Just a wee look. Then goodbye to you, Mr. Tom Toole, said Kristin Horan, and turning from him she left him in the darkness and went running up the rope walk to her home. End of section 8.
Section number 9 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakhmola. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. Tribute. 2 honest young men lived in Bradell, worked together at the spinning mills at Bradell, and courted the same girl in the town of Bradell, a girl named Patience who was poor and pretty. One of them, Nathan Regent, who wore cloth uppers to his best boots, was steady, silent, and dignified. But Tony Vassal, the other, was such a happy-go-lucky fellow that he soon carried the goodwill of Patience in his heart, in his handsome face, in his pocket, at the end of his nickel watch chain, or wherever the sign of requited love is carried by the happy lover. The virtue of steadiness, you see, can be measured only by the years, and this Tony had put such a hurry into the tender bosom of Patience. Silence may very well be golden, but it is a currency not easy to negotiate in the kingdom of courtship. Dignity is so much less than simple faith that it is unable to move even one mountain. It charms the hearts only of bank managers and bishops. So, Patience married Tony Vassell, and Nathan turned his attention to other things, among them to a girl who had a neat little fortune, and Nathan married that. Bradell is a large gaunt hill covered with dull little houses, and it has flowing from its side a stream which feeds a gigantic and beneficent mill. Without that mill, as everybody in Bradell knew, for it was there that everybody in Bradell worked, the heart of Bradell would cease to beat. Tony went on working at the mill. So did Nathan in a way, but he had a cute ambitious wife, and, what with her money and influence, he was soon made a manager of one of the departments. Tony went on working at the mill. In a few more years, Nathan's steadiness so increased his opportunities that he became joint manager of the whole works. Then his colleague died. He was appointed sole manager, and his wealth became so great that eventually Nathan and Nathan's wife bought the entire concern. Tony went on working at the mill. He now had 2 sons and a daughter, Nancy, as well as his wife Patience, so that even his possessions may be said to have increased, although his position was no different from what it had been for 20 years. The Regents, now living just outside Bradell, had one child, a daughter named Olive, of the same age as Nancy. She was very beautiful and had been educated at a school to which she rode on a bicycle until she was 18. About that time, you must know, the country embarked upon a disastrous campaign, a war so calamitous that every sacrifice was demanded of Bradell. The Bradell mills were worn from their very bearings by their colossal efforts, increasing by day or by night to provide what were called the sinews of war. Almost everybody in Bradell grew white and thin and sullen with the strain of constant labor. Not quite everybody, for the Regents received such a vast increase of wealth that their eyes sparkled. They scarcely knew what to do with it. Their faces were neither white nor sullen. In times like these, declared Nathan's wife, we must help our country still more. We must help. Let us lend our money to the country. Yes, said Nathan. So they lent their money to their country. The country paid them tribute, and therefore, as the regent wealth continued to flow in, they helped their country more and more. They even lent the tribute back to the country and received yet more tribute for that. In times like these, said the country, we must have more men we must have. And so Nathan went and sat upon a tribunal, for, as everybody in Bradell knew, if the mills of Bradell ceased to grind, the heart of Bradell would cease to beat. What can we do to help our country? Asked Tony Vassell of his master. We have no money to lend. No, was the reply, but you can give your strong son Dan. Tony gave his son Dan to the country. Goodbye, dear son, said his father, and his brother and his sister Nancy said, Goodbye. His mother kissed him. Dan was killed in the battle. His sister Nancy took his place at the mill. In a little while the neighbors said to Tony Vassell, What a fine, strong son is your young Albert Edward. And Tony gave his son Albert Edward to the country. Goodbye, dear son, said his father. His sister kissed him. His mother wept on his breast. Albert Edward was killed in battle. His mother took his place at the mill. But the war did not cease. Though friend and foe alike were almost drowned in blood, it seemed as powerful as eternity, and in time Tony Vassell too went to battle and was killed. The country gave Patience a widow's pension, as well as a touching inducement to marry again. She died of grief. Many people died in those days. It was not strange at all. Nathan and his wife got so rich that after the war they died of overeating, and their daughter Olive came into a vast fortune and a trustee. The trustee went on lending the bridal money to the country. The country went on sending large sums of interest to Olive, which was the country's tribute to her because of her parents' unforgotten and indeed unforgettable kindness, while Bradel went on with its work of enabling the country to do this. For when the war came to an end, the country told Bradel that those who had not given their lives must now turn to and really work harder than before the war, much, much harder, or the tribute could not be paid and the heart of Bradel would therefore cease to beat. Bradel folks saw that this was true, only too true, and they did as they were told. The vassal girl, Nancy, married a man who had done deeds of valor in the war. He was a mill hand like her father, and they had 2 sons, Daniel and Albert Edward. Olive married a grand man, though it is true he was not very grand to look at. He had a small sharp nose, but they did not matter very much because when you looked at him in profile, his bouncing red cheeks quite hid the small sharp nose, as completely as 2 hills hide a little barn in a valley. Olive lived in a grand mansion with numerous servants who helped her to rear a little family of 1, a girl named Mercy, who also had a small sharp nose and round red cheeks. Every year after the survivors returned from the war, Olive gave a supper to her workpeople and their families, hundreds of them. For 6 hours there would be feasting and toys, music and dancing. Every year Olive would make a little speech to them all, reminding them all of their duty to Bradel and Bradel's duty to the country, although, indeed, she did not remind them of the country's tribute to Olive. That was perhaps a theme unfitting to touch upon. It would have been boastful and quite unbecoming. "These are grave times for our country," Olive would declare, year after year. "Her responsibilities are enormous. We must all put our shoulders to the wheel." Every year one of the workmen would make a little speech in reply, thanking Olive for enabling the heart of Bradel to continue its beats, calling down the spiritual blessings of heaven and the golden blessings of the world upon Olive's golden head. One year the honor of replying fell to the husband of Nancy, and he was more than usually eloquent, for on that very day the 2 sons had commenced to doff bobbins at the mill. No one applauded louder than Nancy's little Dan or Nancy's Albert Edward, unless it was Nancy herself. Olive was always much moved on these occasions. She felt that she did not really know these people, that she would never know them. She wanted to go on seeing them, being with them, and living with rapture in their workaday world, but she did not do this. "How beautiful it all is," she would sigh to her daughter, Mercy, who accompanied her. "I am so happy. All these dear people are being cared for by us, just simply us. God's scheme of creation, you see, the Almighty, we are His agents. We must always remember that. It goes on for years, years upon years it goes on. It will go on, of course, yes, forever. The heart of Bradel will not cease to beat. The old one die, the young grow old, the children mature and marry and keep the mill going. When I am dead, Mama, Mama. Oh yes, indeed, one day. Then you will have to look after all these things, Mercy, and you will talk to them, just like me. Yes, to own the mill is a grave and difficult thing. Only those who own them know how grave and difficult. It calls forth all one's deepest and rarest qualities. But it is a divine position, a noble responsibility, and the people really love me, I think. End of section number 9.
Section 10 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A. E. Coppard. The Handsome Lady. Towards the close of the 19th century, the parish of Tull was a genial but angular hamlet, hung out on the north side of a midland hill, with scarcely renown enough to get itself marked on a map. Its felicities, whatever they might be, lay some miles distant from a railway station, and so were seldom regarded, being neither boasted of by the inhabitants nor visited by strangers. But here as elsewhere people were born, and, as unusual, unconspicuously born. John Pettigrove made a note of them then, and when people came in their turns to die, Pettigrove made a note of that too, for he was the district registrar. In between whiles, like fish in a pond, they were immersed in labor until the divine angler hooked them to the bank, and then, as is the custom, they were conspicuously buried and labored presumably no more. The registrar was perhaps the one person who had love and praise for the simple place. He was born and bred in Tull. He had never left Tull, and at 40 years of age was as firmly attached to it as the black clock to the tower of Tull Church, which never recorded anything but 20 minutes past 4. His wife, Carrie, a delicate woman, was also satisfied with Tull, but as she owned 2 or 3 small pieces of house property there, her fancy may not have been entirely beyond suspicion, possession, as you might say, being 9 points of the prejudice, just as it is of the law. A year or 2 after their marriage, Carrie began to suffer from a complication of ailments that turned her into a permanent invalid. She was seldom seen out of the house, and under her misfortunes she peaked and pined. She was troublesome. There was no pleasing her. If Pettigrove went about unshaven, she was vexed. It was unclean. It was lazy, disgusting. But when he once appeared with his mustache shaven off, she was exceedingly angry. It was scandalous. It was shameful, maddening. There is no pleasing some women. What is a man to do? When he began to let it grow again and encouraged a beard, she was more tyrannical than ever. The great church was small and looked shrunken, as if it had sagged. It seemed to stoop down upon the green yard, but the stones and mounds, the cypress and holly, the strangely faded blue of a door that led through the churchyard wall to the mansion of the vicar, were beautiful without pretense, and though as often as not the parson's goats used to graze among the graves and had been known to follow him into the nave, there was about the ground the indulgent dimness under the trees, and the tower with its unmoving clock, the very delicacy of solitude. It inspired compassion and not cynicism as, peering as it were through the glass of antiquity, the stranger gazed upon its mortal register. In its peace, its beauty, and its age, all those pious records and hopes inscribed upon its stones seemed not uttered in pride nor all in vain. But to speak truth, the church's grace was partly the achievement of its lofty situation. A road climbing up from sloping fields turned abruptly and traversed the village, sidling up to the church. There, having apparently satisfied some itch of curiosity, it turned abruptly again and trundled back another way into that northern prospect of farms and forests that lay in the direction of Whitewater Copse, Hangman's Corner, and 1 o'clock. It was that prospect which most delighted Pettigrove, for he was a simple-minded countryman full of ambling content. Not even the church allured him so much, for though it pleased him and was just at his own threshold, he never entered it at all. Once upon a time there had been talk of him joining the church choir, for he had a pleasant singing voice, but he would not go.
"It's flying in the face of Providence,"
cried his exasperated wife. Her mind, too, was a falsetto one.
"You've as strong a voice as anyone in Tull, in fact stronger. Not that that is saying much, for Tull air don't seem good for songsters if you may judge by that choir. The air is too thick, maybe, I can't say. It certainly oppresses my own chest, or perhaps it's too thin. I don't thrive on it myself. But you've the strength, and it would do you credit. You'd be a credit to yourself, and it would be a credit to me. But that won't move you. I can't tell what you'd be at. A drunken man'll get sober again, but a fool, well, there."
John, unwilling to be a credit, would mumble an objection to being tied down to that sort of thing. That was just like him. No spontaneity, no tidiness in his mind. Whenever he addressed himself to any discussion, he had, as you might say, to tuck up his intellectual sleeves, give a hitch to his argumentative trousers. So he went on singing, just when he had a mind to it, old country songs, for he disliked what he called gimcrack ballads about bosoms and roses. Pettigrove's occupation dealt with the extreme features of existence, but he himself had no extreme notions. He was a good medium type of man mentally, and something more than that physically, but nevertheless he was a disappointment to his wife. He never gave her any opportunity to shine by his reflected light. She had nurtured foolish ideas of him first as a figure of romance, then of some social importance. He ought to be a parish councillor or develop eminence somehow in their way of life. But John was nothing like this. He did not develop or shine or offer counsel. He was just a big, solid, happy man. There were times when his childless wife hated every ounce and sign of him, when his fair clipped beard and hair, which she declared were the color of jute, and his stolidity sickened her.
"I do my duty by him, and, please God, I'll continue to do it. I'm a humble woman and easily satisfied. An afflicted woman has no chance at all,"
she said. After 12 years of wedded life, Pettigrove sometimes vaguely wondered what it would have been like not to have married anybody. One Michaelmas, a small house belonging to Mrs. Pettigrove was let to a widow from Eastbourne. Mrs. Cronshaw was a fine, upstanding woman, gracefully grave and, as the neighbors said, clean as a pink. For several evenings after she had taken possession of the house, Pettigrove, who was a very handy sort of man, worked upon some alterations to her garden, and at the end of the third or fourth evening she had invited him into her bower to sip a glass of some cordial, and she thanked him for his labors. "Not at all, Mrs. Cronshaw," and he drank to her very good fortune. Just that, and no more. The next evening she did the same, and the very next evening to that again, and so it was not long before they spoke of themselves to each other, turn and turn about, as you might say. She was the widow of an ironmonger who had died 2 years before, and the ironmonger's very astute brother had given her an annuity in exchange for her interest in the business. Without family and with few friends, she had been lonely. "But Tull is such a hearty place," she said. "It's beautiful. One might forget to be lonely." "Be sure of that," commented Pettigrove. They had the light of 2 candles and a blazing fire. She grew kind and more communicative to him, a strangely, disturbingly attractive woman, dark, with an abundance of well-dressed hair and a figure of charm. She had carpet all over her floor. Nobody else in Tull dreamed of such a thing. She did not cover her old dark table with a cloth as everyone else habitually did. The pictures on the wall were real, and the black-lined sofa had cushions on it of violet silk, which she sometimes actually sat upon. There was a dainty dresser with china and things, a bureau, and a tall clock that told the exact time. But there was no music. Music made her melancholy. In Pettigrove's home there were things like these, but they were not the same. His bureau was jammed in a corner, with flower pots upon its top. His pictures comprised 2 photo prints of a public park in Swansea. His wife had bought them at an auction sale. Their dresser was a cumbersome thing with knobs and hooks and jars and bottles, and the tall clock never chimed the hours. The very armchairs at Mrs. Cronshaw's were wells of such solid comfort that it made him feel uncomfortable to use them. "Ah, I should like to be sure of it," she continued. "I have not found kindly people in the cities. They do not even seem to notice a fine day. I have not found them anywhere, so why should they be in Tull? You are a wise man. Tell me, is Tull the exception?" "Yes, Mrs. Cronshaw. You must come and visit us whenever you've a mind to. Have no fear of loneliness." "Yes, I will come and visit you," she declared. "Soon, I will." "That's right, you must visit us." "Yes, soon, I must." But weeks passed over, and the widow did not keep her promise, although she only lived a furlong from his door. Pettigrove made no further invitation, for he found excuses on many evenings to visit her. It was easy to see that she did not care for his wife, and he did not mind this, for neither did he care for her now. The old wish that he had never been married crept back into his mind, a sly, unsavory visitant. It was complicated by a thought that his wife might not live long, a dark, shameful thought that nevertheless trembled into hope. So on many of the long winter evenings, while his wife dozed in her bed, he sat in the widow's room talking of things that were strange and agreeable. She could neither understand nor quite forgive his parochialism. This was sweet flattery to him. He had scarcely ever set foot outside a 10-mile radius of Tull, but he was an intelligent man, and all her discourse was of things he could perfectly understand. For the first time in his life, Pettigrove found himself lamenting the dullness of existence. He tried to suppress this tendency, but words would come, and he was distressed. He had always been in love with things that lasted, that had stability, that gave him a recognition and guidance. But now his feelings were flickering like grass in a gale. "How strange that is," she said, when he told her this. "We seem to have exchanged our feelings. I am happy here, but I know that dark thought, yes, that life is a dull journey on which the mind searches for variety, unvarying variety." "But what for?" he cried. "It is constantly seeking change." "But for why? It seems like treachery to life." "It may be so, but if you seek, you find." "What?" "Whatever you are seeking." "What am I seeking?" "Not to know that is the blackest treachery to life. We are growing old," she added inconsequently, stretching her hands to the fire. She wore black silk mittens. "Perhaps that's it," he allowed, with a laugh. "Childhood's best." "Surely not," she protested. "Ah, but I was gay enough then. I'm not a religious man, you know, and perhaps that's the reason. But, however, I can remember things of great joy and pleasure then." And it seemed from his recollections that not the least pleasant and persistent was his memory of the chapel, a Baptist hall long since closed and decayed, to which his mother had sent him on Sunday afternoons. It was a plain, tough little tabernacle, with benches of deal, plain deal, very hard, covered with a clear varnish that smelled pleasant. The platform and its railing, the teacher's desk, the pulpit were all of deal, the plainest deal, very hard and all covered with a clear varnish that smelled very pleasant. And somehow the creed and the teacher and the attendants were like that too, all plain and hard, covered with a varnish that was pleasant. But there was a way in which the afternoon sun beamed through the cheap windows that lit up for young Pettigrove an everlasting light. There were hymns with tunes that he hoped would be sung in paradise. The texts, the stories, the admonitions of the teachers were vivid and evidently beautiful in his memory. Best of all was the privilege of borrowing a book at the end of school time, Pilgrim's Progress or Uncle Tom's Cabin. For a while his recollections restored him to cheerfulness, but his dullness soon overcame him again. "I have been content all my life. Never was a man more content. And now, It's treachery, if you like. My faith's gone, content gone. For why? He rose to go, and as he paused at the door to bid her good night, she took his hand and softly and tenderly said, "Why are you depressed? Don't be so. Life is not dull. It is only momentarily unkind." "Ah, I'll get used to it." "John Pettigrove, you must never get used to dullness. I forbid you." "But I thought Tull was beautiful," he said as he paused upon the door-sill. "I thought Tull was beautiful." "Until I came?" It was so softly uttered, and she closed the door so quickly upon him. They called good night, to each other through the door. He went away through the village, his mind streaming with strange emotions. He exulted, and yet he feared for himself and for the widow, but he could not summon from the depths of his mind what it was he feared. He passed a woman in the darkness who, perhaps mistaking him for another, said, "Good night, my love." The next morning he sat in the kitchen after breakfast. It wanted but a few days to Christmas. There was no frost in the air. The wind roared, but the day, though gray, was not gloomy. Only the man was gloomy. "Nothing ever happens," he murmured. "True, but what would you want to happen?" Out in the scullery, a village girl was washing dishes. As she rattled the ware, she hummed a song. From his back window, Pettigrove could see a barn in a field, 2 broken gates, a pile of logs, faggots, and a single pollarded willow whose head was strangled under a hat of ivy. Beside a barley stack was a goose with a crooked neck. It stood sulking. High aloft in the sky, thousands of blown rooks wrangled like lost men. And Pettigrove vowed he would go no more to the widow, not for a while. Something inside him kept asking, why not? And he as quickly replied to himself, you know, you'll find it all in God Almighty's own commandments. Stick to them, you can't do more. At least you might, but what would be the good? So that evening he went along to the Christmas lottery held in a vast barn, dimly lit and smelling of vermin. A rope hung over each of its 2 giant beams, dangling smoky lanterns. There was a crowd of men and boys inspecting the prizes in the gloomy corners, a pig sulking in a pen of hurdles, sacks of wheat, live hens in coops. A row of dead hares hung on the rail of a wagon. Amid silence, a man plunged his hand into a corn measure and drew forth a numbered ticket. Another man drew from a similar measure a blank ticket or a prize ticket. Each time a prize was drawn, a hum of interest spread through the onlookers. But when the chief prize, the fat pig, was drawn against number 79, there was agitation, excitement even. "Who be it?" cried several. "Who be number 79 for the fat pig?" A man consulted a list and said doubtfully, "Miss Suby Jones. Who be she?" No one seemed to know until a husky alto voice from a corner piped, "I know her. She's from Shottsford way, over by Squire Marchand's." "Oh," murmured the disappointed men. The husky voice continued, "Day afore yesterday she hung herself." For a few seconds there was a pained silence, until a powerful voice cried, "It's a mortal shame, chaps." The ceremony proceeded until all the tickets were drawn and all the prizes won and distributed. The cackling hens were seized from the pens by their legs and handed upside down to their new owners. The pig was bundled squealing into a sack. Bags of wheat were shouldered and the white-bellied hares were held up to the light. Everybody was animated and chattered loudly. "I had numbers 30 in the big chance and I won nothing. And I had number 31 in the little chance and I won a duck. Number 31 was my number, and number 30 in the big draw. I won nothing in that, but in the little draw I won a duck. Well, there's flesh for you." Some of those who had won hens held them out to a white-faced youth who smoked a large rank pipe. He took each fowl quietly by the neck and twisted it till it died. A few small feathers stuck to his hands or wavered to the floor, and even after the bird was dead and carried away, it continued slowly and vaguely to flap its big wings and scatter its lorn feathers. Pettigrove spent most of the next day in the forest plantation south of Tull Great Wood, where a few chain of soil had been cultivated and reserved for seedlings, trees of larch and pine no bigger than potted geraniums, groves of oak with stems slender as a cockerel's leg and most of the stiff brown leaves still clinging to the famished twigs, or sycamores, thin but tall, flourishing in a mat of their own dropped foliage that was the color of butter fringed with blood and stained with black gouts like a child's copybook. It was a toy forest, dense enough for the lair of a beast, and dim enough for an anchorite's meditations, but a dog could leap over it, and a boy could stand amid its growth and look like Gulliver and Lilliput. "May I go into the wood?" a voice called to Pettigrove. Looking sharply up, he saw Mrs. Cronshaw, clad in a long dark blue cloak with a fur necklet, a gray velvet hat trimmed with a pigeon's wing confining her luxuriant hair. "Ah, you may," he said, stalking to her side, "but you'd best not. 'Tis a heavy marshy soil within, and the ways are stabbled by the hunters' horses. Better keep out till summer comes, then 'tis dry and pleasant-like." She sat down awkwardly on a heap of faggots, her feet turned slightly inwards, but her cheeks were dainty pink in the cold air. What a smart lady! He stood telling her things about the wood, its birds and foxes. Deep in the heart of it all was a lovely open space covered with the greenest grass and a hawthorn tree in the middle of that. It bloomed in spring with heavy creamy blossom. No, he had never seen any fairies there. Come to that, he did not expect to. He had never thought of it. "But there are fairies, you know," cried the widow. "Oh, yes, in old times. I mean very old times. Before the Romans, in fact before Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob then. The mother of the earth had a big family, thousands, something like the old woman who lived in a shoe she was. And one day God sent word to say he was coming to visit her. Well then, she was so excited, the mother of the earth, that she made a great to-do, you may be sure. And after she had made her house sparkle with cleanliness and had baked a great big pie, she began to wash her children. All of a sudden she heard the trumpets blow. God was just a-coming. So as she hadn't got time to finish them all, she hid those unwashed ones away out of sight and bade them to remain there and make no noise, or she would be angry and punish them. But you can't conceal anything from the King of all, and he knew of those hidden children, and he caused them to be hidden from mortal eyes forever, and they are the fairies, oh yes." "No, nothing can be concealed," Pettigrove admitted in his slow, grave fashion. "Murder will out, as they say, but that's a tough morsel if you're going to swallow it all. But I like to believe in those things I wish were true." "Ah, so, yes," said Pettigrove. It was an afternoon of damp, squally blusters, uncheering, with slaty sky. The air itself seemed slaty, and though it had every opportunity and invitation to fall, the rain, with strange perversity, held off. In the oddest corners of the sky, north and east, a miraculous glow could be seen, as if the sun in a moment of aberration had determined to set just then and just there. The wind made a long noise in the sky. The smell of earth rose about them, of timber and of dead leaves. Except for rooks or a wren cockering itself in a bush, no birds were to be seen. Letting his spade fall, Pettigrove sat down beside the widow and kissed her. She blushed red as a cherry, and he got up quickly. "I ought not to have done it. I ought not to have done that, Mrs. Cronshaw." "Caroline," she said, smiling the correction at him. "Is that your name?" He sat down by her again. "Why, it is the same as my wife's." And Caroline said, "Humph, you're a strange man. but you are wise and good. Tell me, does she understand you?" "What is there to understand? We are wed, and we are faithful to each other. I can take my oath on that to God or man." "Yes, yes, but what is faith without love between you? You see, you have long since broken your vows to love and cherish. Understand that. You have broken them in half." She had picked up a stick and was drawing patterns of cubes and stars in the soil. "But what is to be done, Caroline? Life is good, but there is good living and there is bad living. There is fire and there is water. It is strange what the Almighty permits to happen." A slow-speaking man, scrupulous of thought and speech, he weighed each idea before its delivery as carefully as a tobacconist weighs an ounce of tobacco. "Have some cake?" said Caroline, drawing a package from a pocket. "Will you have a piece, John?" She seemed to be on the point of laughing aloud at him. He took the fragment of cake, but he did not eat it as she did. He held it between finger and thumb and stared at it. It's strange how a man lets his tongue wag now and again, as if he'd got the universe stuck on the end of a common fork. "Or at the end of a knitting needle, yes, I know," laughed Caroline, brushing the crumbs from her lap. Then she bent her head, patted her lips, and regurgitated with a gesture of apology, just like a lady. "But what are you saying? If there is love between you, there is faithfulness. If there is no love, there is no fidelity." He bit a mouthful off the cake at last. "May be true, but you must have respect for the beliefs of others." "How can you if they don't fit in with your own? Or there is sorrow." He bolted the rest of his cake. "Oh, you are right, I dare say, Caroline. No doubt. It's right, I know. But is it reasonable?" "There are afflictions," she said, "which time will cure, so they don't matter. But there are others which time only aggravates. So what can we do? I dare say it's different with a man, but a woman, you know, grasps at what she wants. That sounds reasonable, but you don't think it's right?" In the cold whistling sky a patch of sunset had now begun to settle in its proper quarter, but as frigid and unconvincing as a stage fireplace. Pettigrove sat with his great hands clasped between his knees. Perhaps she grew tired of watching the back of him. She rose to go, but she said gently enough, "Come in tonight. I want to tell you something." "I will, Caroline." Later, when he reached home, he found 2 little nieces had arrived, children of some relatives who lived a dozen miles away. A passing farmer had dropped them at Tull. Their parents were coming a day later to spend Christmas with the Pettigroves. They sat up in his wife's room after tea, for Carrie left her bed only for an hour or 2 at noon. She dozed against her pillows, a brown shawl covering her shoulders, while the 2 children played by the hearth. Pettigrove sat silent, gazing in the fire.
"What a racket you are making, Polly and Jane,"
quavered Carrie. The little girls thereupon ceased their sporting and took a picture book to the hearthrug, where they examined it in awed silence by the firelight. After some minutes the invalid called out,
"Don't make such a noise turning over all them leaves."
Polly made a grimace, and little Jane said, "We are looking at the pictures."
"Well," snapped Mrs. Pettigrove, "why can't you keep to the one page?"
John sat by the fire vowing to himself that he would not go along to the widow, and in the very act of vowing he got up and began putting on his coat.
"Are you going out, John?"
"There's a window catch to put right along at Mrs. Cronshaw's," he said. At other times it had been a pump to mend, a door latch to adjust, or a jamb to ease.
"I never knew things to go like it before. I can't understand it," his wife commented. "What with windows and doors and pumps and banisters, anyone would think the house had got the rot. It's done for the purpose, or my name's not what it is."
"It won't take long," he said as he went. The wind had fallen away, but the sky, though clearer, had a dull, opaque, mean appearance, and the risen moon, without glow, without refulgence, was like a brass-headed nail stuck in a kitchen wall. The yellow blind at the widow's cot was drawn down, and the candles within cast upon the blind a slanting image of the bird-cage hanging at the window. A fat, dapper bird appeared to be snoozing upon its rod. A tiny square was probably a lump of sugar. The glass well must have been half full of water. It glistened and twinkled on the blind. The shadowy bird shifted one foot, then the other, and just opened its beak as Pettigrove tapped at the door. They did not converse very easily. There was constraint between them. Pettigrove's simple mind had a twinge of guilt. "Will you take lime juice or cocoa?" asked the widow, and he said, "Cocoa." "Little or large?" and he said, "Large." While they sat sipping the cocoa, Caroline began, "Well, I am going away, you know. No, not for good, just a short while. For Christmas only, or very little longer. I must go." She nestled her blue shawl more snugly round her shoulders. A cough seemed to trouble her. "There are things you can't put on one side forever." "Even if they don't fit in with your own ideas," he said slyly. "Yes, even then." He put down his cup and took both her hands in his own. "How long?" "Not long, not very long, not long enough." "Enough for what?" He broke up her hesitation. "For me to forget you? No, no, not in the 52 weeks of the whole world of time." "I did want to stay here," she said, "and see all the funny things country people do now." She was rather vague about those funny things. "Carols, mumming, visiting. Go to church on Christmas morning. Though how I should get past those dreadful goats, I don't know. Why are they always in the churchyard?" "Deasy creatures they are. Followed parson into service one Sunday, indeed. One of 'em did. Jumped up in his pulpit, too, so 'tis said. But when are you coming back?" She told him it was a little uncertain. She was not sure. She could not say. It was a little uncertain. "In a week, maybe?" Yes, a week, but perhaps it would be longer. She could not say. It was uncertain. "So, well, all right then. I shall watch for you." "Yes, watch for me." They gave each other good wishes and said goodbye in the little dark porch. The shadowy bird on the blind stood up and shrugged itself. Pettigrove's stay had scarcely lasted an hour, but in that time the moon had gone, the sky had cleared, and in its ravishing darkness the stars almost crackled, so fierce was their mysterious perturbation. The village man felt Caroline's arms about him and her lips against his mouth as she whispered a "God bless you." He turned away home, dazed, entranced. He did not heed the stars. In the darkness a knacker's cart trotted past him with a dim lantern swinging at its tail and the driver bawling a song. In the keen air the odor from the dead horse sickened him. End of section 10. Recording by Jeff Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota. Section 11 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Handsome Lady. Pettigrove passed Christmas gaily enough with his kindred, and even his wife indulged in brief gaieties. Her cousin was one of those men full of affable disagreements, an attitude rather than an activity of mind. He had a curious face resembling an owl's, except in its color, which was pink, and in its tiny black mustache curling downwards like a dark ring under his nose. If Pettigrove remarked upon a fine sunset, the cousin scoffed benignantly. There was a sunset every day, wasn't there? Common as grass, weren't they? As for the farming hereabouts, nothing particular in it, was there? The scenery was, well, it was just scenery, a few hills, a few woods, plenty of grass fields. No special suitability of soil for any crop. Corn would be just average. Wasn't that so? And the roots, well, on his farm at home he could show mangolds as big as young porkers, 40 to the cartload, or thereabouts. There weren't no farmers round here making a fortune, he'd be bound, and as for their birds, he should think they lived on rook pie. Pettigrove submitted that none of the toll farmers looked much the worse for farming. "Well, come," said the other, "I hear your workhouses be middling full. Now an old neighbor of mine, old Frank Stinsgrove, was a man as could farm any mortal thing. He wouldn't have looked at this land, not at a crown an acre, and he was a man as could farm any mortal thing, oranges and lemons if he'd a mind to it. What a head that man had, God bless, his brain was stuffed, full. He'd declare black was white, and what's more, he could prove it. I like a man like that." The cousin's wife was a vast woman, shaped like a cottage loaf. For some reason she clung to her stays. It could not be to disguise or curb her bulk, for they merely put a gloss upon it. You could only view her as a dimension, think of her as a circumference, and wonder grimly what she looked like as she prepared for the bath. She devoured turkey and pig griskin with such audible voracity that her husband declared that he would soon be compelled to wear corks in his ear holes at meal times. Yes, the same as they did in the artillery. She was quite unperturbed by this even when little Jane giggled, and she avowed that good food was a great enjoyment to her. "Oh, 'tis a good thing and a grand thing, but take that child now," said her father. Resting his elbow on the table, he indicated with his fork the diminutive Jane. Upon the fork hung a portion of meat large enough to half-sole a lady's shoe. "She's just the reverse. She eats as soft as a fly, a spillikin a day, and not a mite more. No, very dainty is our Jane." Here he swallowed the meat and treated 4 promising potatoes with very great savagery. "Do you know our Jane is going to marry a house painter? Ja, a house painter. Or is it a coach painter? 'Tis smooth and gentle work, she says, not like rough farmers or chaps that knock things pretty hard, smiths and carpenters, you know. Oh, Lord, 8 years old, would you believe it? The spillikin. John, this griskin's a lovely bit of meat." "Beautiful meat," chanted his wife, "like a pig we killed a month ago. That was a nice pig, fat and contented as you'd find any pig. 'Twould have been a shame to keep him alive any longer. It dressed so well, a picture it was, the kidneys shone like gold." "That reminds me of poor old Frank Stinsgrove," said her husband. "He'd a mint of money, a very wealthy man, but he didn't like parting with it. He'd got oldish and afraid of his death, must have a doctor calling to examine him every so often. Didn't mind spending a fortune on doctors, but every other way he'd skin a flint, and there was naught wrong with him, 'cept age. So his daughter ups and says to him one day, 'You are wasting your money on all these doctors, father. They do you no good. What you must have is nice, dainty, nourishing food. Now what about some of these new-laid eggs? How much are they fetching now?' Old Frank says. 'A penny farthing,' says she. 'A penny farthing! I cannot afford it.' And there was that man with a mint of money, a mint, could have bought Buckingham Palace, you understand me, and yet he must go on with his porridge and his muster plasters and his syrup of squills, until at last a smartish doctor really did find something the matter with him, in his kidneys. They operated, mark you, and they say, but I never quite had the rights of it, they say they gave him a new kidney made of wax, a new wax kidney, and I believe it was successful, only he had not to get himself into any kind of a heat, of course, nor sit too close to the fire. 'Stonishing what they doctors can do with your innards. But of course he was too old, soon died. Left a fortune, a mint of money, could have bought the crown of England. Staunch old chap, you know. Throughout the holidays, John sang his customary ballads, the Bista Ram, the Unquiet Grave, and dozens of others. After songs there would be things to eat. Then a game of cards, and after that, things to eat. Then a walk to the inn, to the church, to a farm, or to a friend's where, in all jollity, there would be things to eat and drink. They went to a meet of the hounds, a most successful outing, for it gave them ravening appetites. In short, as the cousin's wife said when bidding farewell, it was a time of great enjoyment. And Pettigrove said so too. He believed it, and yet was glad to be quit of his friends in order to contemplate the serene dawn that was to come at any hour now. By New Year's Day, Mrs. Cronshaw had not returned, but the big countryman was patient. His mind, though not at rest, was confident. The days passed as invisibly as warriors in a hostile country, and almost before he had begun to despair, February came, a haggard month to follow a frosty January. Mist clung to the earth as tightly as the dense gray fur on the back of a cat. Ice began to uncongeal. Adjacent lands became indistinct, and distant fields could not be seen at all. The banks of the roads and the squat hedges were heavily dewed. The cries of invisible rooks, the bleat of unseen sheep, made yet more gloomy the contours of motionless trees wherefrom the slightest movement of a bird fetched a splatter of drops to the road, cold and uncheering. All this inclemency crowded into the heart of the waiting man, a distress without a gleam of anger or doubt, but only a fond anxiety. Other anxieties came upon him which, without lessening his melancholy, somewhat diverted it. His wife suffered a sudden grave decline in health, and on calling in the doctor, Pettigrove was made aware of her approaching end. Torn between a strange recovered fondness for his sinking wife and the romantic adventure with the widow, which, to his mind at such a juncture, wore the sourest aspect of infidelity, Pettigrove dwelt in remorse and grief until the night of St. Valentine's Day, when he received a letter. It came from a coast town in Norfolk, from a hospital. Caroline, too, was ill. She made light of her illness, but it was clear to him now that this and this alone was the urgent reason of her retreat from Tull at Christmas. It was old tubercular trouble. That was consumption, wasn't it? Which had driven her into sanatoriums on several occasions in recent years. She was getting better now, she wrote, but it would be months before she would be allowed to return. It had been rather a bad attack, so sudden. Now she had no other thought or desire in the world but to be back at Tull with her friend, and in time to see that fairy May-tree at bloom in the wood. He had promised to show it to her. They would often go together, wouldn't they? And she signed herself his, with the deepest affection. He did not remember any promise to show her the tree, but he sat down straightway and wrote her a letter of love, incoherently disclosed and obscurely worded for any eyes but hers. He did not mention his wife. He had suddenly forgotten her. He sealed the letter and put it aside to be posted on the morrow. Then he crept back to his wife's room and continued his sick vigil. But in that dim room, lit by one small candle, he did not heed the invalid. His mind, feverishly alert, was devoted to thoughts of that other who also lay sick, and who had intimidated him. He had feared her, feared for himself. He had behaved like a lost wanderer who at night, deep in a forest, had come upon the embers of a fire left mysteriously glowing, and had crept up to it frightened, without stick or stone. If only he had conquered his fear, he might have lain down and rested by its strange comfort. But now he was sure of her love, sure of his own. He was secure. He would lay down and rest. She would come with all the sweetness of her passion and the valor of her frailty, stretching smooth, quiet wings over his lost soul. Then he began to be aware of a soft, insistent noise, tapping, 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 that seemed to come from the front door below. To assure himself, he listened intently, and soon it became almost the only sound in the world, clear but soft, sharp and thin, as if struck with the fingernails only, tap, 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 quickly on the door. When the noise ceased, he got up and groped stealthily down his narrow, crooked staircase. At the bottom he waited in an uncanny pause, until just beyond him he heard the gentle urgency again, tap, tap, and he flung open the door. There was enough gloomy light to reveal the emptiness of the porch. There was nothing there, nothing to be seen, but he could distinctly hear the sound of feet being vigorously shuffled on the doormat below him, as if the shoes of some light-foot visitor were being carefully cleaned before entry. Then it stopped. Beyond that, nothing. Pettigrove was afraid. He dared not cross the startling threshold. He shot back the door, bolted it in a fluster, and blundered away up the stairs. And there was now darkness, the candle in his wife's room having spent itself. But as a glow from the fire embers remained, he did not hasten to light another candle. Instead, he fastened the bedroom door also, and stood filled with wondering uneasiness, dreading to hear the tap, tap, tap come again, just there, behind him. He listened for it with stopped breath, but he could hear nothing, not the faintest scruple of sound, not the beat of his own heart, not a flutter from the fire, not a rustle of feet, not a breath. No, not even a breathing. He rushed to the bed and struck a match. That was a dead face. Under the violence of his sharpening shock, he sank upon the bed beside dead Carrie, and a faint crepuscular agony began to gleam over the pensive darkness of his mind, with a promise of mad moonlight to follow. 2 days later, a stranger came to the Pettigroves' door, a short, brusque, sharp-talking man with iron-gray hair and iron-rimmed spectacles. He was an ironmonger. "Mr. Pettigrove? My name is Cronshaw, of Eastbourne. Rather painful errand. My sister-in-law, Mrs. Cronshaw, tenant of yours, I believe." Pettigrove stiffened into antagonism. What the devil was all this? "Come in," he remarked grimly. "Thank you," said Cronshaw, following Pettigrove into the parlor where, with many sighs and much circumstance, he doffed his overcoat and stood his umbrella in a corner. "Had to walk from the station. No conveyances. That's pretty stiff. Miles and miles." "Have a drop of wine?" invited Pettigrove. "Thank you," said the visitor. "It's dandelion." "Very kind of you, I'm sure." Cronshaw drew a chair up to the fireplace, though the fire had not been lit, and the grate was full of ashes, and asked if he might smoke. Pettigrove did not mind. He poured out a glass of the yellow wine while Cronshaw lit his pipe. The room smelled stuffy. Heavy noises came from overhead as if men were moving furniture. The stranger swallowed a few drops of the wine, coughed, and said, "My sister-in-law is dead, I'm sorry to say. You had not heard, I suppose?" "Dead," whispered Pettigrove. "Mrs. Cronshaw." No, I had not. I had not heard that. I did not know. Mrs. Cronshaw dead. Is it true?" "Ah," said the stranger with a labored sigh. 2 nights ago in a hospital at Munsley. I've just come on from there. It was very sudden, frightfully sudden, but it was not unexpected, poor woman. It's been off and on with her for years. She was very much attached to this village, I suppose, and we're going to bury her here. It was her last request. That's what I want to do now. I want to arrange about the burial and the disposal of her things and to give up possession of your house. I'm very sorry for that." "I'm uncommon grieved to hear this," said Pettigrove. "She was a handsome lady." "Oh, yes." The ironmonger took out his pocketbook and prepared to write in it. "A handsome lady," continued the countryman tremulously. "Handsome, handsome." At that moment someone came heavily down the stairs and knocked at the parlor door. "Come in," cried Pettigrove. A man with red face and white hair shuffled into the room. He was dressed in a black suit that had been made for a man not only bigger, but probably different in other ways. "We shall have to shift her down here now," he began. "I was sure we should. The coffin's too big to get round that awkward crook in these stairs when it's loaded. In fact, 'tis impossible. Better have her down now afore we put her in, or there'll be an accident on the day as sure as judgment." The man, then noticing Cronshaw, said, "Good morning, sir. You'll excuse me." The ironmonger stared at him with horror, and then put his notebook away. Yes, then," mumbled Pettigrove. "I'll come up in a few minutes." The man went out, and Cronshaw jumped up and said, "You'll pardon me, Mr. Pettigrove. I had no idea that you had had a bereavement, too." "My wife," said Pettigrove dully, 2 nights ago." 2 nights ago? I am very sorry, most sorry," stammered the other, picking up his umbrella and hat. "I'll go away. What a sad coincidence." "There's no call to do that. What's got to be done must be done. I'll not detain you longer then, just a few details. I am most sorry, very sorry. It's extraordinary." He took out his notebook again. It had red edges and a fat elastic band, and after conferring with Pettigrove for some time, the stranger went off to see the vicar, saying as he shook hands, "I shall of course see you again when it is all over." How bewildering it is, and what a shock it is, from one day to another, and then nothing, and the day after tomorrow they'll be buried beside one another. "I am very sorry, most sorry. I shall of course come and see you again when it is all over." After he had gone, Pettigrove walked about the room murmuring, "She was a lady, a handsome lady," and then, still murmuring, he stumbled up the stairs to the undertaker's. His wife lay on the bed in a white gown. He enveloped her stiff, thin body in a blanket and carried it downstairs to the parlor. The others, with much difficulty, carried down the coffin, and when they had fixed it upon some trestles, they unwrapped Carrie from the blankets and laid her in it. Caroline and Carrie were buried on the same day in adjoining graves, buried by the same men, and as the ironmonger was prevented by some other misfortune from attending the obsequies, there were no other mourners than Pettigrove. The workshop sign of the toll carpenter bore the following notice: "Complete undertaker, small hearse kept," and therefore it was he who ushered the handsome lady from the station on that bitter day. Frost was so heavy that the umbrage of pine and fir looked woolly, thick gray swabs. Horses stood miserably in the frozen fields, breathing into any friendly bush. Rooks pecked industriously at the tough pastures, but wiser fowls, unlike the fabulous good child, could be neither seen nor heard. And all day someone was grinding corn at the mill house. The engine was old and kept on emitting explosions that shook the neighborhood like a dreadful bomb. Pettigrove, who had not provided himself with a black overcoat and therefore wore none at all, shivered so intensely during the ceremony that the keen edge of his grief was dulled, and indeed from that time onwards his grief, whatever its source, seemed deprived of all keenness. It just dulled him with a permanent dullness. He caused to be placed on his wife's grave a headstone, quite small, not a yard high, inscribed to Caroline, the beloved wife of John Pettigrove. Some days after its erection, he was astonished to find the headstone had fallen flat on its face. It was very strange, but after all it was a small matter, a simple affair, so in the dusk he himself took a spade and set it up again. A day or two later it had fallen once more. He was now inclined to some suspicion. He fancied that mischievous boys had done it. He would complain to the vicar. But Pettigrove was an easy-going man. He did not complain. He replaced the stone, setting it more deeply in the earth and padding the turf more firmly around it. When it fell the third time, he was astonished and deeply moved. But he was no longer in doubt, and as he once more made a good upheaval by the grave in the dusk, he said in his mind, and he felt too in his heart, that he understood. "It will not fall again," he said, and he was right. It did not. Pettigrove himself lived for another score of years, during which the monotony of his life was but mildly varied. He just went on registering births and deaths, and rearing little oaks and pines, firs and sycamores. Sentimental deference to the oft-repeated wish of his wife led him to join the church choir and sing its anthems and hymns with a secular blitheness that was at least mellifluous. Moreover, after a year or two, he did become a parish councillor, and in a modest way was something of a shining light. "If I were you," observed an old countryman to him, "and I had my way, I know what I would do. I would live in a little house and have a quiet life, and I wouldn't care the toss of a halfpenny for nothing and nobody." In the time of May, always, Pettigrove would wander in Tull Great Wood, as far as the hidden pleasance, where the hawthorn so whitely bloomed. None but he knew of that, or remembered it, and when its dying petals were heaped upon the grass, he gathered handfuls to keep in his pocket till they rotted. Sometimes he thought he would leave Tull and see something of the world. He often thought of that, but it seemed as if time had stabilized and contracted round his heart, and he did not go. At last, after 20 years of widowhood, he died and was buried, and this was the manner of that. 2 men were digging his grave on the morning of the interment, a summer's day so everlastingly beautiful that it was incredible anyone should be dead. The 2 men, an ancient named Jethro and a younger whom he called Mark, went to sit in the cool porch for a brief rest. The work on the grave had been very much delayed, but now the old headstone was laid on one side, and most of the earth that had covered his wife's body was heaped in untidy mounds upon the turf close by. Otherwise there was no change in the yard or the trees that grew so high, the grass that grew so greenly, the dark brick wall, or the door of fugitive blue. There was even a dappled goat quietly cropping. A woman came into the porch, remarked upon the grand day, and then passed into the church to her task of tidying up for the ceremony. Jethro took a swig of drink from a bottle and handed it to his mate. "You don't remember old Fan as used to clean the church, do you?" "No, 'twas 'fore you come about these parts. She was a smartish old gal. Bother me if one of they goats didn't follow her into the darn church one day. And wouldn't be drove out on it, neither. No, and she chasing of it from here to there and one place and another, but out it would not go, that goat. And at last it actually marched up into the pulpit and put its 2 forelegs on the holy book and said, 'Bah!'" Here Jethro gave a prolonged imitation of a goat's cry. "Well, old Fan had been a bit skeered, but she was so overcome by that bit of piety that, darn me, if she didn't sit down and play the organ for it." Mark received this narration with a lackluster air, and at once the 2 men resumed their work. Meanwhile a man ascended the church tower. Other men had gone into the home of the dead man. Soon the vicar came hurrying through the blue door in the wall, and the bell gave forth its first solemn toll. "Hey, Jethro," called Mark from the grave, "what do you say's the name of this chap?" "Pettigrove. Hurry up now." Mark, after bending down, whispered from the grave, "What was his wife's name?" "Why, man alive, that'd be Pettigrove, too." The bell in the tower gave another profoundly solemn beat. "What's the name on that headstone?" asked Mark. "Caroline Pettigrove. What be you thinking on? We're in the wrong hole, Jethro. Come and see for yourself. The plate on this old coffin says Caroline Cronshaw. See for yourself. We're in the wrong hole. Again the bell voiced its melancholy admonition. Jethro descended the short ladder and stood in the grave with Mark just as the cortege entered the church by the door on the opposite side of the yard. He knelt down and rubbed with his own fingers the dulled inscription on the moldering coffin. There was no doubt about it. Caroline Cronshaw lay there. "Well, may I go to glory," slowly said the old man. It may have occurred to Mark that this was an extravagantly remote destination to prescribe. At any rate, he said, "There ain't no time now. Come on." "Who the devil be she? However come that wrong headstone to be put on this wrong grave?" quavered the kneeling man. "Are you coming out?" growled Mark, standing with one foot on the ladder. "Or ain't you? They'll be chucking him in on top of you in a couple of minutes. There's no time, I tell you." "'Tis a strange come-up as ever I see," said the old man, striking one wall of the grave with his hand. "That's where we should be, Mark, next door. But there's no time to change it, and it must go as it is, Mark. Well, it's fate. What is to be must be, whether it's good or right, and you can't odds it. You daren't go against it, or you be wrong." They stood in the grave muttering together. "Not a word, Mark, mind you." At last they shoveled some earth back upon the telltale nameplate, climbed out of the grave, drew up the ladder, and stood with bent heads as the coffin was borne from the church towards them. It was lowered into the grave, and at the earth to earth, Jethro, with a flirt of his spade, dropped in a handful of sticky marl, another at ashes to ashes, and again at the dust to dust. Finally, when they were alone together again, they covered in the old lovers, dumping the earth tightly and everlastingly about them, and reset the headstone, Jethro remarking as they did so, "That headstone, well, 'tis a mystery, Mark, and I can't bottom it, I can't bottom it at all. 'Tis a mystery." And indeed, how should it not be? For the secret had long since been forgotten by its originator. End of section 11. End of story. Recording by Jeff Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Section 12 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristin Micalizio, Dallas, Texas. www.kristinmicalizio.com. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Fancy Dress Ball. There was a young fellow named Bugloss. He wore cufflinks made of agate, with studs to match, but was otherwise an agreeable person, who suffered much from a remarkable diffidence, one of nature's minor inconsistencies, having been to endow him with a mute desire for romantic adventure, and an entire incapacity to inaugurate any such thing. It was in architecture that he found his way of life, quite a profitable and genteel way, for while other hands and heads devised the mere details of drainage, of window and wall, staircases, cupboard, and floor, in fact each mechanical thing down to the hooks and bells in every room, he it was who painted those entrancing draughts of elevation, and the general prospect, with a few enigmatic but graceful trees, clouds in the offing, and a tiny postman plodding sideways up the carriage drive, which lured the fond fly into the architectural parlor. It must be confessed that he himself lived in rooms over the shop of a hairdresser, whose window displayed the elegantly coiffed head and bust of a wax lady suffering either from an acute attack of jaundice or the effects of a succession of late nights. Next door was an establishment dealing exclusively, but not exhaustingly, in mangles and perambulators. In Bugloss's room there were 2 bell handles with wires looking very handy and complete. Yet whenever he desired the attendance of the maid, he had A, to take a silver whistle from his pocket, B, to open the door, and C, to blow it smartly in the passage. His exceeding shyness was humiliating to himself and annoying to people of friendly disposition. It could not have been more preposterous had he been condemned to wear a false nose. He might have gone, he may even now be going, to his grave without once looking into a woman's eyes. What a pity! His own eyes were worth looking at. He was really a nice young man, tall and slender, with light fluffy hair, who, if he couldn't hide his amiable light under a bushel, certainly behaved as if it wasn't there. Things were so until one day he chanced to read with envious pleasure, but a good deal of skepticism, a book called Anatole by a Viennese writer. Almost immediately the fascinating possibilities of romantic infidelity were confirmed by a quarrel which began in the hairdresser's house between the young hairdresser and his wife, Monsieur and Madame Robichaud, and lasted for a week, in the course of which Bugloss learned that the hairdresser was indulging in precisely one of those intrigues with an unknown lady living somewhere nearby. Madame Robichaud, charming but virulent, protested 1,000 times that it must be a base woman who walked the streets at night, and that Monsieur Robichaud was a low pig. The fair temptress, it appeared, was given to the use of a toilet unguent, with the beguiling misdescription of vanishing face cream. That was an unfortunate circumstance, because the wife of the hairdresser, a very cute woman, on her husband's return from an evening's absence, invariably kissed him and smelt him. Evil communications, saith St. Paul, borrowing the phrase from Meander, corrupt good manners, and his notion must have something of truth in it, for these domestic revelations produced an unusual stir in the Bugloss bosom. He bought a ticket for a popular fancy dress ball, and made a mighty resolve to discard his pusillanimous self with one grand gesture, and there and then take the plunge. At a fancy dress ball you could do that. Everyone made a fool of himself more or less, and Bugloss determined to plunge into whatever there was to plunge in. This was desperately unwise, but you're not suppose that he harbored any looseness or want of principle. He was good and modest, and virtuous as any young man could possibly be. He only hoped, at the very least, to look some fair girl deep in the eyes. So he designed an oriental costume, simple to make, being loose-fitting, and having bought quantities of purple and crimson fabric, he wrapped them up and sent the office boy with his design, materials, measurements, and instructions to a dressmaker in the neighborhood, whom he wisely thought would make a better job of it than a tailor. When the costume was finished, he was delighted. It was magnificent, resplendent, artistic, and the dressmaker's charge was moderate. On the night of the ball, a warm August night with soft thrilling air and a sky of somber velvet, he drove in a closed cab. Dancing was in the open, the lawns of a mansion were lent for the occasion, and Bugloss went rather late to escape notice. Nearly 11 o'clock. But in the cab his timorousness conspiring against him had deepened to palpitating dejection. He was afraid again. The grand gesture was forgotten, and his attire was fantastically guarded from the public eye. From his window he had watched the arrival of the cab and had slunk down to it secretly. Not a word to the Robichauds. In a bowler hat and a mackintosh that reached to his feet, his fancy shoes were concealed under a pair of galoshes. The bright tasseled cap was in his pocket. Heavens, it was too painful. This was no plunge, this miserable sink or swim. It was delirium, hell. What a stupid man he had been to come. It was no go. It was useless. And he was about to order the cabman to turn back when the cab stopped at the gates of the mansion. The door flung open, and a big policeman almost dragged him out upon the carpeted pavement. A knot of jocular bystanders caused him to scurry into the grounds, where 3 officials, good, bad, and indifferent, examined his ticket and directed him onwards. But the cloakrooms were right across the grounds. The great lawn was simply a bath of illumination. The band played in the center, and the dancers, madly arrayed, were waltzing madly. Bugloss, desiring only some far corner of darkness to flee into, saw on all sides shadowy trees, dim shrubs, and walks that led to utter gloom. Thank God! And there was a black moonless sky, though even that seemed positively to drip with stars. At that moment the big policeman following after him said, "What about this cab, sir?" "What? Yes, this cab," repeated Bugloss, and to his agonized imagination every eye in the grounds became ironically fixed upon him alone. Even the music ceased, and there resounded a flutter of coruscating amiability. "Do you want him to wait?" The policeman was grinning. "He ain't got any orders." Oh, dear. How much? What's his fare?" "I don't want him again, and gracious, I haven't a cent on me." What? Oh, please tell him to call at my house tomorrow. Pay him then, I will, please." "Righto, my lord," said the big policeman, saluting. He was a regular joker, that fellow. Then Bugloss, trembling in every limb, almost leapt forward one of the dark walks, away from those grinning eyes. The shrubs and trees concealed him, though even here an odd paper lantern or two consorted with a few colored bulbs of light. Shortly he began his observations. The cloakrooms, he found, could be approached only by crossing the lawn. In a mackintosh, galoshes, and a bowler hat, there was too terrific an ordeal. The trembling Israelite, during that affrighting passage of the Red Sea, had all the incitements of escape and the comfort of friends, but this more violent ordeal led into captivity, and Bugloss was alone. What was to be done? The music began again, and it was agreeable. The illuminations were lustrous and pretty, the dancers gay, but Bugloss was neither agreeable nor gay, and his prettiness was not yet on the surface. He was in a highly wrought condition. He was limp, and he remained in what seclusion he could find in the garden, peering like a sinner at some assembly of the blessed. At last he snatched off his galoshes and stuffed them in his pocket. "So far," he murmured, "so good. I will hide the mackintosh among the bushes. I can't face that dressing-room." Just then the band gave a heightened blare. Drum and cymbals were rapidly beaten, and the music ceased amid clapping and polite hallooing. "Dash it, I must wait till the next dance," said Bugloss. "And oh Lord, there's a lot of them coming this way." He turned to retreat into deeper darkness when suddenly, near the musicians, he saw a fascinating girl. A dainty but startling figure skimming across the lawn as if to overtake a friend. Why, yes. She had a wig of bright green hair, green, a short-waisted cherry silk jacket, and harlequin pantaloons, full at the hips but narrowing to the ankles, where white stockings slipped into a pair of gilded leather shoes with heels of scarlet. Delicately charming were her face and figure, entrancing were her movements, and she tinkled all over with hidden bells. Sweet God, what beauty, thought Bugloss. This is she, the woman to know. I must, but how? She disappeared. For the moment he could not rid himself of the bowler hat and mackintosh. So many couples roamed in the dark glades. Wherever he went, he could see the glow of cigarettes, generally in twos, and there were whispering or silent couples standing about in unexpected places. Retiring the darkest corner he had previously found, he was about to discard his mackintosh when he was startled by a cry at his elbow. "Lena, where are you? What's that?" And a girl scuttled away, calling, "Lena, Lena!" Her terror dismayed him. The little shock itself brought the sweat to his brow, but the music beginning again drew all the stragglers back to the lawn. There, from his gloomy retreat, he beheld the green-haired beauty in the arms of a pirate king, who was adorned with an admiral's hat and a dangerous mustache. If, thought Bugloss, still in his mufti, I could have discovered a better get-up than that fellow, I'd have stayed away. There's no picture in it. It's just silly. I couldn't wear a thing like that. I couldn't wear it. I'd have perished rather than come. And indeed there was an absence of imagination about all the male adornment. Many of the ladies were right enough, but some were horrors, and most of the men were horrors. There was justification for Bugloss's subsequent reflection. I'll show them, a little later on, what can be done when an artist takes the thing in hand. Now after this dance is over, etc., etc. Two lovers startled him by beginning to quarrel. They were passing among the trees behind him, and talking quite loudly, both with a slight foreign accent. "But I shall not let you go, Johannes," said the lady with a fierce little cry. Bugloss turned, and could just discern a lady costumed as a vivandier. Her companion was in a uniform of a Danish soldier. "If you forced me to stop, I would kill you," retorted the man. "Oh, you would kill me?" "If you forced me to stop." "You would kill me, so?" "Yes, I would kill you." "But you have told me that if I can keep you here in England, I may do it. You know, if I can, you know that, Johannes." Bugloss was persuaded that he had heard her voice before, though he could not recognize the speaker. "Be quiet, you're a fool," the man said. That was all Bugloss heard. It was brutal enough. If only a woman, any woman, had wanted him like that. He wandered about during other dances. The green-haired girl was always with the idiotic pirate, and it made things very difficult. Because although Bugloss had fallen desperately in love with her, he could not, simply could not, march up and drag her away from her companion. He could not even as yet even venture from his ambush among the trees, and they never wandered in the gloom. They were always dancing together or eating together. He, Bugloss, had no interest in any other woman there, no spark of interest whatsoever. That being so, why go to all the fuss of discarding the mackintosh and making an exhibition of himself? Why go bothering among the crowd? He was not a dancer at all. He didn't want to go. But still, by and by, perhaps, when that lovely treasure was not so extraordinarily engaged. Sweet God, she was just, well, but he could not stand much more of that infernal pirate's antics with her. Withdrawing his tantalized gaze, he sat down in darkness behind a clump of yew trimmed in the shape of some fat animal that resembled a tall hippopotamus. Here he lit his 10th cigarette. At once a dizziness assailed him. He began to see scarlet splashes in the gloom, to feel as if he were being lacerated with tiny pins. Throwing the cigarette away, he stretched himself at full length under the bush. Scarcely had he done so when he became aware that 2 others were sitting down on the other side of it, the same foreign couple, the vivandière and her threatening cavalier. "Listen to me, Helene," the man was saying in a soft, consoling voice. "You shall trust to me and come away. Together we will go, but here I cannot stay. It is fate. You love, eh? Come then, we will go to Copenhagen. I will take you to my country. Now, Helene." The lady made no reply. Bugloss felt that she must be crying. The Dane continued to woo, and the Frenchwoman to murmur back to him, "Is it not so, Johannes?" "No, Helene, no." But at last he cried angrily, "Pah! Then stop with your bandit, that pig. Pah!" And chatteringly, angrily, in a strange language, he sprang up and stalked away. Helene rose too and followed him beseechingly into the gloom. "No, no, Johannes, no!" Bugloss got up from the grass. His dizziness was gone. He knew that voice. It seemed impossible, but he knew her, and he had half a mind to rush home. But being without his watch and unable to discover what o'clock it was, he did not care to walk out into the streets with the chance of being guyed by any half-drunk sparks passing late home. He would wait. He was sure it was past midnight now. There would be a partial exodus soon, and he would go off unnoticed in the crowd. There was no more possibility now of him shedding his coat and joining the revelers than there was of that beauteous girl flying into his arms. His inhibition possessed him with tenfold power. He was an imbecile, sad, pitiful, wretched, outcast. Through the screen of foliage, the music floated with exquisite faintness. Luminous cadenzas from a gleaming but guarded El Dorado whose light was music, whose music was all a promise and a mockery. He was a miserable prisoner, pent in his own unbearable but unbreakable shackles, and dressed up like a doll in a pantomime. Many people had come in their ordinary clothes. Why, oh why, had he put on this maddening, paralyzing raiment? Why had he come at all? Some of the lights had begun to fade. At one end of the lawn, most of the small lamps had guttered out, leaving a line of a dozen chairs in comparative obscurity. Weary of standing, he slunk to the corner chair and sat down with a sigh. Just beside him was a weeping ash that he supposed only looked happy when it rained, and opposite was a poplar straining so hard to brush the heavens that he fancied it would be creaking in every limb. By and by, an elderly decorous lady, accompanied by 2 girls not so decorous, the one arrayed as a Puritan maiden and the other as a scout mistress, came and sat near him, but he did not move. They did not perceive the moody Bugloss. The elderly lady spoke. "Do go and fetch her here. No, when this waltz is over. She is very rude, but I want to see her. I can't understand why she avoids us, and how she is getting on is a mystery to everybody. Bring her here." The Puritan maiden and the scout mistress, embracing each other, skipped away to the refreshment booth. Glorious people sat about there drinking wine as if they disliked it, sipping ices as if they were a penance, and eating remarkable food or doing some other reasonable things. But Bugloss dared not join them, although he was very hungry. It was not hunger he wanted to avert, but an impending tragedy. The hypersensitive creature sees in the common mass of his fellows only something that seeks to deny him, and either in fear of that antagonism or in the knowledge of his own imperfections, He isolates and envelops the real issue of his being, much as an oyster does with the irritant grain in its beard. Only the outcome is seldom a pearl and not always as useful as a fish. Bugloss was still wholly enveloped, and his predicament gave a melancholy tone to his thoughts. He sat hunched in his chair until the dance ended and the two girls came back, bringing with them the lovely green-haired one. "Hello, Aunt," she cried merrily. "Why aren't you in costume? Like my get-up?" Without a word, the elderly lady kissed her, and all sat down within a few feet of Bugloss. It thrilled him to hear her voice. At least he would be able to recognize that when she turned back again into daylight's cool civilities. "Did you know that I'd blossomed out in business?" she was saying. Bugloss thought it a beautiful voice. "I heard of it," said her aunt, whom you may figure as a lady with a fan, eyeglasses, and a repellent profile of bird of prey. "About half an hour ago. I wish I had heard of it before." "I'm a full-blown modiste." "Yes, you might have told me. But I have told you." "You might have told me before." "But I haven't seen you before, Aunt." "No, we haven't seen you. How is this business, Claire? Is it thriving? Making money?" "Oh, we get along, Aunt," said the radiant niece, in a tone of almost perverse amiability. "I have several assistants. Do you know, we made 7 of the costumes for this ball. 7! One of them for a man." "I thought ladies only made for ladies." "So did I, but this order just dropped in upon us very mysteriously, and we did it, from top to toe. A most gorgeous arrangement. All crimson and purple and silver and citron, but I haven't seen anybody wearing it yet. I wonder if you have. I'm so disappointed. It's a sultan, or a nabob, or a nincapoo of some kind. I'm certain it was for this ball. I was so anxious to see it worn. I had made up my mind to dance at least half the dances with the wearer. It was so lovely. Have you seen such a costume here?" "No," said the aunt grimly, "I have not. But I have noticed the Pirate King. Did you make his costume too? I hope not." "Oh, no, Aunt," laughed Claire. "Isn't he a fright?" "Who is he?" "That? Oh, a friend of mine, a business friend." "He seems fond of you." "I've known him some time. Yes, I like him. Don't you like my Pirate King?" asked Claire, turning to her 2 cousins. The cousins both thought he was splendid. "Good God!" groaned Bugloss. "I don't," declared Auntie. "Do you know him very well? Has he any intentions? An orphan girl living by herself. You have your way to make in the world. I'm not presuming to criticize you, my dear Claire, but is it wise? Who is he?" "Yes, Aunt," said Claire. Bugloss could hear the tinkle of her bells as she moved a little restlessly. "Are his intentions honorable?" "I should think they were otherwise." Claire did not reply immediately. It looked as if the musicians were about to resume. There was a rattle of plates and things over at the booth. Then she said reflectively, "I don't think he has any, what you call, honorable intentions." "Not? Is he a bad man?" "Oh, no, I don't mean that, Aunt. No." "But what do you mean, then? You're a strange girl. What could his intentions be?" "He hasn't any intentions at all." "Not one way or the other?" Claire seemed vaguely to hover over the significance of this. She said calmly enough, "Not in any way. He's my hairdresser, a Frenchman, and so clever. He made this beautiful wig and gave it to me. What do you think of my beautiful wig? Isn't it sweet?" There was a note of exasperation in the elder woman's voice. "Why don't you get married, girl?" "I'd rather work," said Claire, "and besides, he's already married." The music did begin, and a gentleman garbed as a druid came over to claim Auntie for a dance. The 3 girls were left alone. "Did he really give you that wig?" asked the Puritan maiden. "Yes, isn't it bonny? I love it." She shook the dangling curls about her face. "He's frightfully clever with hair. French. You know his salon, probably, Robichauds, in the High Street. His wife is here. You must have seen her, too. A French soldier woman. What do you call them? She hates me. She's with a Danish captain. He is a Dane. But he is really an ice merchant. He thinks she adores him." "Oh, Claire!" cried the 2 shocked cousins. "But she doesn't," said Claire. "Sakes, I'm beginning to shiver. Come along." They all romped back towards the orchestra. Bugloss shivered too, and was glad, yes, glad that she had gone. The tragedy had floated satisfactory out of his hands. Thank the fates. It was Robignol's affair. Damn Robignol. Curse Robignol. The bandit, the pig. He hoped that Madame Robignol would elope with Jonas. He hoped the green-haired girl, frail and lovely thing, would behave well. And he hoped finally and presently that Robignol himself would be choked by the common hangman. Bugloss then wanted to yawn, but somehow he could not. He put on his rubber galoshes again. With unwonted audacity, he stalked off firmly, even a little fiercely, across the lawn in his mackintosh and bowler hat, passing round the fringe of the dancers but looking neither to the right nor to the left, then out of the gates into the dark empty streets, and so home. There, feeling rather like a Cromwell made of chutney, he disarrayed himself and crept into bed yawning and murmuring to himself, "So that's a fancy dress ball. Sweet God, but I'm glad I went. And I could have shown them something. I could have. Say what you like, but mine was the finest costume at the show. There's no doubt about it. It was. And I'm very glad I went." End of section 12. Recording by Kristin Micalizio, Dallas, Texas. www.kristinmicalizio.com.
Section 13 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Cat, the Dog, and the Bad Old Dame. The chemist had certain odd notions that were an agreeable reflex of his name, which was Oddfellow. Herbert Oddfellow. Our man was odd about his diet. It was believed that he lived without cookery, that he browsed, as it were, upon fruit and salads. Ironically enough, he earned a considerable income by the sale of nostrums for indigestion. At any hour of the day, you were likely to find him devouring apples, nibbling artichokes, or sucking an orange, and your inquiry for a dose of bismuth or some such aid would cause, by an obscure process, a sardonic grin to assemble upon his face. You would scarcely have expected to find a lot of indigestion in the working-class neighborhood where his pharmacy flourished, but it was there, certainly. He was quite cynical about it. His business throve abundantly upon dietary disorders. There were 4 big ornamental carboys in his shop windows, red, violet, green, and yellow. Incidentally, he sold peppermint drops and poisons, and at 40 years of age he was reputed to be the happiest, as he was certainly the healthiest, man in the county. This was not merely because he was unmarried, but there, I declare this tale is not about Oddfellow himself, but about his lethal chamber. You must know that the sacrificial exactions of the war did not spare cats and dogs. They, too, were immolated, but painlessly, scores of them, at Oddfellow's. He was unhappy about that part of his business, very much so. He loved animals, perhaps rather more than people. For naturally, what he ministered to in his pharmacy was largely human misery or human affectation. Evil, cruel things, the bolt of a gale, the lime of the bird-snarer, the butcher's axe maddened him. In the small garden at the back of the dispensary, the interments were carried out by Horace the errand boy, a juvenile with snub nose and short, tough hair, who always wore ragged puttees. He delighted in such obsequies, and had even instituted some ceremonial orgies. But at last these lethal commissions were so numerous that the burial ground began to resemble the habitat of some vast, inappeasable mole, and thereupon Oddfellow had to stipulate for sorrowing owners to conduct the interments themselves in cemeteries of their own. Even this provision did not quell the inflow of these easily disposable victims. Mr. Franks brought him a magnificent cat to be destroyed. Shortly afterwards, Franks was conveyed to the lunatic asylum, an institution which still nurtures him in despotic durance. Pending the return of Horace, who was dispersing remedial shrapnel to the neighborhood, the cat, tied to a rail in the shop, sat dozing in the sunlight. "What a beautiful cat!" exclaimed a lady caller, stroking its purring majesty. The lady herself was beautiful. Oddfellow explained that its demise was imminent. Nothing the matter with it. Owner didn't want it. "How cruel, you sweet thing, how cruel!" pronounced the lady, who really was very beautiful. "I would love to have it. Why shouldn't I have it? If its owner doesn't want it, I wonder, may I?" Manlike was Oddfellow. Beautiful was the lady. The lady took the cat away. 24 hours later, the shop counter was stormed by the detestable Franks, incipient insanity already manifest in him. He carried the self-same cat under his arm. It had returned to its old home. Franks assailed the abashed chemist with language that at its mildest was abusive and libellous. His chief complaint seemed to repose upon the circumstance of having paid for the cat's destruction. Whereupon Oddfellow, who, like an Irishman, never walked into an argument, he simply bounced in, threw down the fee upon the counter, and urged Mr. Franks to take his cat and his money, and himself away as speedily as might be. This reprehensible behavior did by no means allay the tension. The madman designate paraded many further signs of his impending doom. "Take your cat away, I tell you!" shouted Oddfellow. "Take it away! I wouldn't destroy it for £1,000. You won't, oh? Put an end to you with pleasure. Yes? Make you a present of a dose of poison whenever you like to come and take it. Yes, I will." Franks went away with his tomcat. "Oh, my lord!" ejaculated the chemist, that being his favorite evocation. "I'll do no more of this cat and dog business. I shall not do any more. No, I shall not. I do not like it at all." But in the afternoon, his assistant, who had not been informed of this resolve, accepted 2 more victims for the lethal chamber, another tom cat and a collie dog. "Oh, my lord!" groaned the chemist distractedly. But there was no help for it, and calling his boy Horace, they carried the cat into the storeroom. The lethal box was in a corner. All round were shelves of costly drugs. The place did not smell of death. It smelt of paint, oils, volatile spirits, tubs of white lead, and packing cases that contained scented soap or feeding bottles. As Oddfellow prepared his syringe, a sporting friend named Jerry peeped in to watch the proceedings. "Shut the door!" cried little Horace. "I can't hold him. He's off." Sure enough, the cat, sensing its danger, had burst from his arms and sprung to one of the shelves. Immediately, vials of drugs began to fall and smash upon the floor. And as the cat rushed and scurried from their grasp, disaster was heaped upon disaster. The green, glowing eyes, the rigid teeth that seemed to grow as large as a tiger's, confounded them, and the havoc deterred them. They dared not approach the spitting fury. It was a wild beast again, and a bold one. "Oh, my lord!" said Oddfellow, also swearing softly, for bottles continued to slip from shelf to floor. "What's to be done?" "Open the door! Let the flaming thing go!" said Jerry. "No fear," replied the chemist. "I've had enough of these dead cats turning up like Banquo's ghost. Just enough." Horace intervened. "My father's got a gun, sir. Shall I run round home and get it?" Jerry's eyes began to gleam. The costly vials kept dropping to the floor. The chemist distractedly agreed. The boy Horace ran home and fetched a rook rifle. But his prowess was so poor, his aim so disastrous, he shot a hole through a barrel of linseed oil, and received a powerful squirt of it in his eye, that Jerry deprived him of the weapon. Even then several rounds had to be fired. A carboy of acid was cracked, a window smashed, a lamp blown to pieces, before poor Tom was finally subdued. Oddfellow had gone into the shop. He could not bring himself to witness the dismal slaughter. Every repercussion sent a pang of pity to his heart, and when at last the bleeding body of the cat was laid in the yard to await removal by its owner, he almost vomited, and he almost wept. If he had not sniffed the bunch of early primroses in his buttonhole, he would surely have done one or the other. "Now the dog," whispered the chemist. The collie was very subdued. Good dog. He gave no trouble at all. Good dog. He was hustled into the big box. Good dog. And quietly chloroformed. Later on, a countryman with his cart called for the body. The old woman who owned it was going to make a hearthrug with the skin. It was enveloped in a sack. The countryman carried it out on his shoulder like a butcher carrying the carcass of a sheep, and flung it into the cart. The callousness of this struck Mr. Oddfellow so profoundly that he announced there and then, positively and finally, that he would undertake no more business of that kind, and doubly to ensure this, the lethal box was taken into the yard and chopped up. Now, the poor old woman who owned the dog called next day at the chemist's shop. Behind her walked the very collie. For a moment or two, Oddfellow feared that he was to be haunted by the walking ghost of cats and dogs forevermore. Said the old woman, "Please, sir, you must do him again. He's woke up." She described at great length the dog's strange revival. It stood humbly enough in the background, a little drowsy, but not at all uneasy. "No," cried Oddfellow firmly, "can't do it. Destroyed my tackle. You take him home, ma'am. He's all right. Dog that's been through that ought to live a long life. Take him home again, ma'am," he urged. "He's all right." The woman was old. She was feeble and poor. She was not able to keep him now. He was such a big dog. Wasn't it hard enough to get him food? Things were so dear. And now there was the license money due. She hadn't got it. She never would have it. She really couldn't afford it. "You take him, sir, and keep him, sir." "No, I can't keep a dog. No room." "Have him, sir," she pleaded. "You'll be kind to him." No, but if it's only his license, I'll tell you what. I'll pay for his license rather than destroy him." Putting his hand into the till, he laid 3 half-crowns before her. The old woman stared at the chemist, but she stared still more at the money. Then, thanking him with quaint, confused dignity, she gathered it up, but again stood gazing meditatively at the 3 big coins, now lying, so unexpectedly, in her thin palm. "Good dog," said the chemist, giving him a final pat. "Good dog." Then the poor old woman, with tears in her eyes, turned out of Mr. Oddfellow's shop, and, followed by her dog, walked off to a quarter of the town where there was another chemist who kept a lethal chamber. End of section 13.
Section 14 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Wife of Ted Wickham. Perhaps it is a mercy we can't see ourselves as others see us. Molly Wickham was a remarkable pretty woman in days gone by. Maybe she is wiser since she has aged, but when she was young she was foolish. She never seemed to realize it, but I wasn't deceived. So said the cattle dealer, a healthy-looking man, massive, morose, and bordering on 50. He did not say it to anybody in particular, for it was to himself he said it, privately, musingly, as if to soothe the still embittered recollection of a beauty that was foolish, a fondness that was vain. Ted Wickham himself was silly, too, when he married her. Must have been extraordinarily touched to marry a little soft, religious teetotal party like her, and him a great sporting cock of a man just come into a public-house business that his aunt had left him, the Half Moon up on Bath Road. He always ate like an elephant, but she'd only the appetite of a scorpion. And what was worse, he was a true-blood conservative, while all her family were a set of radicals that you couldn't talk sense to. If you only so much as mentioned the name of Gladstone, they would turn their eyes up to the ceiling as if he was a saint in glory. Blood is thicker than water, I know, but it's unnatural stuff to drink so much of. Grant their name was. They christened her Pamela, and as if that wasn't cruel enough, they messed her initials up by giving her the middle name of Isabel. But she was a handsome creature, on the small side, but sound as a roach and sweet as an apple tree in bloom. Pretty enough to convert Ted, and I thought she would convert him, but she was a cussed woman. Never did what you would expect of her, and so she didn't even try. She gave up religion herself, gave it up altogether and went to church no more. That was against her inclination, but of course it was only right, for Ted never could have put up with that. Wedlock's one thing, and religion's two. That's odd and even. A little is all very well if it don't go a long ways. Parson Twomley kept calling on her for a year or two afterwards, trying to persuade her to return to the fold. He couldn't have called oftener if she had owed him £100, but she would not hear of it, she would not go. He was not much of a parson, not one to wake anybody up. But he had a good delivery, and when he'd the luck to get hold of a sermon of any sense, his delivery was very good indeed. She would say, "No, sir, my feelings aren't changed one bit, but I won't come to church any more. I've my private reasons." And the parson would glare across at old Ted as if he were a Beelzebub, for Ted always sat and listened to the parson chattering to her. Never said a word himself, always kept his pipe stuck in his jaw. Ted never persuaded her in the least, just left it to her, and she would come round to his manner of thinking in the end. For though he never actually said it, she always knew what his way of thinking was. A strange thing. It takes a real woman to do that, silly or no. At election times, she would plaster the place all over with Tory bills, do it with her own hands. Still, there's no stability and meekness of that sort. A weather vane can only go with the wind and weather, and there was no sense in her giving in to Ted as she did, not in the long run, for he couldn't help but despise her. A man wants something or other to whet the edge of his life on, and he did despise her, I know. But she was a fine creature in her way, only her way wasn't his. A beautiful woman, too, well limbered up with lovely hair, but always a very proper sort, a milksop. Ted told me once that he had never seen her naked. Well, can you wonder at the man? And always badgering him to do things that could not be done at the time, to have the half-moon painted or enlarged or insured. She'd keep on badgering him, and he could not make her see that any god's amount of money spent on paint wouldn't improve the taste of liquor. "I can see as far into a quart pot as the King of England," he says. "And I know that if this bar was 4 times as big as 'tis, a quart wouldn't hold a drop more than it does now." "No, of course," she says. "Nor a drop less, neither," says Ted. He showed her that all the money expended on improvements and insurance and such things were so much off something else. Ted was a generous chap, liked to see plenty of everything, even though he had to give some of it away. But you can't make some women see some things. "Not a roof to our heads, nor a floor to our feet, nor a pound to turn round on if a fire broke out," Molly would say. "But why should a fire break out?" he'd ask her. "There never has been a fire here. There never ought to be a fire here. And what's more, there never will be a fire here. So why should there be a fire?" And of course she let him have his own way, and they never had a fire there while he was alive, though I don't know that any great harm would have been done anyways, for after a few years trade began to slacken off and the place got dull, and what with the taxes, it was not much more than a bread and cheese business. Still, there's no matter of that. A man don't ask for a bed of roses. A world without some disturbance or anxiety would be like a duck pond, where the ducks sleep all day and are carried off at night by the foxes. Molly was like that in many things. Not really contrary, but no tact. After Ted died, she kept on at the Half Moon for a year or 2 by herself. And regular as clockwork, every month Pollock, the insurance manager, would drop in and try to persuade her to insure the house or the stock or the furniture, any mortal thing. Well, believe you, when she had only got herself to please in the matter, that woman wouldn't have anything to say to that insurance. She never did insure, and never would. "I wouldn't run such a risk. Upon my soul, it's flying in the face of possibilities, Mrs. Wickham." He was a palavering chap, that Pollock. A tall fellow with sandy hair, and he always stunk of liniment, for he had asthma on the chest. "A very grave risk it is indeed," he would say. "The Measers family was burnt clean out of hearth and home last St. Valentine's Day, And if they hadn't taken up a policy, what would have become of those measers? I don't know, Molly says. That was the name Ted give her. I don't know, and I'm sorry for unfortunate people, but I've my private reasons. She was always talking about her private reasons, and they must have been devilish private, for not a soul on God's earth ever set eyes on them. Well, Mrs. Wickham, says Pollock, they'd have been a tidy ways up Queer Street, and ruin's a long-lasting affair, Pollock says. He was a rare, palavering chap, and he used to talk about Gladstone, too, for he knew her family history. But that didn't move her, and she did not insure. Yes, I quite agree, she says, but I've my private reasons. Sheer female cussedness. But where her own husband couldn't persuade her, Pollock had no chance at all. And then, of course, 2 years after Ted died, she did go and have a fire there. The half-moon was burnt clean out, rafter and railings, and she had to give it up and shift into the little bullseye business where she is now, selling bullseyes to infants and ginger beer to boy scholars on bicycles. And what does it all amount to? Why, it don't keep her in hairpins. She had the most beautiful hair once, but that's telling the story back foremost. Ted was a smart chap, a particular friend of mine, so was Molly, and he could have made something of himself and of his business, perhaps, if it hadn't been for her. He was a sportsman to the backbone. Cricket, shooting, fishing, always game for a bit of life, any mortal thing. What was there he couldn't do? And a perfect demon with women. I've never seen the like. If there was a woman for miles around as he couldn't come at, then you could bet a crown no one else could. He had the gift. Well, when one woman ain't enough for a man, 20 ain't too many. He and me were in a tight corner together more than once, but he never went back on a friend. His word was his Bible oath. And there was he, all the while, tied up to this soft wife of his, who never once let on she knew of it at all, though she knowed much. And never would she cast the blink of her eyes, splendid eyes they were, too, on any willing stranger, nor even a friend, say, like myself. It was all Ted this and Ted that, though I was just her own age, and Ted was 12 years ahead of us both. She didn't know her own value, wouldn't take her opportunities, hadn't the sense, as I say, though she had got everything else. She was a woman to be looking at once, and none so bad now. She wears well. But she was too pious and proper. It aggravated him, but Ted never once laid a finger on her and never uttered one word of reproach, though he despised her, never grudged her a thing in reason when things were going well with him. It's God's almighty own true gospel. They never had a quarrel in all the 12 years they was wed, and I don't believe they ever had an angry word. But how he kept his hands off her, I don't know. I couldn't have done it, but I was never married. I was too independent for that work. He'd contradict her sometimes, for she would talk, and Ted was one of your silent sorts, but she would talk forevermore. She was so artful that she used to invent all manners of tomfoolery on purpose to make him contradict her. Believe you, she did, even on his deathbed. I used to go and sit with him when he was going, poor Ted, for I knew he was done for. And on the day he died, she said to him, and I was there and I heard it, "Is there anything you would like me to do, dear?" And he said, "No." He was almost at his last gasp. He had strained his heart, but she was forever on at him, even then an unresting woman. It was in May. I remember it. A grand, bright afternoon outside. But the room itself was dreadful. It didn't seem to be afternoon at all. It was unbearable for a strong man to be dying in such fine weather and the carts going by. And though we were watching him, it seemed more as if something was watching us. And she says to him again, "Isn't there anything you would like me to do?" Ted says to her, I'd like to hear you give one downright good damn curse. Swear, my dear. At what? She says. Me, if you like. What for? She says. I can see her now, staring at him. For my sins. What sins? She says. Now, did you ever hear anything like that? What sins? After a while, she began at him once more. Ted, if anything happens to you, I'll never marry again. Do what you like, says he. I'll not do that, she says, and she put her arms round him. For you'd not rest quiet in your grave, would you, Ted? Leave me alone, he says, for he was a very crusty, sick man. Very crusty, poor Ted. But could you wonder? You leave me alone and I'll rest sure enough. You can be certain, she cries, that I'd never do that. I'd never look at another man after you, Ted. Never. I promise it solemnly. Don't bother me. Don't bother at all. And poor Ted gave a grunt and turned over on his side to get away from her. At that moment some gruel broiled over on the hob. Gruel and brandy was all he could take. She turned to look after it, and just then old Ted gave a breath and was gone, dead. She turned like a flash, with the steaming pot in her hand, bewildered for a moment. She saw he had gone. Then she put the pot back gently on the fender, walked over to the window and pulled down the blind. Never dropped a tear. Not one tear. Well, that was the end of Ted. We buried him, one or two of us. There was an insurance on his life for £50, but Ted had long before mortgaged the policy, and so there was next to nothing for her. But what else could the man do? Molly always swore the bank defrauded her. She put a death notice in the paper, how he was dead and the date and what he died of. After a long illness, nobly and patiently borne. Of course, that was sarcasm. She never meant one word of it, for he was a terror to nurse, the worst that ever was. A strong man on his back is like a wasp in a bottle. But every year when the day comes round, and it's 10 years now since he died, she puts a memorial notice in the same paper about her loving, faithful husband and the long illness nobly and patiently borne. And then, as I said, the insurance man and the parson began to call again on that foolish woman, but she would not alter her ways for any of them. Not one bit. The things she had once enjoyed before her marriage, the things she had wanted her own husband to do but were all against his grain, these she could nohow bring herself to do when he was dead and gone, and she was alone and free to do them. What a farce human nature can be! There was an Italian hawker came along with rings in his ears, and a colored cart full of these little statues of Cupid, and churches with spires a yard long and red glass in them, and heads of some of the great people like the Queen and General Gordon. Have you got a head of Lord Beaconsfield? Molly asked him. He goes and searches in his cart and brings her out a beautiful head on a stand, all white and new, and charges her half a crown for it. Few days later, the parson calls on the job of persuading her to return to his flock now that she was free to go once more. But no. She says, I can never change now, sir. It may be all wrong of me, but what my man thought was good enough for me, and I somehow cling to that. Well, Twomley chumbled over an argument or two, but he couldn't move her. There's no mortal man could ever more that woman except Ted, and he didn't give a damn. Well, says Parson, I have hopes, Mrs. Wickham, that you will come to see the matter in a new light, a little later on, perhaps. In fact, I'm sure you will. For look, there's that bust, he says, and he points to it on the mantelpiece. I thought you and he were all against Gladstone, but now you've got his bust upon your shelf. It's a new one, I see. No, that isn't Gladstone, cried Molly, all of a tremble. That isn't Gladstone, it's Lord Beaconsfield. Indeed, but pardon me, Mrs. Wickham, that is certainly a bust of Mr. Gladstone. So it was. This Italian chap had deceived the silly creature and palmed her off with any bust that come handy, and it happened to be Gladstone. She went white to the teeth and gave a sort of scream and dashed the little bust in 100 pieces on the hearth in front of the minister there. Oh, he had a very vexing time with her. That was years ago. And then came the fire, and then the bullseye shop. For 10 years now, I've prayed that woman to marry me, and she just tells me, no. She says she pledged her solemn word to Ted as he lay a-dying that she would not wed again. It was his last wish, she says. But it's a lie. A lie, for I heard them both. Such a lie. She's a mad woman, but fond of him still in her way, I suppose. She liked to see Ted make a fool of himself, liked him better so. Perhaps that's what she don't see in me. And what I see in her I can't imagine, but it's a something in her that sways me now just as it swayed me then. And I doubt but it will sway me forever. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. Tanil. A great while ago, a man in a striped jacket went traveling almost to the verge of the world, and there he came upon a region of green fertility, quiet sounds, and sharp color. Save for one tiny green mound, it was all smooth and even, as level as the moon's face, so flat that you could see the sky rising up out of the end of everything like a blue, dim cliff. He passed into a city very populous and powerful, and entered the shop of a man who sold birds in traps of wicker, birds of rare kinds, the flame-winged Antilomenus and criffs with green eyes. "Sir," said he to the hawker of birds, "this should be a city of great occasions. It has the smell of opulence, but it is all unknown to me. I have not heard the story of its arts and policy, or of its people and their governors. What annalists have you recording all its magnificence and glory, or what poets to tell if its record be just?" The hawker of birds replied, "There are tales and the tellers of tales." "I have not heard of these," said the other. Tell me. The birdman drew finger and thumb downwards from the bridge of his long nose to its extremity, and sliding the finger across his pliant nostrils, said, "I will tell you." They both sat down upon a coffer of wheat. "I will tell you," repeated the birdman, and he asked the other if he had heard of the tomb in which none could lie, nor die, nor mortify. "No," said he. "Or of the oracle that destroys its interpreter?" "No," answered the man in the striped jacket, and a talking bird in a cage screamed, "No, no, no, no." The traveler whistled caressingly to the bird, tapping his fingernail along the rods of its cage, while the birdman continued, "Or of flax, mint, and bombasor, the three faithful brothers?" "No," replied he again. "They had a sister of beauty indeed, beyond imagination." "Sweet, sweet," chirped the oracular bird. "It smote even the hearts of kings like a reaping hook among grass, and her favor was a ransom from death itself, as I will tell you." "Friend," said he of the striped jacket, "tell me of that woman." "I will tell you," answered the other, and he told him, and this was the way of it. There once was a king of this country, mighty with riches and homage, with tribute from his enemies, for he was a great warrior, and the favor of many excellent queens. His ancestors were numberless as the hairs of his black beard. So ancient was his lineage that he may have sprung from divinity itself, but he had a heart of brass, his bowels were of lead, and at times he was afflicted with madness. One day he called for his captain of the guard, Tanil, a valiant, debonair man of much courtesy, and delivered to him his commands. Tanil took a company of the guard, and they marched to that green hill on the plain. It is but a league away. At the foot of the hill they crossed a stream. Beyond that was a white dwelling and a garden. At the gate of the garden was a stumbling stone. A flock grazed on the hill. The soldiers threw down the stone, and, coming into the vineyard, they hacked down the vines until they heard a voice call to them. They saw at the door of the white dwelling a woman so beautiful that the weapons slid from their hands at the wonder of it. "Friends, friends," said she. Tanil told her the king's bidding, how they must destroy the vineyard, the dwelling, and the flock, and turn Fax, Mint, and Bombasor, with the foster sister Flan, out from the kingdom of Kumak. "You have denied the king tribute," said he. "We are wanderers from the eastern world," Flan answered. "Is not the mountain a free mountain? Does not this stream divide it from Kumak's country?" She took Tanil into the white dwelling and gave a pitcher of wine to his men. "Sir," said she to Tanil, "I will go to your king. Take me to your king." And when Tanil agreed to do this, she sent a message secretly to her brothers to drive the flock away into a hiding place. So while Flan was gone a-journeying to the place with Tanil's troop, Fax, Mint, and Bombasor set back the stumbling stone and took away the sheep. The king was resting in his palace garden, throwing crumbs into the lake and beans to his peacocks. But when Flan was brought to him, he rose and bowed himself to the pavement at her feet. The woman said nothing. She walked to and fro before him, and he was content to let his gaze rest upon her. The carp under the fountain watched them. The rose drooped in its envious briar. The heart of King Kumak was like a tree full of chirping birds. Tanil confessed his fault. Might the king be merciful and forgive him? But the lady had taken their trespass with a soft temper and policy that had overcome both his loyalty and his mind. It was unpardonable, but it was not guilt, it was infirmity. She had bewitched him. Kumak grinned and nodded. He bade Tanil return to the vineyard and restore the vines, bade him requite the brothers and confirm them in those pastures forever. But as to this Flan, he would not let her go. She paces before him, or she dips her palm into the fountain, spilling its drops upon the ground. She smiles, and she is silent. Kumak gave her into the care of his groom of the women, Yali, the sister of Tanil, and thereafter, every day and many a day, the king courted and coveted Flan, but he could not take her. Her pride, her cunning words, and her luster bore her like an anchored boat upon the tide of his purpose. At one moment full of pride and gloom, and in the next full of humility and love, he would bring gifts and praises. "I will cover you," he whispered, "with green garnets and jargoons, a collar of onyx and ruby that is for you, breast knots of beryl and rings for the finger, wrist, and ear. Take them, take them. For you I would tear the moon asunder." But all her desire was only to return to the Green Mountain and her brothers and the flock by the stumbling stone. The king was merged in anger and in grief. "Do not so," he pleaded. "I have given freedom to your men. Will you not give freedom to me?" "What freedom, Kumak?" she asked him. And he said, "Love." "How may the bound give freedom?" "With the gift of love." "The spirit of the gift lies only in the giver." Her voice was mournful and low. He was confused and cast down. "You humble me with words, but words are nothing, beautiful one. Put on your collar of onyx and fasten your breast knots of beryl. Have I not griefs, fierce griefs, that crash upon my brain, and frenzies that shoot in fire? Does not your voice, that rest-recovering lure, allay them? Your presence numb them? I cannot let you go, I cannot let you go." "He who woos and does not win," so said Flan, "wins what he does not woo for." "Though I beg but a rose," murmured the king, "do you offer me a sword?" "Time's sword is laid at the breast of every rose." "But I am your lowly servant," he cried. You have that which all secretly seek and denyingly long for. It is seen without sight and affirmed without speech. What is the thing you seek and long for? Purity, said he. Purity. She seemed to muse upon it as a theme of mystery. If you found purity, what would you match it with? My sins, he cried again. Would you waste purity on purity, or mingle sin with sin? Kumak, said the wise woman, with no pride then, but only pity, you seek to conquer that which strikes the conqueror dead. Then indeed for a while he was mute, and then for a while he talked of his sickness and his frenzy. Are there not charms, he asked, or magic herbs to find and bind these demons? There was no charm, she told him, but the mind, and no magic but in the tranquility of freedom. I do not know this, he sighed. It will never be known. The unknown, she told him, was better than the known. Alas, then, sighed the king, I shall never discover it. It is everywhere, said Flann, but it is like a sweet herb that withers in the ground. All may gather it, and it is not gathered. All may see it, and it is not seen. All destroy it, and it never dies. Shall I be a little wind, laughed Kumak, and gush among this grass? It is the wind's way among the roses. It has horns of bright brass and quiet harps of silver. Its golden boats flash in every tossing bay. Kumak laughed again, but still he would not let her go. The fox has many tricks, the cat but one, he said, and caused her ankles to be fastened with 2 jeweled links, tied with a hopple of gold. But in a day he struck them from her with his own hands, and hung the hopple upon her lustrous neck. And still he would not let her go. So Yali and Tanil connived to send news to the brothers, and in a little time Bombasor came to her aid. Bombasor was a dancer without blemish, in beauty or movement either. He came into the palace to Kumak, who did not know him, and the king's household came to the beaten gongs to witness the art of Bombasor. Yali brought Flann a harp of ivory, and to its music Bombasor caracoled and spun before the delighted king. Then Flann, who spoke as a stranger to him, asked Bombasor if he would dance with her, and he said they would take the dance of the flying phoenix. The king was enchanted. He vowed he would grant any wish of Bombasor's, any wish. Yes, he would cut the moon in half did he desire it. I will dance for your pledge, said Bombasor. It seemed to the king then as if a little whirling wind made of flame, and a music that was perfumed gyred and rose before him. The tapped gongs, the tinkle of harp, the surprise of Flann's swaying and reeling, now coy, now passionate, the lure of her wooing arms, the rhythm of her flying feet, the chanting of the onlookers, and the flashing buoyance of Bombasor, so thrilled and distracted him that he shouted like an eager boy. But when Bombasor desired Kumak to give him the maiden Flann, the king was astonished. No, no, he said, but give him an urn full of diamonds. And Bombasor was given an urn full of diamonds. He let it fall at the king's feet, and the gems clattered upon the pavement like a heap of peas. Give him Yali, then, Kumak shouted. Yali was a nymph of splendor, but Bombasor called aloud, No, a pledge is a pledge. Then the king's joy went from him, and, like a star falling, left darkness and terror. Take, he cried, an axe to his head, and pitch it to the crows. And so was Bombasor destroyed, while the king continued ignorantly to woo his sister. Silent and proud was she, silent and proud, but her beauty began to droop until Yali and Tanil, perceiving this, connived again to send to her brothers, and in a little time Mint came. To race on foot he was fleeter than any of Kumak's champions. They strove with him, but he was like the unreturning wind, and although they cunningly moved the bounds of the course, and threw thorns and rocks under his feet, he defeated them all, and the king jeered at his own champions. Then Mint called for an antelope to be set in the midst of the plain and cried, Who will catch this for the king? All were amazed, and Kumak said, Whoever will do it, I will give him whatever a king may give, though I crack the moon for it." The men let go the hind, and it swooped away, Mint pursuing. Fast and far they sped until no man's gaze could discern them. But in a while Mint returned, bearing the breathing hind upon his back. "Take off his shoes," cried the king, "and fill them with gold." But when this was done, Mint spilled the gold back at the king's feet. "Give me," said he, "this maiden Flan." The king grinned and refused him. "Was it not in the bond?" asked Mint. "Aye," replied Kumak, "but choose again." "Is this then a king's bond?" sneered Mint. "It was a living bond," said the king, "but death can sever it. Let this dog be riven in sunder and his bowels spilled to the foxes." Mint died on the moment, and Kumak continued ignorantly to woo his sister. Then Flan conferred with Tanil and with Yali about a means of escape. Tanil feared to be about this, but he loved Flan, and his sister Yali persuaded him. He showed them a great door in the back of the palace, a concealed issue through the city wall from which Flan might go in a darkness could but the door be opened. But it had not been opened for 100 years, and they feared the hinges would shriek and the wards grind in the lock and so discover them. "Let us bring oil tomorrow," they said, "and oil it." In the morning they brought oil to the hinge and brushed it with drops from a cock's feather. The hinge gave up its squeak, but yet it groaned. They filled Yali's thimble that was made of tortoise horn and poured this upon it. The hinge gave up its groan, but yet it sighed. They filled the eggshell of a goose with oil and poured upon the hinge until it was silent. Then they turned to the lock which, as they threw back the wards, cried clack, clack. Tanil lapped the great key with ointment, but still the lock clattered. He filled his mouth with oil and spat into the hole, but still it clinked. Then Flan caught a grasshopper which she dipped in oil and cast into the lock. After that the lock was silent too. On the mid of night Tanil ushered Flan to the great door, and it opened in peace. She said farewell to him tenderly, and vanished away into the darkness, and so to the green mountain. As he stooped, watching her until his eyes could see no more, the door suddenly closed and locked against him, leaving him outside the wall. Lights came, and an outcry, and a voice roaring, "Tanil has fled with the king's mistress! Turn out the guard!" Tanil knew it to be the voice of a jealous captain, and, filled with consternation, he too turned and fled away into the night, not towards the mountains, but to the sea, hoping to catch a ship that would deliver him. Throughout the night he was going, striving or sleeping, and it was stark noon before he came to the shore and passed over the strait in a ship conveying merchants to a fair where no one knew him and all were friendly. He hobnobbed with the merchants for several days, feeding and sleeping in the booths until the morning of the 6th day. And on that day a crier came into the fair ringing and bawling and ringing, and what he said was this: that King Kumak, Lord of the 40 Kingdoms, Prince of the Moon and Chieftain under God, laid a ban upon all who should aid or relieve this treacherous servant Tanil, who had conspired against the king and fled. Furthermore, it was to be known that Yali, the sister of Tanil, was taken as hostage for him, that if he failed to redeem her and deliver up his own body, Yali herself was doomed to perish at sunset of the 7th day after his flight. Tanil scarcely waited to hear the conclusion, for he had but 1 day more, and he could suffer not his sister Yali to die. He turned from the fair and ran to the sea. As he ran, he slipped upon a rock and was stunned. But a good wife restored him, and soon he reached the harbor. Here none of the sailors could convey him over the strait, for they were bound to the merchantmen who intended not to sail that day. Having so little time to reckon, Tanil offered them bribes, but in vain, and threats, but they would not. And he was in torment and anguish until he came to an old man, who said he could take him within the hour if the wind held and the tide turned. But if the wind failed, although the tide should ebb never so kindly, yet he would not go. And even should the tide ebb strongly, yet if the wind wavered from its quarter, he would not go. And if by mysterious caprice, for all was in the hands of God and a great wonder, the tide itself should not turn, Then the wind might blow a dainty squall, but he would not be able to undertake him. Upon this they agreed, and Tanil and the old sailor sat down in the little ship to play at checkers. Alas, fortune was against Tanil. He could not conquer the sailor, so he made to pay down his loss. "Friend," said the sailor, "a game is but a game. Put up your purse." Tanil would not put back the money, and the sailor said, "Let us then play on, friend. Double or quits." They played on, and again Tanil lost, and as before tendered his money. "Nay," said the sailor, "a game is but a pastime. Put back your money." But Tanil laid it in a heap upon one of the thwarts. The old sailor sighed and said, "Come, you are now at the turn of fortune. Is not an egg made of water and a stone of fire? Let us play once more, double or quits." And so continually until it was long past noon ere they began to sail in a course for Kumok's shore, 2 leagues over the strait. Now they had accomplished about 3 parts of this voyage when the wind slackened away like a wisp of smoke. Slowly they drifted onwards until at eve the boat lay becalmed and as yet some way out from the land. "Friend," said the old sailor, laying out the checkers again, "let us tempt the winds of fortune." But, full of grief at having squandered the precious hours, Tanil leaped into the sea and swam towards the shore. Soon the tide checked and was changed, and a current washed him far down the strait until the fading of day. Then he was cast upon a crooking cape of sand in such darkness of night and such weariness of mind and body that he could not rise. He lay there for a while consumed with languor and hunger until the peace refreshed him. The winds of night were lulled and the waves, but though there were stars in the sky, they could not guide him. "Alas," he groaned, "darkness and the oddness of the coast deceive me. Whether I venture to the right hand or the left, how shall I make my way? How little is man's power! The fox and the hare may wander deceitfully but undeterred, yet here in this darkness I go groping like a worm laid upon a rock. Yali, my sister, how shall I preserve you?" He went wandering across a hill away from the sea until he stumbled upon a hurdle and fell, and where he fell he lay still, sleeping. Not until the dawn did Tanil wake. Then he lay shivering in bonds, with a company of sheep-watchers that stood by and mocked at him. Their shadows were long 100-fold, for day was but newly dawned. Their master was not yet risen from his bed, but the watchers carried Tanil to the door of his house and called to him, "Master, we have caught a robber of the flock, lying by the fold and feigning sleep." Now the sleepy master lay with a new bride, and he would not stir. "Come, master, we have taken a robber," they cried again. And still he did not move, but the bride rose and came to the window. "What sheep has he stole?" They answered her, "None, for we swaddled him. Behold." She looked down at Tanil with her pleasant eyes, and bade the men unbind him. "Who guards now the sheep from robbers and wolves?" she called. They were all silent, and some made to go off. She bade them mend their ways and went back to her lover. When the thongs were loosened from Tanil, he begged them to give him a little food, for he was empty and weak, but they scolded him and went hastily away. Their shadows were long 100-fold. Tanil traveled on wings. Yali was to die at fall of night. He hastened like a lover, but sickness and hunger overcame him. At noon he lay down in a cool cavern to recover. No other travelers came by him, and no homes were near, for he was passing across the fringe of a desert to shorten his journey, and the highway crooked around far to the eastward. Nothing that man could eat was there to sustain him, but he slept. When he rose, his legs weakened, and he limped onwards like a slow beggar whose life lies all behind him. Again he sank down. Again he could not keep from sleeping. The sun was setting when he awoke. The colored towers of his city shone only a league away. Then in his heart despair leaped and maddened him. Yali had died while he tarried. Searching through a thicket for some place where he could hang himself, he came upon a river and saw, close to the shore, a small ship standing slowly down towards the straits from which he had come. Under her slack sail a man was playing on a pipe. With him was a monkey gazing sorrowfully from the deck at the great glow in the sky. "Shipman," cried Tanil, "will you give me bread? I am at an end." The man with a smile of malice held up from the deck a dish of fruits and said, "Take, I have done." But the hungry man could not reach it. "Throw it to me," he cried, following the ship. But the sailor had no mind to throw it upon the shore. He went leaning against his mast, piping in air, while the monkey peered at him and gabbled. Tanil plunged into the river and swam beneath the ship's keel. Taking a knife from his girdle, he was for mounting by a little hawser, but the man beflogged him with a cudgel until he fell back into the water. There he would have died, but that a large bark presently catched him up on board and recovered him. The ship carried Tanil from the river past the straits and so to the great sea, where for the space of a year he was borne in absence, willy-nilly, while the ship voyaged among the archipelagos, coasted grim seaboards, or lay against strange wharves docking her cargo of oil. Faithfully he labored for wages under this ship's captain, being a man of pith and limb, valiant in storm, and enamored of the uncouth work, the haul of anchor and men singing, setting, reefing, furling, and men singing, the watch, the sleep, the song, the treading of unknown waters, the crying gust, the change to glassy, endless calm, and the change again from green day to black night, and the bending of the harsh sheet in a starry squall, the crumpling of far thunder, the rattle of halyard and block, the howl of cordage. Grand it was in some bright tempest to watch the lubber waves slide greenly to the bows and crack in showers of flying diamonds. But best of all was the long crunch in from the vast gulfs, and the wafture of some blue bay sighing below a white dock in the homes of men. Forgotten was Yali, his loved sister, but that proud living flan who had brought Yali to her death, she was not forgotten. He sailed the seas and he sailed the seas, but she was ever a soft recalling wonder in his breast, the sound of a bell of glass beaten by a spirit. After a year of hazards, the ship by chance docked in that harbor where Tanil had heard the crier crying of Yali and her doom. Looking about him, he espied an old sailor sitting in his boat playing a game of checkers with a young man. The crier bawled in the marketplace, but he had no news for Tanil. Standing again amid the merchants and the kind-colored sweetness of streets and people, this bliss of home so welled up in his breast that he hastened back to the ship. "Master," he said, "give me my wages and let me go." The shipman gave him his wages, and he went back to the town. But only 9 days did he linger there, for joy, like truth, lives in the bottom of a well, and he cast in his wages. Then he went off with a hunter to trap leopards in a forest. A month they were gone, and they trapped the leopards and sold them, and then, having parted from the hunter, Tanil roved back to the port to spend his gains among the women of the town. Often his soul invited him to return to that city of Kumak, but death awaited him there, and he did not go. Now he was come to poverty, but he was blithe, and evil could not chain him. "Surely," said Tanil, "life is a hope unquenched and a tree of longing. There is none so poor but he can love himself." With a stolen net he used to catch fish and live. Then he lost the net at dicing, so he went to bake loaves for certain scholars, but they were unmoneyed men and he desisted, and then went wandering from village to village snaring birds or living like the wild dogs, until a friendly warrior enlisted him to convoy a caravan across the desert to the Great Lakes. When he came again to the harbor town, 2 years had withered since he had flown from Kumak City. He went to lodge at the inn, and as he paced in the evening along the wharf, a man accosted him, called him by name, and would not let him go. And then Tanil knew it was Fax, the brother of that flan. His heart rocked in his breast when he took Fax to the inn and related all his adventure. "Tell me the tiding of our city, what comes or goes there, what lives or dies." And Fax replied, "I have wandered in the world searching after you from that time. I bring a greeting from my sister Flan," he said, "and from your sister Yali, my beloved." The wonder then, the joy and shame of Tanil cannot be told. He threw himself down and wept, and begged Fax to tell him of the miracle. For, said he, my mind has misused me in this. Know then, proceeded Fax, that after the unlocking of the door, my sister flees in darkness to the Green Mountain. I go watching and lurking, and learn that the king is in jealous madness, for your enemy spreads a slander and Kumok is deceived. He believes that my sister's love has been cozened by you. Yali is caught fast in his net. My heart quivers in fear of his bloody intent, and I say to Flann, what shall follow if Tanil return not? And she smiles and says ever, he will return. And again I say, he tarries, what if he be dead? And she smiles and says ever, he is not dead. But you come not, your steps are turned from us, no one has seen you. You are like a hare that has fallen into a pit, and you do not come. Then in that last hour Flann goes to Kumok. He raves of deceit and treachery. It is my sin, my sister pleads. The blame is mine. Spare but this Yali, and I will wash out the blame. Aye, you will wash it out with words. I will pay the debt in kind, says my sister Flann, if Tanil does not return. But the cunning king will not yield up Yali unless my sister yield in love to him. So thus it stands even now. But whether they live in peace and love I do not know. I only know that Yali lives and serves her in the palace there. But they wait, and I too wait. Now the thread is raveled to its end. I have lived only to seek you. My flock is lost, perished. My vineyard fades, but I came seeking. Brother, cried Tanil in grief, all shall be as before. Yali shall rest in your bosom. At dawn, then, they sailed over the straits and landed, and having bargained with a wine carrier for 2 asses, they strode off in the direction of the city. Tanil's heart was filled with joy and love. His voice caroled. His mind hummed like a homing bee. Surely, he said, life is a hope unquenched, a tree of longing. It yields its branches into a little world of summer. The asp and dragon appear, but the tree buds. The enriching bough cherishes its leaves, and lo, the fruit hangs. But the heart of Fax was very grave within him, for, thought he, this man will surely die. Yet I would rather this than lose the love of Yali, and though they slay him, I will bring him there. So they rode along upon the asses, and a great bird on high followed them and hovered on its wings. What bird is that? Asked the one, and the other, screening his eyes upwards, said, A vulture. When King Kumok heard that they were come, he ordered them to be bound, and they were bound, and the guard clustered around them. Tanil saw that his enemy was now captain of the men, and that the king was sour and distraught. You come, cried Kumok. Why do you come? They told him it was to redeem the bond and make quittance. Bonds and quittances. What bond can lie between a king and faithless subjects? Said Fax. It lies between the king and my sister, Flann. How if I kill you both? The bond will hold, said Fax. Come, is a bond everlasting then? Shall nothing break it? Neither everlasting nor to be broken. What then? It shall be fulfilled. Can nothing amend it? Nothing, said Fax. Nothing? Nothing? Fools, laughed the king. The woman is happy and desires not to leave me. Tanil stood bowed in silence and shame, and Kumok turned upon him. What says this rude, passionate beast? The king's anger rose like a blast among oaks. Has he no talk of bonds, this toad that crawled into my heart and drank my living blood? Has he nothing to restore, or gives he and takes he at the will of the wind? I have a life to give, said Tanil. To give? You have a life to lose. Take it, Kumok, said he. The king sprang up and seized Tanil by the beard, rocking him and shouting through his gritting teeth. Aye, bonds should be kept, should they not? In truth and trust, should they not? Then he flung from him and went wailing in misery, swinging his hands and raging to and fro, up and down. Did she not come to me? Come to me? Was it not agreed? Bonds and again bonds. Yet when I woo her, she denies me still. Oh, honesty in petticoats is a saint with a devil's claw. The bitter virginal thing turned her wild heart to this piece of cloven honor. Bonds, more bonds. Spare me these supple bonds. Oh, you spread cunning nets, but what fowler ever thrived in his own snare? Did she not come to me? Was it not agreed? Suddenly he stopped and made a sign through a casement. Is all ready? Aye, cried a voice. Now I will make an end, said King Kumok. Prop them against the casements. They carried Tanil to a casement on his right hand, and Fax to a casement on his left hand. Tanil saw Flan standing in the palace garden amid a troop of Ethiopians, each with a green turban and red shoes and a tunic colored like a stone, but she half clad with only black pantaloons and her long dark locks flowing. And Fax saw Yali in fetters amid another troop of black soldiers. Again a sigh from the king, 2 great swords flashed, and Tanil, at one casement, saw the head of Flan turn over backwards and topple to the ground, her body falling after with a great swath of shorn tresses floating after it. Fax at the other casement saw Yali die, screaming a long cry that it seemed would never end. Tanil swayed at the casement. Then Kumok turned with a moan of grief, his madness all gone. The bond is ended. I have done. I say I have done. He seemed to wake as from sleep, and seeing the 2 captive men, he asked, Why did they come? What brought them here? Take them away. The bond is ended. I say I have done. There shall be no more bonds given in the world. But take them out of the city gate and unbind them and cast them both loose. Then clap fast the gate again. No more death. I would not have them die. Let them wander in the live world and dog each other forever. Tanil, you rotten core of constancy, Fax brought you here, and so Flan, bitter and beautiful, dies. But Fax still lives. Do you not see him? I give Fax to you. May he die daily forever. Fax, blundering jackal, you spoke of bonds. The bond is met, and so Yali is dead, but Tanil still lives. I give you Tanil as an offering, but not of peace. May he die daily forever. So the guard took Fax and Tanil out of the city, struck off their shackles, and left them there together. The birdman finished. There was a silence. The other yawned. Did you hear this? Asked the birdman. And the man in the striped jacket replied, Aye, with both ears, and so may God bless you. So saying, he rose and went out singing. End of Tanil.
Section 16 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aaron Stevenson. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Devil in the Churchyard. Henry Turley was one of those awkward old chaps as had more money than he knowed what to do with. Shadrach, we called him, the silly man. He had worked for it, worked hard for it, but when he was old he stuck to his fortune and wouldn't spend a sixpence of it on his comforts. What a silly man! The thatcher, who was thus talking of Henry Turley, long since dead and gone, in the Black Cat of Starncombe, was himself perhaps 50 years old. Already there was a crank of age or of dampness or of mere custom in most of his limbs, but he was bluff and gruff and hale enough, with a bluffness of manner that could only offend a fool, and fools never listened to him. Shadrach, that's what we called him, was a good man with cattle, a masterpiece. He would strip a cow as clean as a tooth, and you never knowed a cow have a bad quarter as Henry Turley ever milked. And when he was buried with all that money in his coffin, holding it in his hand, I reckon. He had plenty of relations. You wouldn't know 'em, it is 30 years ago I be speaking of, but it was all down in black and white, so's no one could touch it. A lot of people in these parts had a right to some of it. Jim Scarrett, for one, and Issy Hawker a bit. Mrs. Kilsheelan, poor woman, ought to have had a bit, and his own brother, Mark Turley. But he left it in the will, as all his fortune was to be buried in the coffin along of him. 'Twas cruel, but so it is, and so it will be, for whenever such people has a shilling to give away, they goes and claps it on some fat pig's haunches. The foolishness! 60 pounds it was, in a canister, and he held it in his hand. I don't believe a word of it, said a mild-faced man sitting in the corner. Henry Turley never did a deed like that. What? Growled the Thatcher, with unusual ferocity. Course I'm not disputing what you're saying, but he never did such a thing in his life. Then you calls me a liar? Certainly not. Oh, no, don't misunderstand me, but Henry Turley never did any such thing. I can't believe it of him. Huh. I be telling you facts, and facts be true one way or another. Now you wants to call over me, you wants to know the rights of everything and the wrongs of nothing. Well, said the mild-faced man, pushing his pot toward the teller of tales, I might believe it tomorrow, but it's a bit of a twister now, this minute. Ah, that's all right, then. The Thatcher was completely mollified. Well, the worst part of the case was his brother Mark. Shadrach served him shameful, treated him like a dog. Good health. Ah, like a dog. Mark was older nor him, about 70, and he lived by himself in a little house out by the hanging post. Not much of a cottage, it warn't, just wattle and daub with a thatch o' straw. But the lease was running out. 'Twas a life-hold affair, and unless he bought this little house for £50, he'd got to go out of it. Well, old Mark hadn't got no £50. He was ate up with rheumatics, and only did just a little light labour in the woods. They might as well asked him for the king's crown. So he said to his master, would he lend him the £50? No, I can't do that, his master says. You can reduct it from my wages, Mark says. Nor I can't do that neither, says his master. But there's your brother Henry. He's worth a power of money. Ask him. So Mark asks Shadrach to lend him the £50, so as he could buy this little house. No, says Henry, I can't. Nor he wouldn't. Well, old Mark says to him, I don't wish you no harm, Henry, he says, but I hope as how you'll die in a ditch. Good health. And sure enough he did. That was his own brother. He were stricken with the sun and died in a ditch, Henry did, and when he was buried his fortune was buried with him, in a little canister, holding it in his hand, I reckons. And a lot of good that was to him. He hadn't been buried a month when two bad parties put their heads together. Levi Carter, one was. He was the sexton, a man that was half a loony, as I always thought. Oh, yes, he had got all his wits about him, somewheres, only they didn't often get much of a quorum. Still he got them, somewheres. T'other was a chap by the name of Impey. Lived in Slack the shoemaker's house, down by the old traveller's garden. He wasn't much of a mutcher, helped in the field work and did shepherding at odd times. And these two chaps made up their minds to go and collar Henry Turley's fortune out of his coffin one night and share it between theirselves. 'Twas crime, you know. Might have been prison for life, but this Impey was a bad lot. He'd the manners of a pig. Puh, filthy. And I expects he persuaded old Levi on to do it. Bad as body-snatching, course it was. So they goes together one dark night, long in November it was, and well you knows, all of you, as well as I, that nobody can't ever see over our churchyard wall by day, let alone on a dark night. You all knows that, don't you? Asserted the Thatcher, who appeared to lay some stress upon this point in his narrative. There were murmurs of acquiescence by all except the mild-faced man, and the Thatcher continued. 'Twere about 9 o'clock when they dug out the earth. 'Twarn't a very hard job, for Henry was only just a little way down. He was buried on top of his old woman, and she was on top of her 2 daughters. But when they got down to the coffin, Impey didn't much care for that part of the job. He felt a bit sick, so he gives the hammer and the screwdriver to Levi, and he says, Levi, he says, Are you game to make a good job of this? Yes, I be, says old Levi. Well then, Impey says, you'll have my smock on now while I just creeps off to old Wanaker's sheep and collars one of they fat lambs over by the lotments. You're not going to leave me here, says Carter. What be I going to do? You go on and finish this here job, Levi, he says. You get the money and put back all the earth, and don't stir out of the yard afore I comes, or I'll have your blood. No, says Carter, you maun do that. I'll do that, Impey says. They've got some smartish lambs, I can tell 'ee, fat as snails. No, says Carter, I won't have no truck with that, 'tain't right. You will, says Impey, and I'll get the sheep. Here's my smock. I'll meet 'ee here again in 10 minutes. I'll have that lamb if I has to cut his blasted head off. And he rushed away before Levi could stop him. So Carter puts on the smock and finishes the job. He got the money and put the earth back on poor Henry and tidied it up, and then he went and sat in the church porch, waiting for this Impey to come back. Just as he did that, an oldish man passed by the gate. He was coming to this very place for a drop of drink, and he sees old Levi's white figure sitting in the church porch, and it frittened him so that he took to his heels and tore along to this very room we be sitting in now, only 'twas 30 years ago. What in the name of God's the matter with you? They says to him, for he'd a face like chalk, and his lips was blue as a whetstone. Have you seen a ghost? Yes, he says, I have seen a ghost, just now then. A ghost, they says, a ghost. You ain't seen no ghost. I seen a ghost. Where a you seen a ghost? So he telled them he seen a ghost sittin' up in the church porch. I shan't have that, says old Mark Turley, for he was a-settin' here. I tell you 'twas then, says the man. Can't be nothing worse'n I be myself, Mark says. I say as 'tis, the man said, and he was vexed too. Go and see for yourself. I would go too and all, said old Mark, if only I could walk it. But my rheumatics be that screamacious I can't walk it. Ghosts. There's ne'er a mortal man as ever seed a ghost. I'd go, my lad, if my legs would stand it. And there was a lot of talk like that until a young sailor spoke up. Irish he was. His name was Pat Crow. He was on furlough. I dunno what he was a-doing in this part of the world, but there he was, and he says to Mark, if you be game enough, I be, and I'll carry you up to the churchyard on my back. A great stropping feller he was. You will? Says Mark. That I will, he says. Well, I be game for 'ee, says Mark, and so they ups him onto the sailor's shoulders like a sack of corn, and away they goes. But not another one there was man enough to go with them. They went slogging up to the churchyard gate all right, but when they got to staggering along tween the gravestones, Mark thought he could see a something white sitting in the porch, but the sailor couldn't see anything at all with that lump on his shoulders. What's that there? Mark whispers in Pat's ear. And Pat Crow whispers back, just for joking, Old Nick in his nightshirt. Steady now, Mark whispers. Go steady, Pat. It's getting up and coming. Pat only gives a bit of a chuckle and says, Ah, that's him. That's just like him. Then Levi calls out from the porch, soft-like, You got him, then? Is he a fat un? Holy God! Cried the sailor. It is the devil! And he chucks poor Mark over his back at Levi's feet and runs for his mortal life. He was the most frittened of the lot, 'cause he hadn't believed in anything at all. But there it was. And just as he gets to the gate, he sees someone else coming along in the dark, carrying a something on its shoulder. It was Impey with the sheep. Powers above! Cried Pat Crow. It's the day of judgment come for sartin. And he went roaring the news up the street like a madman. And Impey went off somewheres too, but I dunno where Impey went. Well, poor old Mark laid on the ground. He were a game old cock, but he could hardly speak. He was strook dazzled. And Levi was frittened out of his life in the darkness and couldn't make anythink out of nothink. He just creeps along to Mark and whispers, Who be that? Who be that? And old Mark looks up very timid, for he thought his last hour was on him, and he says, "Be that you, Satan?" Directly Levi heard that all in an unexpected voice, he jumped quicker'n my neighbor's flea. He gave a yell bigger nor Pat Crow, and he bolted too. But as he went, he dropped the little tin canister, and old Mark picked it up. And he shook the canister, and he heard money in it, and then something began to dawn on him, for he knowed how his brother's fortune had been buried. I read it, he says. That was Levi Carter, the dirty thief. I read it, he says. And he put the tin can in his pocket and hopped off home as if he never knowed what rheumatics was at all. And when he opened the canister, there was the 60 golden sovereigns in that canister. 60 golden sovereigns. Bad things'll be worse afore they're better, says Mark. But they never won't be any better than this. And so he stuck to the money in the canister, and that's how he bought his cottage arter all. 'Twarn't much of a house, just wattle and daub, with a thatch o' straw, but 'twas what he fancied, and there he ended his days like an old Christian man. Good health. End of section 16. Recording by Aaron Stevenson.
Section 17 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. Huxley Rustem. Huxley Rustem settled himself patiently upon the hairdresser's waiting bench to probe the speculation that jumped grasshopper-like into the field of his inquisitorial mind. Why does a man become a barber? Well, what is it that persuades a man, not by the mere compulsion of destiny, but by the sweet reasonableness of inclination, to dedicate his activities to the excision of other people's pimples and the discomfiture of their hairy growths? He had glanced through the two papers, Punch and John Bull, handed him by the boy in buttons, and now, awaiting his turn, posed himself with this inquiry. There was a girl at it, too, at the end of the saloon. She seemed to have picked him out from the crowd of men there. He caught her staring, an attractive girl. It seemed insoluble. Misfortunate people may, indeed must, by the pressure of circumstances, become sewermen, butchers, scavengers, and even clergymen. But the impulse to barbery was, he felt, quite indelicately ironic. How that girl stared at him! If she was not very careful, she would be clipping the fellow's ear. Did she think she knew him? He rather hoped she would have to attend to him. Would he be lucky enough? Huxley tried to estimate the chances by observing the half-dozen toilets in progress, but his calculations did not encourage the hope at all. It was very charming for an agreeable woman, a stranger, too, to do that kind of service for you. He remembered that, after his marriage 5 years ago, he had tried to persuade his wife to lather and shave him, just for a lark, you know. But she was adamant, didn't see the joke at all. Well, he decided that the word barber derived in some ironic way from the words barbarism or barbarity, expressing unconsciously, perhaps, contempt on the part of the barber for a world that could only offer him this imposture for a man's sacred will to order and activity. Yet it didn't seem so bad for women, that splendid young creature there at the end of the saloon. The boy in buttons approached, and Huxley Rustem was ushered to that vacant chair at the end. The splendid young thing had placed a wrapper about him. She had almost cuddled it round his neck, and stood demurely preparing to do execution upon his poll, turning her eyes mischievously upon his bright-hued socks, which, by a notable coincidence, were the same color as her own handsome hose. Huxley had a feeling that she had cunningly arranged the succession of turns in order to secure him to her chair, which shows that he was still young and very impressionable. Such a feeling is one of the customary assumptions of vanity, the natural and prized, but much denied, possession of all agreeable people. Huxley, as the girl had already noted, and now saw more vividly in the mirror fronting them, was agreeable, was attractive. My dear reader, both you and Huxley Rustem are right. The dainty barberess had laid her nets for this particular victim. "How would you like it cut, sir?" she asked, placing a hand upon each of his shoulders and peering round at him with enamoring eyes. "Oh, with a pair of scissors, don't you think?" he replied at a venture, for he was not often waggish. But it was a very successful sally. The girl chuckled with rapture. Loose fringes of her hair tickled his cheek, and he caught puffs of her sweet-scented breath. She was gold-haired, not very tall, and had pleasant turns about her neck and face and wrists that almost fascinated him. When they had agreed upon the range and extent of his shearing, the girl proceeded to the accomplishment of the task in complete silence, almost with gravity. Huxley began wondering how many hundreds and thousands of crops were squeezed annually by the delicate fingers, how many poles denuded by those competent shears. Very sad. Once a year, he supposed, she would go holidaying for a week or 10 days. She would go to Bournemouth for the bathing, or for whatever purpose it is people go to Bournemouth, Barmouth, or Blackpool. He determined to come in again the day after tomorrow and be shaved by her. At the conclusion of the rite, she brushed his coat collar very meticulously, tiptoeing a little, and remarked in a bright manner upon the weather, which was also bright. Then she went back to shave what Huxley described to himself as a red-faced old cockalorum, whom he at once disliked very thoroughly. She had given him a check with a fee marked upon it. He took this down the stairs and paid his dues to a bald-headed old godlike monster, Huxley felt sure he was, who sat in the shop below, surrounded by fringe nets, stuffings, mustache wax, creams, toothbrushes, and sponges. 2 days later, Huxley Rustem repeated his visit, but not all the intrigue of the girl nor his own maneuvering could affect the happy arrangement again, although he sat for a long time feeling sure that there was no other establishment of its kind in which the elements of celerity were so unreservedly abandoned, and the flunkeyism so peculiarly viscous. The many mirrors, of course, multiplied the objects of his factitious contempt. Those male barbers were small vain beings of disagreeable outline, to whom the doom of shaving tens of thousands of chins forever and ever afforded a white-faced, languid happiness. Huxley was exasperated. His personality always ran so easily to exasperation, by the care with which the wrinkled face of a sportive old gent of 60 was being massaged with steaming cloths. He wore pretty brown button boots and large checked trousers. There was still a vain wisp or two of white hair left upon his tight round skull and his indescribably silly old face. In the outcome, our hero had perforce to be shaved by a youth of the last revolting assiduity, who caressed his chin with strong, excoriating palms. In the ensuing weeks, Huxley Rustem became a regular visitor to the saloon, but he suffered repeated disappointments. He was disconsolate. It was most baffling. Not once did he secure the bliss of her attentions. He felt himself a fool. Some men could do these things as easily as they grew whiskers, but Rustem was not one of them, for the traditions of virtue and sweet conduct were very firmly rooted in him. He was like a mouse living in a large, white, empty bath, which, if it was unscalable, was clean, and if it was rather blank, was never terrifying. It is easy, so very easy, to be virtuous when you can't be anything else. But still he very much desired to take the fair barber out to dinner, say, just for an hour or two in a quiet place where one eats and chats and listens to the pleasant shrilling of restaurant violins. He would be able to amuse her with tales and recitals of his experiences, and she would constantly exclaim, "Really?" as if entranced, as she probably would be. In his imagined hour, her conversational exchanges never developed beyond that, yet it was enough to thrill him with a mild happiness. An egoist is a mystic without a god, but seldom ever without a goddess. It was bliss to adore her, but very heaven for her to be adoring him. To be just to Huxley Rustem, that was all he meant, but try as he would, he could never make up the happy occasion. It was a most discomforting experience. It is true that he saw her in the street on 3 or 4 occasions, but each time he was accompanied by his wife, and each time he was guilty of a vain pretense, his behavior to his companion being extremely casual, as if she were just an acquaintance instead of being an important alliance. But no one could possibly have mistaken the lady for anything but Huxley's very own wife, and the little barber was provocatively demure at these encounters. Once, however, he was alone, and she passed, ogling him in a very frank way. But she did not understand egoists like Rustem. He was impervious to any such direct challenge. He thought it a little silly, coarse even. Had she been shy and diffident, allowing him to be masterful instead of confusing him, he would have fluttered easily into her flame. So the affair remained, and would have remained forever but that, by the grace of fortune, he found himself one day at last actually sitting again in front of the charming girl, who was not less aware of the attraction than himself. She was nervous and actually with her shears clipped a part of his ear. Huxley was rather glad of that. It eased the situation. But on his departure he committed the rash act for which he never afterward forgave himself. Her fingers were touching his as she gave him the paycheck, when he took suddenly from his pocket a silver coin and pressed it into her hand, smiling. It was as if he had struck her a blow. He was shocked at the surprised resentment in the fierce glance she flung him. She tossed the coin into a tray for catching tobacco ash and cigarette ends. He realized at once the enormity of the affront. His vulgar act had smashed the delicate little coil between them. Vague and almost frivolous as it was, she had prized it. Poor as it was, it could yet deeply humiliate him. But it was a blunder that could never be retrieved, and he turned quickly and sadly out of the saloon, feeling the awful sting of his own contempt. Crass fool that he was, didn't he realize that even barbers had their altitudes? Did he think he could buy a jewel like that as he bought a packet of tobacco with a miserable shilling? Perhaps Huxley Rustem was unduly sensitive about it, but he could never again bring himself to enter the saloon and meet that wounded gaze. He only recovered his balance when, a fortnight later, he encountered her in the street wearing the weeds of a widow. Then he felt almost as indignant as if she had indeed deceived him. End of 17. Recording by Jeff Clark, St. Paul, Minnesota.
Section 18 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Zaina. The Black Dog and Other Stories by E.A. Coppard. Big Game. Old Squonce was the undertaker, But in the balmy, healthy, equable air of Tamborough, undertaking was not a thriving trade. Its opportunities were but an ornamental adjunct to his more vital occupation of builder. Even so, those old, splendid, stone-built cottages never needed repairs, or if they did, squants didn't do them. Storms wouldn't visit Tamborough, fires didn't occur. The hand of decay was, if anything, more deliberate than the hand of time itself, and no newcomer, loving the old houses so much, ever wanted to build a new one. So Mrs. Squants had to sell hard-looking bullseyes and stiff-looking fruit in a hard, stiff-looking shop. Also knitting needles and, in their time of year, garden seeds. Squants was a meek person whom you never would have credited with heroic tendencies. Nevertheless, with no more romantic background than a coffin or two, a score of scaffold poles, and sundry hods and shovels, he had acquired in a queer, but still not unusual way, the repute of a lion slayer. Mrs. Squants was not so meek. She was not meek at all. She was ambitious, but vainly so. Her ambitions secured their fulfillment only in her nocturnal dreams, but in that sphere they were indeed triumphant, and she was satisfied. The most frequent setting of her unconscious imagination happened to be a tiny, modern flat in which she and old Ben seemed to be living in harmony and luxury. It was a delightful flat, very high up. That was the proper situation for a flat, mind you, just under the roof, with stairs curling down and down and down till it made you giddy to think of them. The kitchen, well, really Mrs. Squants could expiate endlessly on that, and the tiny corner place with 2 wash basins in it, and room enough to install a bath if you went in for that kind of thing. Best of all was the sitting room in front, looking into a street so very far below that Mrs. Squants declared she felt as if she'd been sitting in a balloon. Here Mrs. Squants, so she dreamed, would sit and browse. She didn't have to look at ordinary things like trees and mud and other people's windows. That was what made it so nice, Mrs. Squants declared. She had instead a vista of roofs and chimneys, beautiful telephone standards and clouds. The people, too, who walked far down beneath were always unrecognizable. A multitude of hat crowns seemed to collect her gaze, linked with queer movements, right, left, of knees and boots, though sometimes she would be lucky enough to observe a very fat man, just a glimpse perhaps of his watch-guard lying like a chain of oceanic islands across a scholastic globe. In the way of dreams, she knew the street by the name of Lather Lane. It was cobbled with granite setts. There was a barber's shop at one corner and a depot for foreign potatoes and bananas at another. The flat was so constantly the subject of her dream visitations that she came to invest it with a romantic reality, to regard it as an ultimate real possession lying fortuitously somewhere, at no very great remove, in some quarter she might actually, any day now, luckily stumble across. And it was in that very flat she beheld Mr. Squants's heroism. It seemed to be morning in her dream, early, it must have been early. She and Squants were at breakfast when what should walk deliberately and astoundingly into a room but a lion? Mrs. Squants, never having seen a lion before, took it to be a sheepdog, and she shouted, "Go out, you dirty thing!" waving a threatening hand towards it. But the animal did not go out. It pranced up to Mrs. Squants in a genial way, seized her admonishing hand, and playfully tried to bite it off. Really! Mr. Squants had risen to his startled feet, shouting, "Lion! Lion!" And then Mrs. Squants realized that she had to contend with a monster that kept swelling bigger and bigger before her very eyes, until it seemed that it would never be able to go out of the door again. It had a tremendous head and mane, with whiskers on its snout as stiff as knitting needles, and claws like 10-penny nails, but its tail was the awfulest thing, long and very flexible, with a bush of hair at the end just like a mop, which it wagged about, smashing all sorts of things. "Ben," said Mrs. Squants, "have you a pistol?" "No, I have not," said Ben. "Then we're done," she declared. "Oh, no, we ain't, though. You 'old him, Ben, and I'll go and get a pistol. 'Old him." Ben valiantly seized the lion by its mane and tail, but it did not care for such treatment. It began to snarl and swish about the room, dragging poor Ben as if he'd just been a piece of rabbit pie. Oldham! Oldham! Extorted Mrs. Squance, as she popped on her bonnet and shawl. You Oldham! All right, breathed Ben, as she ran off and began the descent of the long, narrow staircase. Almost at the bottom, she met a piano coming upwards. It was not a very large piano, but it was large enough to prevent her from descending any further. It was resting upon the backs of two men, one in front, whose entirely bald, perspiring, projecting head reminded her of the head of the tortoise, and one who followed him unseen. They crawled on all fours while the piano was balanced by a man who pulled it in front and another who pushed it from behind. "Dear me!" exclaimed Mrs. Squance. "I hope you won't be long." They made no reply. The piano continued to advance, the bald man swaying his head still more like a tortoise. She began to retire before them, and continued retiring step by step until she became irritated and demanded to know the owner of that piano. The men seemed to be dumb, so she skipped up to the second floor to make inquiries, knocking at the first door with her left hand, the right one still hurting her very much. It was exasperating. Someone had just painted and varnished the doors, and she was compelled to tap very lightly instead of giving the big bang the occasion required. Consequently, no one heard her, while her hand became covered in a glutinous evil liquid. She ran up to the third floor. Here the doors were all right, but although she had set up a vigorous cannonade again, no one heard her. At least, no one replied except some gruff voice that kept repeating, "Gone! No address! Gone! No address!" She opened the doors, but there seemed to be no one about, although each room had every appearance of recent occupation. Fires alight, breakfast things recently used, and in the bedrooms the disordered beds. She was now extremely annoyed. She opened all of the doors quickly until she came to the last room, which was occupied by the old clergyman who kept ducks there and fed them on macaroni cheese. It was just as she feared. The ducks were waiting. They flocked quacking upon the passage and stairs before she could prevent them. "I'm sure," screamed Mrs. Squance in her dreadful rage, "that it's the lion responsible for all of this." She wasted no more time upon the matter. She rapidly descended the stairs again, treading upon innumerable indignant ducks, until she came to the piano. Here she said not a word, but, brushing the leading man aside, placed her foot roughly upon the slippery head of the first crawling man, and scrambled over the top of the instrument, jumping thence upon the back of the hindmost man, who turned his feet comically inward, and wore round his loins a belt as large as the belly-band of a wagon horse. She proceeded breathlessly until she came to the last flight, where, behold, the stairs had all been smashed in by those awkward pianists, and she stood on the dreadful verge of a drop into a cellar full of darkness and disgusting smells. But she was able to leap upon the banner rail, which was intact, and slide splendidly to the ground floor. An unusual sight awaited her. Mrs. Squance did not remember ever to have seen such a thing before. But there in the hall, a marvelous eustacia tree was growing out of the floor. She was not surprised at the presence of the tree in that unwonted situation. She had not noticed it before, but it did not seem out of place. Why shouldn't trees grow where they liked? They always did. Mrs. Squance invariably took life as she found it, even in dreams. While she was surveying the beautiful proportions of the eustacia tree, the richness of its leaves, and its fine aroma, a small bird, without warning or apology, alighted upon her right hand, which she carried against her chest as if it were in a sling, though it wasn't, and laid an egg on it. It was so annoying. She did not know what to do with it. She was afraid of smashing it. She rushed from the building and entered the butcher's shop a few doors away. The shop was crowded with customers, and the butcher perspired and joked with geniality, as is the immemorable custom of butchers. His boy, a mere tot of 5 or 6 years of age, observed to Mrs. Squance that it was a lovely day, ma'am, and she replied that it was splendid. So it was. People were buying the most extraordinarily fleshy fare. The smelt of an ox, a rib of suet, a fillet of liver, and one little girl purchased 19 lamb's tongues, which she took away secretly in a portmanteau. "Now, Mrs. Squance, what can I do for you?" inquired the butcher. Without comment, she handed him the egg of the bird. He cast it into the till as if it were a crown piece. "And the next thing, ma'am?" "Have you got such a thing as a pistol, Mr. Verispice?" Mr. Verispice had. He had got 2, and drawing them from the belt wherefrom dangled his sharpener, he laid 2 remarkable pieces of ordnance before her. In her renewed agitation, she would have snatched up one of the pistols, but Mr. Verispice prevented her. "No, no, ma'am. I shall have to get permission for you to use it first." "But I really must have it immediate—" "Yes," said the butcher, "for my husband." "I see," he replied sympathetically. "Well, come along then, and I'll get an interim permission at once." Seizing a tall silk hat from its hook and placing it firmly upon his head, he led her from his establishment. "Singular that all the trams are so full this morning," commented Mrs. Squance as they awaited a conveyance. "Most unusual, ma'am," replied Mr. Verispice. But at last they persuaded a bath chair man to give them a lift to their destination, where they arrived a little indecorously, perhaps, for the top-hatted butcher was sitting as unconcernedly and as upright as a wax figure upon Mrs. Squance's knees. The office they sought lay somewhere in the vast cavernous building, full of stairs and corridors, long, exhausting, hollow corridors like the underground railway, and on every floor and turning were signposts of the turnpike variety with directions. "To the Bedell of St. Thomas's Basket, 3 miles. Registrar of Numismatics and Obligations, 2 1/4. Along one of those passages they plunged, and after some aggravating hindrances, including a demand from a humpty-backed clerk for a packet of No. 19 egg-eyed sharps, and 5 pennyworth of cassius which she found in her bosom, the permission was secured, and the butcher thereupon handed the weapon to Mrs. Squance. "What did you say you wanted it for?" he asked. Mrs. Squance's gratitude was great, but her indignation was deep and disdained reply. She seized the pistol and began to run home, rather a stout lady, too, and the exercise embarrassed her. Her hair fetched loose, her stockings slipped down, and her strange, hurrying figure brandishing a pistol soon attracted the notice of a policeman and a certain young greengrocer with a tray of onions, who trotted in her wake until she threatened them all with the firearm. Breathlessly at last she mounted the tremendous staircase. Happily in the interval the damage had been repaired, the tree chopped down, piano delivered, and ducks recaptured. She reached her rooms only in time to hear a great crash of glass from within. Old Ben was strutting about with a triumphant air. "I done him," he called. "You can come in now. I've just chucked him through the window." And sure enough he had. The sash looked as if it had been blown out by a cannonball. Mrs. Squance peered out, and there, far down at the front door, curled up as if asleep, lay the lion. At that moment the milkman arrived, with that dissonant chatter peculiar to milkmen. He dashed down his cans close by the nose of the lion, which apparently he had not seen. The scared animal leapt up in its terror, and darting down an alley, was seen no more. So far this narrative, devoid as it is of moral grandeur and literary grace, has subjected the reader's comprehension to no scientific rigors, but he who reads on will discern its cunning import, a psychological outcome with the profoundest implications. Listen. Mrs. Squance awoke that morning in her own hard-looking little house of 1 floor, with the hard-looking shop, startled to find the window of their room actually smashed, and inexplicable pains in her right hand. She related these circumstances in after years with so many symptoms of truth and propriety that she herself at last vividly believed in the figure of old Ben as a lion-slayer. "Saved my life when I was attacked by a lion," she would say to her awed grandchildren, and she would proceed to regale them with a narration which, I regret to say, had only the remotest likeness to the foregoing story. End of section 18. Recording by Zaina.
Section 19 of The Black Dog and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Brown, Bloomfield, New Jersey. The Black Dog and Other Stories by A.E. Coppard. The Poor Man. One of the commonest sights in the Vale was a certain man on a bicycle carrying a bag full of newspapers. He was as much a sound as a sight, for what distinguished him from all other men to be encountered there on bicycles was not his appearance, though that was noticeable. It was his sweet tenor voice, heard as he rode along singing each morning from Cobb's Mill, through Kesselpreddy Peter, Thasper, and Buzzleberry, and so on to Trinkle and Nunkton. All sorts of things he sang, ballads, chanties, bits of glees, airs from operas, hymns, and sacred anthems. He was leader of Thasper Church Choir. But he seemed to observe some sort of rotation in their rendering. In the forepart of the week it was hymns and anthems. On Wednesday he usually turned to modestly secular tunes. He was rolling on Thursday and Friday through a gamut of love songs and ballads undoubtedly secular and not necessarily modest, while on Saturday, particularly at eve, spent in the tap of the White Hart, his program was entirely ribald and often a little improper. But always on Sunday he was the most decorous of men. No questionable liquor passed his lips, and his comportment was a credit to the church, a model even for soberer men. Dan Pavey was about 35 years old, of medium height and of medium appearance, except as to his hat, a hard black bowler which seemed never to belong to him, though he had worn it for years, and as to his nose. It was an ugly nose, big as a baby's elbow. He had been born thus. It had not been broken or maltreated, though it might have engaged in some prenatal conflict when it was malleable, since when nature had healed but had not restored it. But there was ever a soft smile that covered his ugliness, which made it genial and said, or seemed to say, "Don't make a fool of me. I am a friendly man. This is really my hat, and as for my nose, God made it so." The 6 hamlets which he supplied with newspapers lie along the Icknield Vale close under the ridge of woody hills, and the inhabitants adjacent to the woods fell the beech timber and, in their own homes, turn it into rungs or stretchers for chair manufacturers who, somewhere out of sight beyond the hills, endlessly make chair and nothing but chair. Sometimes in a wood itself there may be seen a shanty built of faggots in which sits a man turning pieces of chair on a treadle lathe. Tall, hollow, and greenly dim are the woods, very solemn places, and they survey the 6 little towns as a man might look at 6 tiny pebbles lying on a green rug at his feet. One August morning the newspaper man was riding back to Thasper. The day was sparkling like a diamond, but he was not singing. He was thinking of Scroop, the new rector of Thasper Parish, and the thought of Scroop annoyed him. It was not only the tone of the sermon he had preached on Sunday, "The poor we have always with us," though that was in bad taste from a man reputed rich and with a heart, people said, as hard as a door-knocker. It was something more vital, a congenital difference between them as profound as it was disagreeable. The Reverend Faudel Scroop was wealthy. He seemed to have complete confidence in his ability to remain so, and he was the kind of man with whom Dan Pavey would never be able to agree. As for Mrs. Scroop, gloom pattered upon him in a strong, sighing shower at the least thought of her. At Larkspur Lane he came suddenly upon the rector talking to an oldish man, Eli Bond, who was hacking away at a hedge. Scroop never wore a hat. He had a curly bush of dull hair. Though his face was shaven clean, it remained a regular plantation of ridges and wrinkles. There was a stoop in his shoulders, a lurch in his gait, and he had a voice that howled. "Just a moment, Pavey," he bellowed, and Dan dismounted. "All those years," the parson went on talking to the hedger, "all those years, dear me."
"I were born in Thasper 66 year ago, come the 23rd of October, sir, the same day, but 2 years before, as Lady Heseltine eloped with Rudolph Moxley. I was reared here, and I worked here sin I was 6 year old. 12 children I have had, though 5 on 'em come to naught and 2 be in the army, and I never knowed what was to be out of work for 1 single day in all that 60 year. Never. I can't thank my blessed master enough for it."
"Isn't that splendidly feudal?" murmured the priest. "Who is your good master?" The old man solemnly touched his hat and said, "God." "Oh, I see. Yes, yes," cried the Reverend Scroop. "Well, good health and constant, and good work and plenty of it, are glorious things. The man who has never done a day's work is a dog, and the man who deceives his master is a dog too."
"I never done that, sir."
"And you've had a happy days in Thasper, I'm sure."
"Right a many, sir."
"Splendid. Well, what a heavy rain we had in the night."
"Ah, that was heavy. At 5 o'clock this morning, I daren't let my ducks out. They'd have been drowned, sir."
"Ha ha! Now," warbled the rector as he turned away with Dan. "Capital, old fellow, happy and contented. I wish there were more of the same breed. I wish—" The parson sighed pleasantly as he and Dan walked on together until they came to the village street, where swallows were darting and flashing very low. A small boy stood about, trying to catch them in his hands as they swooped close to him. Dan's own dog pranced up to his master for a greeting. It was black, somewhat like a greyhound, but stouter. Its tail curled right over its back, and it was cocky as a bird, for it was young. It could fight like a tiger and run like the wind. Many a hare had had proof of that. Said Mr. Scroop, eyeing the dog, "Is there much poaching goes on here?" "Poaching, sir?" "I'm told there is. I hope it isn't true, for I've rented most of the shooting myself." "I never heard tell of it, sir. Years ago, maybe, the Buzzleberry chaps one time were rare hands at taking a few birds, so I've heard, but I shouldn't think there's an unlicensed gun for miles around." "I'm not thinking so much of guns. Farmer Prescott had his warren netted by someone last week and lost 50 or 60 rabbits. There's scarcely a hare to be seen, and I find wires wherever I go. It's a crime like anything else, you know." Scroop's voice was loud and strident. "And I shall deal very severely with poaching of any kind. Oh, yes, you have to, you know, Pavy, oh, yes. There was a man in my last parish was a poacher, cunning scoundrel of the worst type, never did a stroke of work, and he had a dog. It wasn't unlike your dog. This is your dog, isn't it? You haven't got your name on its collar. You should have your name on a dog's collar. Well, he had a perfect brute of a dog, carried off my pheasants by the dozen. As for hares, he exterminated them. Man never did anything else. But we laid him by the heels, and in the end I shot the dog myself." "Shot it?" said Dan. "No, I couldn't tell a poacher if I was to see one. I know no more about him than a bone in the earth." "We shall be," continued Scroop, "very severe with them. Let me see, are you singing the Purcell on Sunday evening?" "He shall feed his flock, sir, like a shepherd." "Splendid! Good day, Pavy." Dan, followed by his bounding, barking dog, pedaled home to a little cottage that seemed to sag under the burden of its own thatch. It had eaves a yard wide and birds' nests in the roof at least 10 years old. Here Dan lived with his mother, Meg Pavy, for he had never married. She kept an absurd little shop for the sale of sweets, vinegar, boot buttons, and such things, and was a very excellent old dame, but as naive as she was vague. If you went into her counter for a newspaper and banged down a half-crown, she would as likely as not give you change for 6pence, until you mentioned the discrepancy, when she would smilingly give you back your half-crown again. Dan passed into the back room where Meg was preparing dinner, threw off his bag, and sat down without speaking. His mother was making a heavy succession of journeys between the table and a larder. "Mrs. Scroop's been here," said Meg, bringing a loaf to the table. "What did she want?" "She wanted to reprimand me." "And what have you been doing?" Meg was in the larder again. "'Tis not me, 'tis you." "What do you mean, Mother?" "She's been a-hinting." Here Meg pushed a dish of potatoes to the right of the bread, and a salt cellar to the left of the yawning remains of a rabbit pie, "about your not being a teetotal. She says the boozing do give the choir a bad name, and I was to persuade you to give it up." "I should like to persuade her it was time she is dead. I don't go for to take any pattern from that rich trash. Are we the grass under their feet? And can you tell me why parsons' wives are always so much more awful than the parsons themselves? I never shall understand that if I lives 1,000 years. Name a God, what next? Well, 'tis as she says, drink is no good to any man, and she can't say as I ain't reprimanded you. Name a God, he replied. Do you think I booze just for the sake of the booze, because I like booze? No man does that. He drinks so that he shan't be thought a fool or rank himself better than his mates, though he knows in his heart he might be if he weren't so poor or so timid. Not that one would mind to be poor if it weren't preached to him that he must be contented. How can the poor be contented as long as there's the rich to serve? The rich we have always with us, that's our responsibility. We are the grass under their feet. Why should we be proud of that? When a man's poor, the only thing left him is hope for something better, and that's called envy. If you don't like your riches, you can always give it up, but poverty you can't desert, nor it won't desert you. It's no good flying in the face of everything like that, Dan. It's folly. If I had my way, I'd be an independent man and live by myself 100 miles from anywheres or anybody. But that's madness. That's madness. The world don't expect you to go on like that, so I do as other folks do. Not because I want to, but because I ain't the pluck to be different. You taught me a good deal, Mother, but you never taught me courage, and I wasn't born with any. So I drinks with a lot of fools who drink with me for much the same reason, I expect. It's the same with other things beside drink. His indignation lasted throughout the afternoon as he sat in the shed in his yard turning out his usual quantity of chair. He sang not one note, but he muttered and mumbled over all his anger. Towards evening he recovered his amiability and began to sing with a gusto that astonished even his mother. He went out into the dusk humming like a bee, taking his dog with him. In the morning the Reverend Scroop found a dead hare tied by the neck to his own door-knocker, and at night, it being Saturday, Dan Pavey was merrier than ever in The White Hart. If he was not drunk, he was what Thasper calls tightish, and he had never before sung so many of those ribald songs, mostly of his own composition, for which he was noted. A few evenings later, Dan attended a meeting of the Churchmen's Guild. A group of very mute countrymen sat in the village hall and were goaded into speech by the rector.
Thasper, declared Mr. Scroop, has a great name for its singing. All over the 6 hamlets there is surprising musical genius. There's the Buzzleberry Band. It is a capital band.
It is that, interrupted a maroon-faced butcher from Buzzleberry. It can play as well at 9 o'clock in the morning as it can at 9 o'clock at night, and that's a good band as can do it.
Now I want our choir to compete at the County Musical Festival next year. Thasper is going to show those highly trained choristers what a native choir is capable of. Yes, and I'm sure our friend Pavey can win the tenor solo competition. Let us all put our backs into it and work agreeably and consistently. Those are the 2 mainsprings of good human conduct, consistency and agreeability. The consistent man will always attain his legitimate ends, always. I remember a man in my last parish, Tom Turcom, known and loved throughout the country. He was not only the best cricketer in our village, he was the best for miles around. He revelled in cricket, and cricket only. He played cricket and lived for cricket. The years went on, and he got old, but he never dreamed of giving up cricket. His bowling average got larger every year, and his batting average got smaller, but he still went on, consistent as ever. His order of going in dropped down to number 6, and he seldom bowled. Then he got down to a number 8 and never bowled. For a season or 2, the once famous Tom Turcom was really the last man in. After that, he became umpire, then scorer, and then he died. He had got a little money, very little, just enough to live comfortably on. No, he never married. He was a very happy, hearty, hale old man. So you see, now there is a cricket club at Buzzleberry and one at Trinkle. Why not a cricket club at Thasper? Shall we do that? Good!
The parson went on outlining his projects, and although it was plain to Dan that the Reverend Scroop had very little, if any, compassion for the weaknesses natural to mortal flesh, and attached an extravagant value to the virtues of decency, sobriety, consistency, and, above all, loyalty to all sorts of incomprehensible notions. Yet his intentions were undeniably agreeable, and the guild was consistently grateful.
"One thing, Pavey," said Scroop when the meeting had dispersed, "one thing I will not tolerate in this parish, and that is gambling."
"Gambling? I've never gambled in my life, sir. I couldn't tell you hardly the difference between spades and clubs."
"I am speaking of horse racing, Pavey."
"Now that's a thing I never see in my life, Mr. Scroop."
"Ah, you need not go to the races to bet on horses. The slips of paper and money can be collected by men who are agents for racing bookmakers. And that is going on all round the 6 hamlets. And the man who does the collecting, even if he does not bet himself, is a social and moral danger. He is a criminal. He is against the law, whoever he is," said the vicar, moderating his voice, but confidently beaming and patting Dan's shoulder. "I shall stamp him out mercilessly. Good night, Pavey."
Dan went away with murder in his heart. Timid strangers here and there had fancied that a man with such a misshapen face would be capable of committing a crime, not a mere peccadillo. You wouldn't take notice of that, of course, but a solid, substantial misdemeanor like murder. And it was true, he was capable of murder, just as everybody else is, or ought to be. But he was also capable of curbing that distressing tendency in the usual way, and in point of fact, he never did commit a murder. These rectorial denunciations troubled the air but momentarily, and he still sang gaily and beautifully on his daily ride from Cobb's Mill along the little roads to Trinkle and Nunkton. The hanging richness of the long woods yellowing on the fringe of autumn, the long solemn hills themselves, cold sunlight, colored berries in briery loops, the brown small leaves of hawthorn that had begun to drop from the hedge and flutter in the road like dying moths, teams of horses sturdily plowing, sheepfolds already thatched into little nooks where the ewes could lie, Dan said, as warm as a pudding. These things filled him with tiny ecstasies too incoherent for him to transcribe. He could only sing. On bonfire night, the lads of the village lit a great fire on the space opposite the White Hart. Snow was falling. It was not freezing weather, but the snow lay in a soft, thin mat upon the road. Dan was returning on his bicycle from a long journey, and the light from the bonfire was cheering. It lit up the courtyard of the inn genially and curiously, for the recumbent Hart upon the balcony had a pad of snow upon its wooden nose, which somehow made it look like a camel, in spite of the huddled snow on its back, which gave it the resemblance of a sheep. A few boys stood with bemused, wrinkled faces before the roaring warmth. Dan dismounted very carefully opposite the blaze, for a tiny boy rode on the back of the bicycle, wrapped up and tied to the frame by a long scarf. Very small, very silent, about 5 years old. A red wool wrap was bound round his head and ears and chin, and a green scarf encircled his neck and waist, almost hiding his jacket. Gaiters of gray wool were drawn up over his knickerbockers. Dan lifted him down and stood him in the road, but he was so cumbered with clothing that he could scarcely walk. He was shy. He may have thought it ridiculous. He moved a few paces and turned to stare at his footmarks in the snow. "Cold?" asked Dan. The child shook its head solemnly at him and then put one hand in Dan's and gazed at the fire that was bringing a brightness into the long-lashed dark eyes and tenderly flushing the pale face. "Hungry?" The child did not reply. It only silently smiled when the boys brought him a lighted stick from the faggots. Dan caught him up into his arms and pushed the cycle across the way into his own home. Plump Meg had just shredded up 2 or 3 red cabbages and rammed them into a crock with a shower of peppercorns and some terrible knots of ginger. There was a bright fire and a sharp odor of vinegar, always some strange pleasant smell in Meg Pavey's home. She had covered the top of the crock with a shield of brown paper, pinioned that with string, licked a label, "Cabbage November 5th," and smoothed it on the crock, when the latch lifted and Dan carried in his little tiny boy. "Here he is, Mother." Where Dan stood him, there the child remained. He did not seem to see Mother Pavey. His glance had happened to fall on the big crock with the white label, and he kept it there. "Whoever's that?" asked the astonished Meg with her arms akimbo as Dan began to unwrap the child. "That's mine," said her son, brushing a few flakes of snow from the curls on its forehead. "Yours? How long have it been yours?" "Since 'twas born." "No, let him alone. I'll undo him. He's full up with pins and hooks. I'll undo him." Meg stood apart while Dan unraveled his offspring. "But it is not your child, surely, Dan." "Aye, I've brought him home for keeps, Mother. He can sleep with me." "Who's its mother?" "'Tis no matter about that. Dan Cupid did it." "You're making a mock of me. Who is his mother? Where is she? You're fooling, Dan, you're fooling." "I'm making no mock of anyone. There's a bonny grandson for you." Meg gathered the child into her arms, peering into its face, perhaps to find some answer to the riddle, perhaps to divine a familiar likeness, but there was nothing in its soft, smooth features that at all resembled her rugged Dan's. "Who are you? What's your little name?" The child whispered. "Martin." "It's a pretty, pretty thing, Dan." "Ah," said her son, "that's his mother. We were rare fond of each other once. Now she's weddin' another chap, and I've took the boy, for it's the best that way. He's 5-year-old. Don't ask me about her. It's our secret and always has been. It was a good secret and a grand secret, and it was well kept. That's her ring." The child's thumb had a ring upon it, a golden ring with a small green stone. The thumb was crooked, and he clasped the ring safely. For a while Meg asked no more questions about the child. She pressed it tenderly to her bosom. But the long-kept secret, as Dan soon discovered, began to bristle with complications. The boy was his. Of course it was his. He seemed to rejoice in his paternity of the quiet, pretty, illegitimate creature. As if that brazen turpitude was not enough to confound him, he was taken a week later in the act of receiving betting commissions and heavily fined in the police court, although it was quite true that he himself did not bet, and was merely a collecting agent for a bookmaker who remained discreetly in the background and who promptly paid his fine. There was naturally a great racket in the vestry about these things. There is no more radamanthine formation than that which can mount the ornamental forehead of a deacon, and Dan was bidden to an interview at the Scroopery. After some hesitation, he visited it.
"Ah, Pavey," said the rector, not at all minatory, but very subdued and unhappy. "So the blow has fallen in spite of my warning. I am more sorry than I can express, for it means an end to a very long connection. It is very difficult and very disagreeable for me to deal with the situation, but there is no help for it now, you must understand that. I offer no judgment upon these unfortunate events, no judgment at all, but I can find no way of avoiding my clear duty. Your course of life is incompatible with your position in the choir, and I sadly fear it reveals not only a social misdemeanor, but a religious one. It is a mockery of God." The rector sat at a table with his head pressed on his hands. Pavey sat opposite him, and in his hands he dangled his bowler hat. "You may be right enough in your way, sir, but I've never mocked God. For the betting, I grant you, it may be a dirty job, but I never ate the dirt myself. I never betted in my life. It's a way of life. A poor man has but little chance of earning more than a bare living, and there's many a dirty job there's no prosecution for, leastways not in this world. Let me say, Pavey, that the betting counts less heavily with me than the question of this unfortunate little boy. I offer no judgment upon the matter. Your acknowledgment of him is only right and proper. But the fact of his existence at all cannot be disregarded. That at least is flagrant, and as far as concerns your position in my church, it is a mockery of God." "You may be right, sir, as far as your judgment goes, or you may not be. I beg your pardon for that, but we can only measure other people by our own scales, and as we can never understand one another entirely,
so we can't ever judge them rightly, for they all differ from us and from each other in some special ways. But as for being a mocker of God, why, it looks to me as if you was trying to teach the Almighty how to judge me." "Pavey," said the rector with solemnity, "I pity you from the bottom of my heart. We won't continue this painful discussion. We should both regret it. There was a man in the parish where I came from who was an atheist and mocked God. He subsequently became deaf. Was he convinced? No, he was not, because the punishment came a long time after his offense. He mocked God again and became blind. Not at once. God has eternity to work in. Still, he was not convinced. That," said the rector ponderously, "is what the Church has to contend with. A failure to read the most obvious signs, and an indisposition even to remedy that failure. Klopstock was that poor man's name. His sister, you know her well, Jane Klopstock, is now my cook." The rector then stood up and held out his hand. "God bless you, Pavey." "I thank you, sir," said Dan. "I quite understand." He went home moodily reflecting. Nobody else in the village minded his misdeeds. They did not care a button, and none condemned him. On the contrary, indeed. But the blow had fallen. There was nothing that he could now do. The shock of it had been anticipated, but it was severe. And the pang would last, for he was deprived of his chief opportunity for singing, that art in which he excelled in that perfect quiet setting he so loved. Rancor grew upon him, and on Saturday he had a roaring, audacious evening at the White Hart, where, to the tune of the British Grenadiers, he sung a doggerel. "Our parson loves his motor car, his garden, and his mansion, and he loves his beef, for I've remarked his belly's brave expansion. He loves all mortal mundane things, as he loved his beer at college, and so he loves his housemaid not with Mrs. Parson's knowledge. Our parson lies both hot and strong, it does not suit his station, but still his reverend soul delights in much dissimulation. Both in and out and round about he practices distortion, and he lies with a public sinner when grass widowhood's his portion." All of which was a savage libel on a very worthy man, composed in anger and regretted as soon as sung. End of section 19. Recording by Kevin Brown.